Okay. Hopefully we should be live. So if I'm really quiet at the beginning of the stream, it's because there's people over and there's a lot of background noise, so I'm probably not going to be able to talk as much normal because I don't want background stuff being picked up. But what we're going to do today is I discovered that the article that I was reading about 3D shapes has a 1 and 2D shapes, so I was going to go through that and actually like do the actual 2D implementations instead of the weird 3D jank that I was doing previously. I also want to like simplify it down because at the moment we need to, every time we add a shape, make sure that every other shape checks against that shape combination, and it's got this weird thing where like, because we do circles first, they have to check against everything, and then when we do squares we don't have to check against circles because we would have already got that in the first pass through. So there's a lot of weird stacking going on. So I want to like re-implement it with just the circles and then like try and implement it in a way that each shape can be stored in like a single buffer of like all the shapes, and then that points to like the equivalent of a function pointer pointing to like what function will be used to work out the SDF, and then like a pointer to like what distance thing to be used, like that kind of thing, so that we don't constantly check with distances that like aren't going to interfere. The idea being that like it's just too complicated to every time I add a shape I have to come up with like exactly how these shapes are going to combine everything. So I want it to be like you have like a single array that you iterate through just once, and then that will then look up everything it needs to know. So hopefully I can get that working. Hence all shapes maybe split into redirects. And I want to add spatial partitioning in the sense that like I want the CPU when we send the shapes over to work out what shapes can possibly ever touch each other, and like group them together in some way of like these shapes can have to check all these shapes, but like that's it, instead of having to every frame check every shape to see if it's even near enough to interact. It's like a way, unless a shape moves, that's not going to change between frames, so that data can be kept like between frames and you don't have to recalculate every time. So seems like a better way to get FPS would be to do this. I am curious if we can get a better metric of like the output, because I feel like the FPS is capped by something other than my shader, because I could like make my shader really bad and it would still get 400 FPS. So yeah. I've also gone back to using the Symlink version because I want to like, that's what I was doing before I started the stream, was just building it so that like I can like press F12 or something while in debug mode to reload the shader, and then use the built-in shader, because that seems like a much better way of me not accidentally forgetting to use the correct shader. Which I'm probably just gonna finish implementing that now. So we're like gonna be like fn reload shader, and this is just going to we get access to the asset server, I think. Asset server. So just where's asset server? And then I'm pretty sure all I have to do is probably want something up here. So like create const shader path, something like that, that, and then somewhere down here we need to correct it because we used that. But anyway, we're gonna go here. We're gonna asset server. I think we can just call dot load override. There's like a force load or something, right? Wait for asset. The hell? Okay. Watch for change. Oh, don't knock that over. I'm sure there's like a load acquire override. There would load acquire with settings. Does this actually return something? Same as load, but you can load an asset with an unapproved path if unapproved path mode is denied. What the? Okay. Okay. We're gonna go dot. I'm sure there is a way to be like load, add async, dependency load state, load override. Same as load, but you can load assets from an unapproved path. No, okay. How do I load with settings? get loaded status statement. Pre-register loader, right default. Get depend. There's definitely a way, I'm sure. Load acquire. Begins loading an asset of type T stored path while holding a guard item. The guard item will be dropped when either the asset is loaded or loading has failed. This function returns a strong handle when the asset is loaded and enter loading state loaded. If we add the guard item should notify the caller in its drop implementation. That's actually kind of cool, but not exactly what we want. How like force reload? Oh, there's actually a reload function. Kicks off a reload of an asset storing in value of the path. You can only reload the asset if it is currently loaded. Okay, just passing shader path. Okay, cool. We need key presses or something as well. So we need to be like input. Res, yep. No, did you imported something then? That's all bad. Res, button import and then key code, and then we say F5. Hit F5 reload. Can we also print line? Oh no, I get the info. Info reloading SDF shader. Okay, and then we reload asset from the given path. Okay. So we need to go up here, we need to go somewhere. Here there's the from world implementation. We are going to go custom paste is here. So this, instead of being this, is going to be shader. Yeah. Okay. So what are we doing? Reloading the loading shader. So that should mean that if I hit F2 I reload the shader. I actually need to actually make sure I add it, that would be. We should also rename it to reload shaders. This is called shader path. We should probably make it all 2D, 3D, but anyway. For now, it's called reload shaders, and we need to add that to the application at some point, somehow. I don't think we ever use any of that. That's why it's all pub. Okay. To crate. Okay. This whole thing needs a restructuring, but it's terrible. I probably should have done that in my free time, but I didn't. Anyway, so we go here, we go, can you, if app dot add systems to update, and then it's shader reload shaders, and we want to go only do this if debug assertions. Okay, so only in debug mode can you reload the shaders. Otherwise, because they're hard coded in otherwise. Alright, let's do that and let's see if it actually does anything. Because I'm 90% sure it won't detect changes in here and reload the asset, but if we hit F12, F5, it should reload it. So if we make a change in here and we say just you don't do this anymore, you just return 0. It should just make it like a constant color. Okay, yeah, so nothing happened, and then if we hit F5, there we go. So yeah, we didn't like that because it tried to reload it and it just didn't. But anyway, that proves that it reloads it, so that's good enough. And over here and F5 again. Okay, so it works at least. So I guess we just commit this to Git so we have like a working thing, and then we'll work from just like resetting, like just starting again with the SDF and work at exactly what data we need to pass and that kind of stuff. So kind of want to keep all the shapes and everything. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go start of frame 3, I guess. I don't care about naming shit. Push that. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is probably make an entirely new. So this is going to be SDF and this is going to be SDF underscore old. Right. Then we have to make a new SDF, new file. SDF 2D dot W. I want to say it's ESL, but I don't know if that'll actually load. And I want to know if the extension even works on this. But it says it does, but I don't actually know if it does. So our vertex takes in the GPU side vertex. Yeah, the ESL is not actually detecting the correct thing, which is annoying. I'll have to see if I can find that. Vertex output is clip position, collect information from the vertex shader to the fragment shader. Okay, yeah. Like so, information passed from vertex shader to fragment. And then finally we need to so this takes in vertices from somewhere. What have I bound all this stuff to? So you do that, and then I think the fragment shader is just going to return color, maybe. I think that should just give us our rainbow that we had at the beginning of the last stream. So we paste this in, so we have a constant vertices array, and then we go here, and we go paste fragment, and then this is going to return and vertex vertex out dot color. But I think that's a vec3, so we say vec4 comma 1. Okay, so that should mean that when we go here, we have to go to our actual library shader path. So this is the shader 2D, which uses the that. Okay, and I'm going to go pub create const. I mean, technically we should just rename shader path to shader 2D path, right? And then we're going to track down the errors that occur from that. So this is shader 2D path, shader 2D path. Right. So custom specialized render plus pathline customer phase. I don't know. Custom phase pipeline. Okay, holds a reference to our shader. This is okay. So our shader, our code. Okay, so I'm trying to rename everything so it's actually like proper. I'm gonna say 2D. Okay, whoop. Undo. Nope. Redo. Yeah. So it's custom phase pipeline. We're gonna go here. We go. Hey, this is actually the shader 2D. And this also needs to probably be behind the feature. Config feature equals core 2D. Right. And then so you need to be the same. So you need to probably be like core feature. Yeah. Reload shader path 2D, and then we need to go like let 2D shader 2D equals, and then we can go honestly it's like config feature core 2D. No, it's that, because then they conditionally compile that block, and we can say do that, and then configure so not core 2D, and then it's not shader. Yeah, don't load it. It's just shader path. I think that should resolve to okay. Fine. We'll just do it twice. So what you do is you conditionally compile that, and then you just say it's equal to this, like that, and then we say instead. Why do I always control X things? that. Right. So that loads that, and then we say, hey, you just, instead of doing it here, you say shade. Well, I guess it's core feature 2D. We say shader 2D. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hey, I got it. Whoop. It didn't fucking apply it. Didn't apply that, thank you. Alright, so fix that, but we also... annoying. So we need to somehow wrap... Well, first off, it's... it's going to be like all feature 2D, feature, and debug assertions. Do that one. Otherwise, we go config not debug assertions. Yeah. Okay. I think that should work. I really feel like the pipeline should be split off into 2D and 3D pipeline or some stuff like that. But I'm a bit lazy for that right now. So you do this, and you're saying you can't do this because. Right, which annoyingly means I need to make like this sim link's no longer working. So can I like reveal this in Explorer and fix it? I want to like rename you for one thing. So you're 2, and then first off, what? 2D. Oh wait, no, it's also not even named correctly. It's WESL 2D. Yes. Okay. But does the ESL actually point to said ESL? Well, apparently not, because it yelled at me, but it didn't. And delete this one, because I'm pretty sure that's the old, like that's just a copy here. So you don't point to the right place. Why do you not point to the right place? Can I please edit you? Compare to properties. Target. Apparently I can't change it. Target box not valid. Okay. But how do I change that? Okay. Okay, we have to go into command prompt again. Annoyingly, this is PowerShell, but anyway. So make link /d. No, it's not a directory link. I guess we could just point that would actually probably be a smart idea. Just point this shader directly to that shader directly. So we're pointing from target forest shaders. Is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works. Okay, make make link between yes, yeah, because I don't want this shader thing. So we're gonna make a link from and this is going to be SDF underscore 2D dot WESL. Okay. I hope the act can start doing it. No, mine cannot. Okay, I can fucking talk again. That's not much fun. There was just lots of screaming in the background, and anyway, I don't know why this analyzer is not actually doing anything. I think it's just hitting errors. Thread worker panicked at line index, fucking scroll invalid offset, request text document diagnostic failed. Server panicked, invalid offset. Like, but why? Document pull failed for text document shader WGSL. Server panicked, invalid offset. But why? But why? Okay. Query none, scheme, file, cannot be a base, false username, password, host, port, fragment, previous result ID sum, work done, progress param, work done, progress param, work done, token none. Why is it not working? Manage extension. Like, how do I restart you? Can I just like go to the release build maybe? Maybe it's just broken in the whatever the pre-release. Restart extension. Is that gonna work now? Like ESL just doesn't seem to work at all. But I'm wondering if that's because it's like it would, but it doesn't. Calling API config. Yeah, it's unrelated. Root scanning, loading, procking, running stuff. Is it going to detect it? I think I can just set the override thing. I don't remember how to do it. Like a new folder or something. How do I do this? Folder.vs code, and then like new file setting dot JSON. JSON. Is that right? Like this, and then we can do something like, I don't remember if I can think is VS code associate file extension with language. Okay, so it's a file associations. It's literally just called file associations. So we just paste this in, we go, hey, file associations, and then we just get rid of the examples that they gave. We go, hey, anything like wildcard.wesl is WGSL. Now, kind of feel like I want to comment that out because I want to see if the extension actually picks up on it. Because I'm sure there's an extension. Maybe it wasn't this extension. Maybe it was a different extension. It said it could do GSL, ESL, whichever one it is I'm trying to do. But that could have been an unrelated extension. So you're not detecting it all. You are, but like it's just not working. It's just throwing an error, I'm sure. No? I've got the fucking settings turned on. Whether to show inline hints for names of function parameters. Struct layout hints. Type hints. Inline hints true. So according to the extension page, that should be like rendering like the little indents that Rust does. Like this is this type. But it's not. Is it because I'm just in the wrong spot? Like, is this one of those, like, because I'm doing a symlink, it doesn't work? This one should work then? It doesn't appear to be working either. So what the hell is wrong with it? You're not throwing any errors at least, which is better than it was. Okay, so file icon theme is unknown. Okay, I feel like I can probably get rid of these because I don't actually use them. Bunch of file loading and checking and unused parentheses. I don't get it because it's not throwing an error, it's just not working. If I go to settings and said, hey, WESL is WGSL, that should at least give us syntax highlighting. Yeah, right. But it's still not like actually running the language server. Maybe it is. Maybe I just haven't turned it on. That would be really funny. It kind of makes sense if the fact that if the inline hints are something you have to turn on. So configuration in the language section in the VS Code settings, you can specify the following configuration of custom server path. Dot slash cargo slash bin slash yep. But the question is, do I need to do that? Runtime status. Okay. Anything with a slash followed by anything .wgsl. Okay. How do I do this? Is it control P? Yes, but no. When I go here, there was like a run command. Oh, control shift P. And we go wgsl. Analyze a debug command. Huh. Okay. I don't know what cancel flight check is. Status. Okay. Was it control shift P? GSL analyzer, memory usage, cancel. What the hell was this fucking join lines debug command? Is this debug? Status. That's what status. The answer is nothing. It doesn't have a status. Why is it not working? Maybe if I just restart code. Close. Then we go code. Because it's... Ooh. That's a bit weird. I wonder if that's related. Oh, it's probably updating, so as soon as I closed it, it was no longer there. I tried to get it before it re-updated. Okay. So Rust Analyzer is running. It's like it's doing its thing. Output, filter, tasks. See, the Rust Analyzer extension, the Rust Analyzer language server. So maybe the issue is that the language server is not running. But like, I don't get it. WESL. Why are you not working? Like you're enabled, version, size, like 8. Well, the question now is it actually running? Control Shift P, WGSL debug command. Okay, so the fact that you're not doing anything is interesting. Status, it's not got anything there either. Features, commands, programming languages. WA syntax tree, WG's grammar snippets. Interesting settings. Oh, that's just a to do. View contributors. Views. So, why activation by on command? What the fuck? Doesn't actually do anything. My question is do I actually have to go? See, because it's a WGSL and so I want to swap to the pre-release because I think that it's like doing even less without the pre-release. No, actually what the pre-release does, but configuration in the WGSL analyzer section in the VS Code settings, you can specify the following configuration options. Do I have to specify the following configuration options? Is that what's going wrong? Like, it doesn't like that. Oh, because it needs a comma. Okay. So WGSL analyzer. We have to restart the extension. Start server. Ooh, can't create connection to server. Okay, well that's interesting. So does that mean that I can install the with Clippy? Oh, no, a cargo install. What was the thing? WGSL dash ANAL ZER. Okay, so like, nope, not found. Okay. But how do I get it to work? Maybe I should just Google it. How to add WESL extension to VS Code. Okay, I don't get it. Extension view, yeah. Search for WSL. Okay. You have to get linked somewhere that I can go like, hey, get some problems. Compile hovers, but how do I? I think I spelt it wrong. Nope, doesn't like that. WGSL ANALYZER. Why is it not working? Maybe that's not how you install things with Cargo. I don't remember. How to install using Cargo. No, it's just called Cargo install. Alright, that's install. Install, yeah, it's all about the same. Okay. No. I reckons I can just do it. If you do Cargo add, it'll add it to your dependencies, but we're doing install because it should be installing it. WGSL language server VS Code. Why is this not working? For WGSL shader language server, it's backend. Okay. But like, please, please. Oh god, I need one of these that like one isn't like a million years old. Workspace overview, climate, installed JavaScript dependency. Oh god, no. Nope. Okay. Help. Okay. Ink analyzer. No. This is its own thing again. Analyze C++. Error analyzer? No. Okay. So, what did I search for? Dumb thing. Okay, no. They're all by the same person. WGSL. Okay. Did any of these fucking work? Okay. So apparently the WGSL language server is its own thing, which is even more confusing. And I'm pretty sure this is just syntax highlighting, which I don't care for. It's also GPU. Okay. Okay. Getting very confusing. Validation, syntax highlighting, and formatting for WGSL. Web GPU settling fast. If you implement okay. So syntax highlighting, code formatting, syntax validation, correctness validation, document outline, context aware autocomplete. It seems to think everything's in there. Info on hover, okay, isn't there apparently, and go to definitions isn't implemented, which this one claims that it has. Go to definitions. Nothing works. Wait, What? Oh no. Is this because I've got 2 running? Is that what's going wrong? Okay. Well, you see, I have you have you disabled? Have you can I disable you? Do you fix it? Like, is it that something else is causing issues? I mean, it could be that. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. So if we go back up to here, we say, hey, don't do this, and then restart. Okay, maybe that'll fix it, because maybe what was wrong is that it was probably like writing something, and then the other one was coming in and writing. No, language server using command. Right? Yeah. Okay, let's restart. Oh god, I'm kind of over this shit. Okay. Oh, okay. Enable check on save. Wait. Is that just not on by default? That's interesting. You're simply go away. So we're gonna be like WGSL analyzer. Okay, WGSL analyzer dot check save. No. Okay. So restart server and configuration change. Sure. True. What was the? Okay. So you can't just. Is there anything that's like under like enable? Enable. Oh. Lens. Wait, what? Code lens? I don't know what that means. I'm very, very confused. Okay, why are you not working? And can I just get this to work instead? I don't think you work very well. And then I don't know, this is a syntax highlighting apparently. But it's not even the right syntax highlighting. That's what makes it real confusing. Git lens, git history, what the hell is going on? Okay, well, I do wonder if maybe it's broken because I'm doing it in a web symlink, but then you'd think it would work here. So the answer is probably not symlink's fault. Okay, why the hell are you not working? And how do I get you to work? This really derailed the fucking. Right, well, you're working. The issue I see here is that you're not actually doing anything. Where was the thing that was like, hey, can you like type errors? Wait, what? I don't want to like turn everything on and see what it does. Like, do I need to do all this stuff? Like, if so, that's stupid because it should just be on by default. But anyway. Okay. So. Well, apparently these are unknown configuration settings. So that's even more confusing that they literally have these settings in their goddamn thing. Where's my one? I'm going to pick these. You go, hey, can we just like cut these? And then go back to the just the local shit and be like, yeah, paste these in. And go, okay. So first off, it's like it's in their official documentation and it's not a valid command. So that's even funnier. But can I like restart the language server? How do I do that? Nope. I don't know how to get to the like output. Oh, there's at least a language server now. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So this is user configuration. Signature info details full. Okay. Documentation enabled true. Okay. Workspace symbol search kind only types limit 100 scope workspace. Okay. So like it's actually got stuff. The language server isn't doing anything, but the analyzer is doing something. So why is the language server not doing it? Okay. Question becomes: is that because the language server is actually separate? Like, is this this? Okay. Inline hints. Yep. Type velocity. Yep. Okay. For further information, check the load rules. What? Okay. So is this its own thing? No, that's a link to the actual web page. Is a language server plugin? Okay, yep, that refers to the language server protocol. Okay. Where are the issues to link to those things? How the fuck do I get you to work? Okay, well, that's the annoying thing. Like, the language server is just not here. Hey, look, I have this again. No. You. Enable check on save. Is that what it's called? WGSL analyzer. Analyzer dot check. Oh. Can we burn it to the ground? Dot check. Nope. Can we just type the word check on check on save? The Rust analyzer has a check on save, but the WD burn it down. WD analyzer assets expression full default true. You expected a string. Okay. I'm not getting anywhere with this, and it's annoying me to no end. So does the other option mean what we do is we just say, it's just really not liking this at all. So let's go, hey, WGSL. This extension, we're going to turn it off. I'm going to turn the other one on and see if the other one actually does anything. So we disable this one. All right, restart the extension. So go back to here, no syntax highlighting. Now we go here and we go, hey, enable this one. Go back to here and go, hey, like you. Oh, okay. But we have syntax highlighting. At least to the function level, and that's about it. Okay. Well, debug console output tasks. Okay. Why are you still there? You're your own thing. Wait, why are you here? You're different. What? What the fuck? Okay. Ooh. Okay. Receive message which is neither a response nor a notification message. Public path. What? A response nor a notification message. Type start. Wait, what is this? What are you? And I suspect that you are a dependency. Wait, this is where I paste you. This is where I paste you. Something tells me that you are something I need. Oh, no, that's just you. Okay. So maybe we just, can we just like close and then open code again and be like, hello, please work this time. Okay. So something sent them the message start and it went no. You don't get to start apparently. The command start is invalid. Interesting. Interesting way to start that one. I mean, the syntax highlighting still works, which is the more confusing part. So it just means like there's no server, there's no analyzer WGSL. So this is syntax hiding. You don't care about it in JavaScript. Fucking. What is this WGSL extension? So you're saying that one, but for like features. Okay. On command. WGSL validate file. On language WGSL commands. Validate file. Validate file. Okay. Autocomplete. Validate on save. Validate on type. We could try enabling you. You just straight out don't work. So I don't know what's wrong with you. You only have 5,000 downloads, so you know what? You just get uninstalled. Restart the extension. Thank you. Okay. So do we still have us highlighting? Okay, we do. Does it do anything, or is it indexing something? But who's indexing something? That's Rust Analyzer. It's doing its thing. The output. Well, apparently we don't actually have anything open. So let's I don't know what you're doing. Save here, and we're like, hello, please, please, at least one of these. Okay. So. Wait, what? Okay, so real-time validation using cargo.wgsl. Now the question is, because it says I have to install cargo.wgsl. What the hell? Okay, so the thing is this is its own thing. But like it even, like at least this one tells me to install an additional thing to make it work. I suspect you might need this. But you don't say anything about it. Well, this one at least has 50,000 downloads. This one has 16,000 and it's just not working. Okay. Okay, wait. Requirements. This extension uses cargo to install the gloss glow binary if you don't already have it. For the, you can also choose to manually install. Okay. So again, this one. Okay. Shader validator. WGSO shader server for VS Code. This has 2,000 downloads. So syntax highlighting, diagnostics, go to, completion, hover, signature, inline hints, validation. Okay, Naga. I reckon this is whatever Naga is. To work out how we're supposed to get that, maybe. I don't know. I think you should do it. Built into, apparently like everything works fine with they all do syntax highlighting. Okay, because I think you said like there was, I'm sure in here somewhere there was like a bunch of settings about Naga. Now like how about like diagnostics Naga. Okay, diagnostics. Okay, WGS will support diagnostics for passing errors, optionally by default, yes, type errors and Naga reporting violation errors. Okay, you can also additionally enable diagnostics with Naga passing errors. Okay, but how do I how do I install Naga? What is this? How does this work? Why do I feel like I'm going crazy? Programming. It was fuck it. Placeholder. Wait, what? Term search full unit of work for down. I should probably open up and go. Okay, so warm up cache on project load. Okay. How many threads to handle primary caches? The default 0 means pick automatically. Fucking yes, but okay. But see, the issue is it has to contain something, which it technically doesn't. Is that what you're pitching at? Is it that technically it doesn't have a folder that then contains the folder? If this is what's required, I'm gonna be so fucking annoyed. Does it work now? It'd be really funny if it worked now. It doesn't, but that would have been really funny. Alright, I'll put you back in here, please. The other confusing thing is I've got it inside of shaders, asset shaders, which means that it's, I don't think it should be working. I'm actually surprised that works at all, to be honest. Okay, very confusing. Well, we at the very least got our syntax highlighting, but like why? Okay, wait. Disable this, restart extension. Enable this. Maybe we fixed it. I don't like that whatever it does, it procs the Rust analyzer to run again. Okay, configuration. In the section in the VS Code settings, you can specify the following configuration options. See, I don't want this. Server path, cargo bin. Okay, so that implies that first off, you can't find it, which is even more confusing. If I said cargo list, I don't know how. Like, list. Ooh, okay. How do I know what's installed? Be install. Check. Clean. Clippy config. Okay, what if I just go to that location? So just like local disk users. Yeah. We go like .cargo and we go as a bin. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of things here. There's W, WASM. So there's no WGSL. So how do I but how do I oh, there's a Rust analyzer. How do I get this WGSL analyzer? That's the question. Cargo install WGSL. Okay. Dash ANALYVR. Okay. So something's not working. Okay, good. Why do you not have the analyzer? Okay, let's close you, reopen code. You're like, please. It'd be nice if it just worked, but I know it's not going to. But at least doing it this way, I'm pretty sure I can be like output and be like task. Okay, so there's supposedly a language server running, but I don't actually know what it's doing. It doesn't seem to be doing anything, if you ask me. But anyway, that's a me problem apparently. Can I edit read-only editor? Yes, but okay. Are you doing anything? No. You're doing something. Expression adjustment hints. Hide outside of unsafe. Mode prefix enable never. Okay. Hey, wait, inline hints. Enable true. Type hints true. Parameter hints true. Structure layout hints false. Okay, wait. First up is diagnostics. Does it turn up again? Extension view. So are these just repeats of the same thing? These are just earlier in the day? 1 second. User configuration. Diagnostics. Type errors true. Naga parser error false. Naga validation errors true. Naga version preview Naga output. Error codes false. Disabled none. Enabled true. Experimental false syntax. Style lines warning as hint info. Naga passing false. Naga validation true. Okay. Custom inputs none. Pre-processing shader definitions none. Inlay hints. Compact. Okay. Show unlinked file notifications. Show requested file notifications. Show dependencies explorer. This is getting even more confusing. Show syntax tree false. Initialize stopped false. Okay, well, that kind of makes sense actually. Status. Click action, open logs. Okay, show status bar. Document selected, language WGSL, pattern, **WGSL. Okay, which implies that when I click here, oh look, there it is. And it's here too. Okay. So schema output. What? I don't get it. Okay. Server path. There's that issue. Server path null. Extra environment null. Trace servers off. Assistant. Call lawful arguments, limits, files, hover. So if I just do something wrong, like put a semicolon here, wait. So it's working, it's just not actually doing anything. Okay. I don't get why it's got all this inlay stuff and it's like not actually doing it though. Like if it'd be really funny if I actually just, can we say full? Maybe it just doesn't actually do anything. They seem to think that it does something on the extension. WGSL. SL. U. Okay. You seem to think that you should look like this. Type verbosity. Bar. I also don't know what like a ref32 is. Ref function F32 read write. Huh. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, so I don't know. Anyway, let's uninstall you. Well, I don't know, it's doing something. Can we just like, let's go back to work. No, no. Can we just get cargo row? There we go. Okay. So, empty screen. So what we need to do is pass in all of our triangles. So, no, not triangles, circles. So, because what I wanted to do is first off just like actually work like a proper fucking language thing. Here's the question. Let me go to definition. I'm curious if I can include stuff. Like can I go down here and be like new file, and then be like SDF underscore core.wgsl ESL, and like struct object, which is going to have a vec 3 f32 position. I mean, it can have a vec 3 color as well. F32 color like that. Okay, and then expected. Okay. How did expected function found identifier? Well, this doesn't start like that, so probably because I need to be like. That's also apparently not how you declare these, so that would also position, which is a vec 3 of 32. No. Yes, please correct color to being the right type as well, and then we're gonna go. I think you need to declare the location rightly. So location, built-in position, the clip space position of the vertex. Okay. Built-in position. No, wait. This is a struct and it's not doing anything. It's not being passed around. I don't know what your problem is. Do I need to? I don't think I have to give it an entry point. Why are you like this? Huh. But like, can I go up the top here and be like, include I don't know how this works. SDF underscore 2D dot ESL. Nope. Let's go track down some Bevy code. Go like here. Let's go Bevy. Let's just go to fog. Do we just it's import, okay, like that, and then we go, okay, so import, and I think we just give the name, and we just, yeah, is that it? Is this a thing we can do? I don't actually know. Do we don't declare a semicolon at the end? We just I think we have to actually import the specific thing we want though, so I think we'd be like dot shape. Right? Object. Not shape, object. Object. Like that. Right. I don't know why you're complaining. Expected. Does it need to be struct? Var let. But found identifier. Expected fn struct. But this does say struct. What the hell is your problem? You weird programming. Let's just rename it. Does this fix you? I don't think it will. WGSL. Oh, okay. Well, apparently that fixes you. Fuck it, I don't know. Broke me. Okay. So if I went like Control C and it's wrong. Right. You run. Did it compile? Path not found. Who's trying to load this path? And why are you trying to load this path? Apparently it's not in my thing, so we're gonna just look for WGSL. SDF WGSL. Okay, yeah. because your path name is actually underscore 2D. 2D. W, and it's WESL. Q. Alright, so let's go Control C and run this, and then I'm going to find out that this is not going to work. That'd be fun. That's probably what's going to happen. Knowing my luck. Error, failed to load asset shader slash. Wait, what? First off, I guess we have to move you. Assets, folder, shaders, and then we're going to move all this stuff into shaders. Like so. Because that's where you're found. And then we go, hello, you. I think we have to remake that symlink now, because you actually are in shaders. I don't know why I can't like rename. Do that. Okay. So now you're in shaders, and then you're called SDF 2D, and then we go okay, and then we go C, and we go run, and go. You can throw another error at me, saying error failed to load asset shaders SDF 2D.WESL shaders asset loader shader loader panicked. Okay. Why did you panic? Unhandled extension WESL. Okay, I thought Bevy could do ESL, so that's confusing. That was the whole point. Maybe it's not like ESL, it's not the extension. It would be really funny if that was the problem the whole time. It's not, because like, I called it GSL. It didn't quite work, but anyway. ESL. There it is. Do I have to enable this? Bevy continues to live life on the edge, splitting edge, the graphic technology today, through its WESL shaders. But how? Okay. I'm assuming this is just like a. Okay. For that reason, export is gated behind a cargo feature. Okay, which is disabled by default. Thank you. I don't know what it does, but okay, so that would be, well, you, and then you would be Bevy default features, and then say features, and then we say, does that then enable it for all subgrades? I wonder. I'd have to imagine it does, because that'd be really weird if it didn't. And it shouldn't make any difference to anything else. Come on, finish compiling. Way to build. I don't remember where my brain was going with this. So we've got an object. So then we want to say like up here, we want to go like, how do we do it? Well, first of all, we need the view. Well, we don't want that view. We're gonna go here and go, okay. So I guess the core is gonna have a rocked camera. So it's going to have a transition, which is maybe a vector, I guess. Because we could also then like do definitions and stuff like that. See, I don't get this. This annoys me to no end. It's like, I don't like it because it's, yeah, we don't want to put the rotation for now, but in future we will. But for now, let's not do that. So that's all the view was, wasn't it? It was just old. We had the display which had an offset and a size. And I don't know how the size actually worked. Somewhere we were using size. View.size times -1, no, -1/2 plus view.offset. Okay, I'm wondering if it work without that, but I feel like what's going to end up happening there is everything's going to get clipped. But we don't use view.size. No, we just scale it back to square, surely. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. This drives me insane, this does. What were we doing? Right, so for now, we just have the translation of the camera. That's it. It is the translation. So in here, we're going to go, hey, please bring in that, plus also bring in the camera, which I have no idea if this is correct, because I'm going to put semicolon in there. Expected FN object. No, go away. Well, first off, it's ESL, so fuck off. Oh no, I need it. Go away. Okay, wait. So you would let me bring in 1, but you won't let me bring in 2. So obviously I'm formatting something wrong. I think I have to go like... Right, so let's go back to the look at the Bevy code. So Bevy goes like, hey, you this ... define import path. Bevy PBR. Fog. Huh. SDF. So can I just like then import? Wait. Also, you don't want to bring in that. You want to bring in core object and core camera. What? What I find confusing is that this actually works. Like it doesn't complain, but it also doesn't work because it's not actually doing anything. You're just not working. You especially don't work, which is extra fun. So you like the Symlink version, okay. Okay. So you are panicking all over the fucker. WGSL panicked at error, position error, Bevy code. Prepare view upscaling pipeline, async compute task 0 panicked at Bevy render skr render pipeline cache.rs. Excuse me? I'm not using any of that, so I don't know why you're panicking. Or is that me? This is something I ran. Oh, this is kind of a run. Okay, you really don't like whatever I did. Okay, so async task panicked at pipeline cache, cold unwrap on an error value, parse error, invalid token, span, source, import object. Okay, so it doesn't like that we're trying to import those. Why does it panic on that? It's a better question. So I have to define import path, I guess, on something else. But what that implies, for one thing, is that I need to go like to my shader here, and I need to go, hey, I'm assuming wherever we load that shader, there's gonna be like a load definitions or something in lib. Somewhere in here, like load internal asset. There's something like load shader. I've definitely seen it before, where like when Bevy loads all its assets and stuff in. So mod, is it here? Okay, what is the actual crate? PBR, so imports, if defined, and this does all this stuff. Okay, so we need to go renderer. So that's weird. Why does the renderer not have a? Oh, because I'm in the. No, the renderer has the PBR. So use fog mesh morph light mesh. Is there a PBR? No, there's no PBR thing. There's a. Where's the PBR crate? Like the mesh bindings, mesh layout, fog, GPU preprocessor, light mesh, maybe mesh. Somewhere it does like a whole bunch of stuff where it adds like a plugin and then it defines all the plugin parts. Load shader library. So lib, I'm gonna go load shader library. Expected a semicolon. Okay. Well, first off, apparently this just doesn't exist. So where the hell is this coming from? Where are you importing that from? Is this like a macro? Oh. Lib. Bevy render screw. Okay. Load shader library does what exactly? Core memory forget handle. Handle create handle load embedded assets. Asset server provider path settings. Okay, and that's how you do it, right? Like so I think what that's saying is we have to load all the other shaders first. So what load shader library does is call load internal and then pass it the app. Is that the right phrasing for that? I don't know. This is the issue with macros, is because if you don't use macros the way the macro is intended to be used. So what are you doing? So you are saying, hey, embedded asset. Okay, so create macro, Bevy assets, embed asset, asset server provider, and then a path. Okay, and then it says load embedded asset, asset server provider, and then path. And then settings. Okay. And then I'm assuming that's what this is doing is asset server provider. See, but then you're the handle and then the path. Oh, this is load internal asset. Ah, okay. So we do something like embed asset. What does this do? Creates a new embedded asset by embedding the bytes of the given path into the current binary, registering these bytes as embedded asset source. This accepts the current app as the first parameter and a parameter to. Okay, so theoretically, actually, we don't want to do that. We want to just load internal assets. Load internal asset. And then you take in loads internal assets by embedding the strings. Okay, so you're just gonna do this. There you go. Yeah, but like, what do you actually do? Because surely this would just get unloaded as soon as you let it go. Okay, so we say app, and then we say, okay, so we need the first off, we need to go to here. We need to like grab another UUID off our list of UUIDs. I'm just gonna go hoop. And we go UID map. So this is going to be the SDF core shader. Like that, and then we go to somewhere lib. We go to, hey, where are you? And we're gonna go, hey, can we pop you down and go paste you in and then go your SDF underscore core underscore no yeah, So cool. I'm not likely to move that around, which means we go dot dot SDF core dot WGSL. Does that mean you have an ESL now? From, hey, look, there's an ESL now. Okay, that's because they didn't have the thing on before that they haven't. Okay, so insert. Okay, so first off, we don't want to point here. It's shader, core shader. Okay, so what is your problem? You can't find SDF core. You can't find dot assets SDF core dot WGSL. SDF core dot WGSL. Cannot find crates Bevy SDF assets. It's because it's assets slash shader. Okay. So that worked. Let's get rid of this so that we can have it break when we do release builds, work out what the hell's wrong. Okay, so we have to make sure that this loads before the other shader is loaded, which I don't actually know when we do. Init resource custom specialize custom phase pipeline. I think it's here. This is when we initialize the other one, so that means that that should maybe work. I don't know. And then maybe we have to define an export path. That's what Bevy does, I think. I assume that's what it's doing. I have no idea if this is what. Like if we go to mesh, that's math.wgsl, define import path, Bevy render math. So I feel like I need to do that, otherwise it's gonna crash like that. So we need to be like define. Okay. So let's go here, go to core and go define import path Bevy SDF core, like that. And then we can go Bevy SDF core. Right. So I think we do that and do that and then go camera and then try that maybe. So I assume this is loading first. Define import path. Okay. So poison arrow, it's just throwing a lot of poison arrows. So what are your resulting is declared? Okay, so you panicked at render pipeline result in error diagnostic invalid token span 0 to 1 import core object camera struct vertex. Right, so this is the actual shader, is what it's saying. It failed to pass this, and it's saying span 0 to 1. It failed to pass that. I don't like that. Now my concern here is that I don't think Bevy has any. First off, let's turn this to 16 because they may have changed something in the future release. No, okay. Define input path. So maybe I have to make it a GSL, because I don't think there are any ESLs. WESL. Like, are there actually any that I could use as an example? There are. Utilities.WESL. That doesn't actually use anything, but okay. WESL, and it's .rs, so that won't help. Custom material. Oh, so it's just import. Okay, so there's no hashes anymore. It's just. So I probably want to do that because it's still a WGSL, and then we just say import. There we go. Okay, so you don't like that, but that seems to be the new syntax. Nope, still doesn't like it. Hopefully it's more than span 0 to 1, because span 0 to 1 implies it's like the first character it hits it doesn't like. Okay, components shader SDF2D. Okay, so span 82 to 88, but it won't tell me what 82 to 88 is. But okay, result unwrap diagnostics parse error unexpected token struct expected semicolon. Almost certainly there. I don't like that it crashes. I wish I could make it not crash. Hey, we got to the shader. Oh, look at that. Okay, 1000 FPS. I don't know what's limiting my FPS. It would be nice to. Anyway. Okay. That's good. That's good to know. It's good to know. First off, I don't think this is working properly because this should be rendering a big fuck off square, right? Can we return? Can we just return all ones? It should just render white then, but I don't think it's actually rendering properly. So yeah, it's not actually rendering my thing at all. Probably didn't render properly. So okay. In device creation, type 5 is invalid. I think that's this though, right? Failed to create shader module, validation error caused by in device create shader module, shader value error type single quote. We have to F5 to reload shaders, don't we? Okay. So what do you mean? Abstract types may only appear in construct. Type is invalid. What is invalid though? Where do I have a type that is just a char? Well, it's not even a char. It's literally an empty string. The type empty is invalid. Hello? What do you mean? When is it because something in here? No. Okay, type 5. In device create shade module. Excuse me, but like, right? Well, apparently we're not learning ESL because it does not want to play nice. WGSL. So I think we have to go back to going hashtag import. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't. I'm gonna close this. We're gonna go search for WESL that, and we're gonna go hey. I'm gonna leave them all there. That can stay. It's you and you that need to be done. Yeah, that can stay. You need to become GSL. Okay. Let's do that, and that should then go back to rendering our thing, and we can then not crash, I guess. I'm assuming it doesn't crash if you pass in like incorrectly formatted shader shit. Hey, okay, so now it's still not rendering properly. Okay, so path. Because I didn't rename the actual. No, oh, it's you. You need to be renamed to GSL. Oh, you need to also point to GSL. So first off, we have to delete you. We need to. The fuck. We need to. No, not that one. Oh no. I can't delete it because every time I click it, it fucking redirects me and says it doesn't exist. Okay. So you're here. I'm gonna go to. I think it's you, assets, shaders, this one. Delete that one. Now go back to our command line thing, pop that back up, change this to a GSL, and you are also a GSL. Okay, so that should make our link, and then we can go here and we can go, hey, can we restart you so you actually point to the right location? Maybe, I don't know. Hey, okay, we have a white thing. Why are you white? I thought I gave you colors. Oh, because I'm just returning white. But at least now it's actually rendering something, which is good. So you don't return white, you return vertex output.color, comma 1. Like that. Oh, we have to F5 you to reload it. No, F5 you to reload it. F5. Hey, okay. We did it. Now we actually get the color out. Right. Okay, so we were like really kind of working backwards here. So. I mean, in core, you probably want to go to like, group 0, right? You go camera. I guess, yeah, binding 0, 0 is our camera, which is probably good. So we probably want to import our camera, right? I don't think we actually want to necessarily import the camera struct. So I guess next what we want to do is actually see if the camera is moving. So to do that, we want to be like actually output vertex output dot clip position dot x comma x y, like that maybe. F5 to reload. It doesn't like that because like that, and then we hey, okay, so it's all white because I think we're just outputting 0 the entire time. The clip position should be between -1 and 1. Why is it always outputting 1? Divide by 10. Divide by 1000. I'm assuming clip position is in divide by 10,000. Right, we have to actually reload. Okay, so clip position is probably in screen space, is in pixels, not. Maybe. Well, no, because it's not changing the value. So, like, the fact that I'm full sizing it and it's not like staying the same rectangle means it's not in pixels. It's just really big. Divide by 100. Okay. So plus 50. No. Okay. It's going to F5. Okay, so it's the other way around. It's probably like we actually want plus 50, and then divide by 100, which is equivalent of adding a half. So just add a half. Why are you making this more complicated? Add a half. Add 0.5. Yeah, F5 that. Interestingly, that's making it brighter. Wait, subtract. Wow. No, add a half. We just want to divide by like 1,000 and add a half, maybe. Yeah. I don't understand what clip space is then. WGSL clip position. The clip space positioning. Okay. Can you don't take. Okay, so position, shader vertex. So clipping. The GPU uses the clip space coordinates to determine which part of a primary primitive tray are within the view frustum and should be rendered. Primitives, oh, so the clip discarded. Okay, the standard clipping volume is defined by W is greater than 0, and typically negative W is less than or equal to X. W is less than or equal to W. Okay. And X is less than or equal to W. W and Z, but it depends on the depth range. Okay. In fragment shader, shaded position represents the pixel coordinates of the current fragment in the frame buffer space. This is a vec4 where X, Y are the coordinates and the pixel coordinates of the screen, e.g. 0 to width and 0 to height, and Z and W represent a relative relate to depth information. This is just distinct from the clip space position outside of the vertex shader. This is distinct from, okay, so you output clip space, but this is not clip space. Okay. That's so stupid. All right, and do this. So what that means is we need to pass into the, so first off, we should probably like name things a little bit better. So this isn't camera, this is view. All right, so our view has a translation and as a width and a height, which apparently are going to be vectors, 32s, which I don't know how I feel about that one. That feels like a bit of a waste of space, but anyway, we're going to go here, we're going to say here view, and then down here we're going to put out our no, I kind of want my view. It makes, this is going to be side navigate, view, and then we're going to say size, and this is F32. Okay, and then we're going to come here, we're going to say, hey, clip, you're going to take the position divided by view dot size. Sadly, the AI is so much more help because the AI can read more than one file, but and we're also going to get rid of this one because this one just makes everything like a washed out white instead of a, okay, that's gradient. So next we need to actually fill our view, which is bind group 0, binding 0. Okay, so to do this I gotta remember how to set this shit up. So we're going to go to shader, and we're going to say, hey, okay, so custom phase pipeline has our core layout bind group. Okay, cool. Well, no, there's a layout bind group. We need to find out where we actually bind this. So you used a handful of places. Custom phase pipeline. Okay, so wait, we define this layout, and this layout you're going to create bind group layout. So bind group, and then it's single, and shader is fragment, and display data, which has an offset and a size. Right, so we're going to go back to you, and we're going to say actually display data here is actually, it's a vec3, and it's going to be a we should probably F2 that translation, because we're going to have to pass that in. I think maybe, I don't know. It didn't like that. Translation cannot rename non-local definitions. This is a local definition. It very much is a local definition. Watch me rename it and then I'd be really annoyed because a whole bunch of places are going to break. Okay, so we pass in that, and then that turns into a view. Okay, so then we're going to go down here somewhere, update camera position. And so update camera position says translation. Okay. Can I not okay, so we need to like not translation, and then this is the same translation. Yeah, okay, cool. And then we just apparently have to t.z. I don't know how to flip the y. Maybe I should just make it use the correct y. My annoyance with that is that up is down and down is up. Okay, so that should pass the correct information to the shader at least, and then we can divide by view, and we should end up with a screen space that looks correct. I don't know. So the more this way we go, the more red we get. The more this way we go, the more green we get, which means that this is 1, 1, and this is 0, 0, right? Because they get more yellow as the two of them combine. This is black. Okay. So if I then move the camera, wait, so we want clip position plus view dot, no, plus view dot translation dot xy. So do that, and that, and then that, and go, okay. So then if I F5 this, okay, as I move around with the arrow keys, okay, so if I press left, it moves left. This feels right. Pressing up moves up, pressing down moves down. Okay, this feels right. Okay, so let's commit this to Git because it works. So please I need a cry face. Okay. Got basic move. Okay. Good. Okay. So we have our very basic camera movement working. So next is we need like a vector of objects, right? And I guess for now we'll just render the objects as a circle of a constant size, and all objects are going to go into the same vector. So again, I feel like in core is where we put this. So this would be I feel like it shouldn't go in bind group. Okay, it should go in bind group 0 because, again, anything in core is going in 0, because then when we add 2D, we'll put that in group 2, and when we add 3D, we'll put that in group 3. So we're going to say binding, and in binding 1, it's not a var, it's a, what is it? Is it storage? Read. Okay, so it's an object array, object, like that. I think that's how that works. I can't give it a constant size, but I can give an array object. Right. So then each object contains a position and a color. Right. And then we're going to have a different thing and a type, I guess, which can you do enums in WGSL enum? Does not directly support user-defined enum types in the same way like languages in C. Rust do, the specification defines a set of pre-declared types and their enumerants, which are used to built-in functionality in the API. So, alias shape equals okay. This approach allows developers to achieve similar functionalities by using name constants, importing code, improving tools like WG bind gen can further enhance this by generating type-safe Rust bindings from WGSL shaders, allowing for more robust enum-like behavior in the application code that interacts with the shader. Okay, so what it's saying is I literally just have to write my own, which is terrifying. Okay, okay, so terrifying. And I'm going to say like type. I'm going to hope that type's not reserved. Type, which is going to be a U32. Okay, so I hope you're not going to yell at me. And I've modified the core thing, so here, okay, and then so we have to somehow extract object data. My thing is like I'd rather store all the data as well, just packed tight, and then have like a start and end and then point to that specific data, because then you could not upload everything. Like if a bunch of circles will share the same piece of data, like they're all the same radius, you could all point them to the same thing on and cut down on memory use, because you're just like literally pointing into where in the buffer. But I guess then it's the same shape, aren't they? Okay, so we're gonna say object, and then its object is type, and then we also want an index, which is a U32. You do that, and that's the same thing. I still feel like it'd be better to do something else, but maybe we could also pack that into the same. So we have like type index. All right, and we're gonna write a comment because I'm never gonna remember that. So we're gonna say that first byte is the type, the shape type. The rest is the index into the. No, the rest is the index. It's the index into that shape data. Okay. Shapes are buffer. Right. So this is going to be not first, most significant. Most significant byte. Right. The reason we use most significant byte is then we can go, we could declare a const circle like this. Circle. Right. And then we say that this is U32 equals 0. And then rectangle doesn't equal 1, it equals shifted. That's most significant bit. No, we want to shift it. Why can't I read it? 32 divided by, no, 32 minus 8. Oh, 32 minus 8. That's not how you type. 32 minus 8. Okay, 24. So we shifted 24 bits. 24. Okay. So what this in theory should be doing, right, is it, so circle is just 0. So if the most significant byte is 0, then we are a circle. If the most significant byte is equals 1, we're a rectangle. And the idea is that I can mask the most significant byte. So we're going to say const shape type mask, which is ff. Right. So the idea is if we mask something with ff like this, it will make sure that's the right number of zeros. Yeah, so it'll extract basically this number out, and we can compare and match on that, which is still going to be not much fun, but it means that we can like zip through the list and use like much less logic, I guess. All right, so we need an array of objects which have all their positions and their colors, and then type index, and I would say an array of other things that they can interact with, but I feel like that would be a really bad idea. I think yeah, I want to pack like a bunch of shapes into the same like data structure, but it's gonna be a bit weird. Okay, we have the object array, and then we go here. Okay, so we go in our 2D. We're gonna here. I'm gonna go. Okay, so I feel like I should name this something else because I kind of want to know like like new file, and it's going to be like SDF circle.wgsl. Okay, and then you're going to define a circle import. Define import path. Bevy SDF shape. Now, my question is, can I have multiple things with the same import path? Because it would be nice if I could say shape and then go struct circle like this, right? And then radius, which is an F32, and then that's it. It's just that's the information that a circle has, is its radius. And then in here we're gonna go, hey, can you import import shape circle, something like that. And then because you're the thing, we're gonna have a oh, actually, so then we could also bind each shape to the const shape buffer, because that means that we can have a circle, rectangle, which actually should probably put that in 2D then, not core. Yeah, okay. So the shape type mask stays here, but the actual shape, I feel like I'm just going to end up declaring a whole bunch of stuff all the time. So like the 2D then goes here, and we say it's circle. But I feel like then circle would need to go into here. Like circle should be in here. Because then we want to go group. So this is 2D. So group 2. At group 2. It's like right. It's at group 2. At binding var storage. Read. Right, then we have circle, and we say array, circle. Right, So we have a array of circles, and we're not doing rectangles. We're keeping it simple. So we have to bring in shape circle and interesting. How do I make this so that I can index into a specific thing? Because what I want to do is I want to be able to use this, like, circle is 0. So I guess this would, like, we need it to be like circle okay, and then rectangle would be 1, and then when we like, and then we go to circle, and then technically would be like const circle mask, which is equals, right, which is why we need to declare circle in here, because if we want to I would like a const fur, please, but that's not a thing, is it? Const get mask shape mask, which then shape type, and then it is that a thing? I don't know. We'll never know. Well, we will, because we'll compile it. But anyway, that would be nice if I could. If that's like a thing that I can do. So circles have a constant. They have a radius. Then we go to here and we go, hey, use the circle function. So fn signed distance circle, right, which takes in a point and a vec2 f32 this, and a id, which is a u32, and this returns in f32, right. Huh. That seems right to me. Okay, so that means we want to first of all, we need to compile and see if this is actually no, we have to actually pass data in. Make sure we pass data in. Okay, so somewhere in this horrendous crapshoot though. Okay, custom phase pipeline, you have the bind group core, and core binds like one thing. Stop opening the bind group itself. I need to actually find out where I declare the bind group, which is annoying. Okay, so you're no longer a single. I don't fucking know how this shit works. Uniform. So you became something like a sequential. So then we said uniform display buffer, and then storage buffer read only objects, right, which has a dynamic offset. I don't know what this has dynamic offset for. Expected 2 arguments. Storage read only buffer, right. But that's because you're like a reference to an array, something like this, I think is what you're looking for, maybe. So you're saying that I can't do that. I do this. It's not satisfied the trait bound. We worked out how to do this earlier. I need to go make object data. Annoying, because we need to go here. You know, fucking struct object data, which is a vector of objects. No, your type, your storage buffer read only, and your what buffer, maybe. Where did I pull that something buffer from? How? I'm pulling these types out my ass and I don't know where they're coming from. Uniform buffer size. Texture. Storage Is there something called vec? Oh, that's the only thing. Okay, so it must be a storage buffer read only. Right. So you'll see something about that this isn't doing something. So you want something bind group layout entry. You don't like this because sequence wants something that implements into bind group layout builder array, which for some reason that doesn't, despite, okay. Oh, fuck you. We're just going to say .build. Your binding 0. And, yep, and then we're going to just clear it up here, like let default visibility is fragment, and then, yeah, cool. Alright, then this whole thing can fuck right off back to here. Then we just put this bit back and we go, okay. Alright, sure. Alright, so I want to say that you're actually a vec of object data. But the only way to really know for sure is to go, where the hell? It's in like shape, and then there's like shape in a mod of shape. There's like 2D shape buffer, which at some point the 2D shape buffer declares its thing on shape buffer. Apparently not. Some point I declare a 2D get layout. There it is. I declare get layout. Yeah, get layout. Default fragment shapes editor shape.layout. You return a vector. But what is the layout? Shape.layout. And your layout is a storage buffer of circle data. Okay, so just being a storage buffer means that okay. So then your object data, and then I don't know where this type is going to go, but you contain position or offset, which is a vec3, and a color, which is also a vec3, and then a right, and a shape underscore type, which is a interesting. So you become a U32, right? But you see, you have to be U32 because this is the actual data that goes onto the shader, which is because we have to now derive something like shader type, derive shader type like that. And then annoyingly, when we send this data across, we need to actually extract the shape type. Okay. Right. So to extract the shape data. Interesting. Confusingly, I think I'm gonna make it so that you can this seems really silly, but we're going to impl extract component for object data, right? And we're going to go, okay, so type, so out is object data, and then that means that you need to be a component, okay. Oh, actually, you don't need an offset then? No, that's wrong. So we're going to say struct object, right? And then no, that doesn't make sense either, because we don't need this until we put it into the shader. So I also don't think we need that either. I was going to say that we could have each bit set so you could have some object be the same thing, but in reality we actually don't need this at all, and somehow it's possible to make the same object multiple shapes, but that'll be fine. So instead, shape data only exists to extract shape data. So Query custom phase item. Render world. Okay, a render world system that inquires the entities with custom into the opaque render phase for each view. So this, I think, is actually, this is what renders the world. Okay. Okay. Specialized render pipeline. So, how do I get this data into my buffer? Is the next question. So somewhere I save this thing. 0 typed. Interestingly, I could probably. No, objects has to be a buffer. It can't be a uniform. So zeroable custom phase item buffers. Yeah. Indices. I don't think I actually use vertices or indices. Core bind group optional. Okay, so you. Okay, so we're gonna say that you are objects, which is a storage. No, it's a vec buffer. Vec. What's it? A buffer vec. Buffer vec. Okay, so you're a buffer vec of object data, right? Like that. Right. Somewhere. This is add phase. It's not you. Okay, so write buffers. We need to make sure that if buffers is changed, buffer bypass change detection, write buffer. Okay, buffer.display write buffer. We also need to be buffer.objects.write buffer. So this should definitely be its own thing, because otherwise we're going to be writing. Yeah. Okay, so let's make this its own thing, because so we need to be like, it's getting really hub struct object data buffer, right, which then is just a buffer vector, right? Paste that like that, okay, and then we go something like import from world or object data buffer fn from world. Okay, let render device buffer storage buffer reserve, pass in the render device, and then we self buffer. I don't remember why we reserve one space. I think it's because it crashed if we didn't. It's never read. Okay, yeah, cool. So then we're gonna go down here and we're gonna say, hey, write buffers. This needs to do the same thing. We need to go objects, which is then a res object data buffer, like that. Then we say if objects dot is changed, bypass change detection. No, we just say buffers dot zero dot write. No, objects dot zero. Objects dot zero dot write. Wait, what? Objects is unknown. Objects is unknown. Objects is not a resource. Okay. Annoying. Okay, derive resource. This is getting really horrible and clustered, and look, need to rewrite all of this stuff. Okay, so bypass change detection. No method bypass change detection because it's res mute. It means you need to be mutable. Mute. I don't know why I've got access to the pipeline here. I'm doing something with the pipeline. Buffer write match buffer dot binding. Binding create shape buffer dot shape group equals okay. Oh, I think this is because we can't bind. We don't bind the shape group until later. Maybe that's how I stopped it from needing to be reserved. Dot zero dot write buffer Bison cube, which then we also need to borrow like that. Okay, so that should then pass our objects to our thing, and then we have to go to wherever our plugin is, and I think it's here. Okay, yeah. There we go. Okay, init resource, and this is going to be object data buffer, which apparently I completely spelled wrong. And then we go, can we, first off, did I really misspell it as Buffett? That's kind of funny. Yeah, like buffer. Thank you. So then the library and it's this resource and this resource. Okay. So now we just need to actually make sure that that's up to date. Now, annoyingly, how do we keep that up to date? So what we need to do is have like a pub clear underscore object data, right? And this is going to be a like a we need like a struct clear object data. I'm just doing this as quick as I can because I've got an idea of how I want to do this, and then I'm just going to make it real quick. So event, because I feel like trying to implement this in a good way is going to be terrible. Okay, so clear object data is going to be a mute. Well, it's just event reader. Event reader. Where's the event reader? Like this, and then the event is yes, yes, and then if event dot is empty, not is empty. Does is empty actually just call read? Oh, okay. I'm hoping this consumes them. But anyway, opposite cleared. Okay. Right. I should probably put that as a trace, but anyway. You're only public to the crate, please. Okay. Yeah, all this stuff's just really terribly placed all over the place. It's weird. Okay. We need to add a system. So add the app.add underscore system. And it needs to be in the render world because that resource exists in the render world. Okay. Yep. Add system. Okay. So I still don't know what all the render systems are because this is called render. So render app dot add system. It's not render, I'm sure. The main render schedule, but yeah, what's the pre-update render schedule? So let's see if we can find like a schedule label. There's 3 of them apparently. So there's well, there's just the import of schedule label. There's that schedule label and then the extract schedule. Okay, so that's it. There's render or extract. Okay, and there's the base schedule. Set up the base schedule for the rendering schedule. This defines in this. Yeah, the sets defined in this enum are configured to run in order. Okay, so extract command, prepare meshes, manage views. So I think we're going to put in prepare meshes because that makes sense. Maybe, I don't know. Renderer, cleanup, post cleanup. Maybe it's prepare. Extract commands, prepare assets. Okay, prepare assets, prepare meshes. I'm confused. Why is this being schedule? Why is this done twice? Like, why is prepare meshes? So it's extract, prepare assets, prepare meshes. Why not just? Why is this not all just one set? Why are there like 4 different sets that all do the same thing? Anyway, inset prepare. This one, okay, this one makes sense to be separate because this is like prepare resources. Okay. Collect phase buffers after prepare resources, run. Okay, so we need to prepare resources. The prepare resources is where we're going to put it. Okay, so this is render. It's going to render. Can I say, it was shader clear object data, and this is dot inset render set. Okay, prepare resources, and then clear. Apparently you're private. Okay, we'll just make you public, and then we have to make this public as well. The idea is that anything that needs to be mutable. Wait, what? This is my concern. We don't use it mutably, which means it may not consume the events, and that may clear it 2 frames in a row. Anytime it changes it, it will clear it twice. But yeah, no, we don't want to isEmpty it, because I'm assuming isEmpty doesn't consume it. That's the problem. So we're going to say not if events dot read, because read should consume it, dot last dot is sum, then clear it. So if there's any events whatsoever, clear it, but like only once per frame. Okay, so clear objects. So that should clear out all the objects. Then next we want to go, hey, like when update square data. So circle. The only thing we're doing at the moment is circle. So we're going to say we need a pub create fn up add circles to buffer. Now the issue is we only want this to run in the state that we've cleared the buffer, because we don't want it to run. We want it to run if something's changed. See, I want each shape to be able to say, hey, clear the buffer, and then when it's cleared, I want each shape to then be able to, like, each thing to add each shape. So add circles to buffer. I guess we only want to run. I don't know how to trigger it so that a schedule specifically runs. I guess we could actually do a schedule. Like, how do you only run a group? I could do a resource, but that seems really dumb. This is getting dumb. Shape set. This is all because I don't actually know what I'm doing. So this is a derive system set, and then just do this. So it needs to be hash. It needs to be doesn't implement debug. Okay, debug. I'm assuming this be clone and copy. And we go. Okay. You know what else do you need? Equals. So you need equal par equal that. Okay. Okay. So in our set we have clear. Right. So we can add a clear object. We can add a I don't think I can do update, because I'm pretty sure you can only push to the vector. You can't, which actually doesn't make sense, because surely the buffer vec would let you. Yeah. Anyway. So I guess we need to do like update, and that's all for now. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we could probably get away with doing this slightly differently, but I don't actually know. But anyway. we're gonna go something along the lines of actually, I think you should just be upper layer. Okay, so it's going to put you here, so they're easier to access, I guess. In system set. Okay, so in here we're going to say render app dot configure sets. Configure sets. Okay, so the schedule is render, and we're going to say that the shape set. So we need to do them like this. We need to go here. We need to go, hey, shape set. Clear. Then shape set. Update. And then we go chain. And then run. Do we chain them? Then inset. Render set. I guess it was prepare resource, wasn't it? Clear object data is in prepare. Yeah, okay. And then you are inset shape set clear. Okay, no, you're not in shape set update, please. Okay. Maybe we should call it shape data set. I don't know. Alright, so we run clear, then we call update, and then we chain them so it goes clear, then it goes update. These are in set prepare resource, and then we need to also have like a run if condition. Right, which is where we check our event. So run if, and then we go event we go here, we go clear object data, so we can get rid of this bit, and we go like this, mute event reader, clear object data, and then we go events dot read dot last dot is sum. Okay, so if there's a clear object data event, run the shape set, which will clear it and then it'll update it. And then I guess in theory we could maybe is that how that works? I don't know if that's configured correctly. We can find out. So what I kind of want to do then, I guess, is go you when we add this clear object thing, we add you to the set, which means you should just always run. And then we should be printing, we print the line clear object buffer. Like that. So then we also want to go running update. Right. So then we go to your mute. It's literally all this is going to do is print info running. No, it's not going to print running. It's just going to say updating all shape data. Right, and this is just going to be a system that we stick in here, and we say, hey, so we configure this set. We add you to the set clean, and we say render app dot add systems. This needs to all be split different things. It'll get very, very annoying. Run update, run. Yep. So the idea being that this will tell me if this event is being fired, and if it's not, then it's fine. Okay. So, okay. So clear, and then add circles to buffer is going to do nothing except info. Oh yeah, that's warn. Add circles to buffer is not implemented yet. Okay. You should probably grab the new buffer, which is not the shape 2D buffer, it was the object buffer. Object starter buffer. And then this is objects. Objects. Okay. Add circles to buffer, and you just grab that for now. So let's run this and see if it actually does what I think it does. I don't think anything calls the clear event, which should mean that I shouldn't ever see it come up, that those systems are running. I didn't like that. Something's not defined correctly. Handle error, fatal, validation error. Okay, so you're saying number of bind groups in bind group descriptor 1 does not match number of bind groups in the layout. Okay, that's because in here, you're binding, this is number of descriptors, SDF data. Data must define more than 0. Okay, should I describe 1? Okay. So I've got to go, it's probably the shapes that's defining its layout wrong, because that wouldn't be the right number of things. Binding the bind group is 2. So somewhere I'm just defining the bind group wrong. Okay, so it's not going to be in there. It's going to here. No, it's in shader. Somewhere I pass the specialized render pipeline. Somewhere I describe your bind group, which is core layout and then shape layout, right? And then your custom phase pipeline, create bind group layout. So you bind display and then object data, and it's saying that the number of bindings in bind group descriptor is 1, does not match the number of bind groups defined in the bind group layout. Okay, so something's, when I'm setting the bind group, I'm setting it wrong. So that's when the shader starts. Specialized pipeline is in specialize. No, it's not gonna be in there. That's setting up the actual bind group. So it's in display object render command. It's here. Render. Okay, so in our render command, we say set bind group 0 to custom phase item core bind group. Okay, so this core bind group, when do we set that? So set bind group 0 to custom item phase core bind group. Okay, so you, which is you, which is you, which is you, which is you, custom phase item. So your core bind group, where do we actually set core bind group? Were you there? It's somewhere down here. No. Is it in specialized that we do it then? Maybe it is. No, it's in custom phase bind group. Okay, here. Okay, bind group entry, which is display.binding. Okay, so that's why we set it to 1 and we create, is because if we don't set it to 1 and create. So you have that, and then we want another bind group entry, which is at binding 1. Binding is 1, and we need access. Okay, so display. So uniform buffer, custom phase item buffer. Okay. So this here. Alright, how are we even setting the render? Your uniform buffer. Oh, because I think the uniform buffer requires it to be nullable, maybe, is what's happening. Maybe. Anyway, we need your resource. So maybe we should do this bind group after the fact too. No, we just need to pull it out of the thing. Wait, do I need this to be mutable? No, it just calls self unwrapped. Okay, so it doesn't need to be mutable, which means we can say that we can let objects equal world dot resource, and the resource is the object buffer. And we go like, can we just be like .0 dot binding dot unwrap? Does that actually return me a resource? Binding resource? Okay, and then we can say what do I call object? Like that, maybe? Does it live long enough? It does. Okay, so that should fix our binding issue, because what we weren't like assigning the correct thing to the bind group. I think my chat's broken. I'm gonna refresh this thing, and hopefully I haven't been missing messages, because like, yeah, okay. I was missing messages. I don't know why my chat was broken. It disconnected, but I saw like in my analytics as a new member, and I was like, surely that would show up in the chat. So thank you to, I assume that it's just Rustin and a Chinese character, but thank you for becoming a member. That is awesome. You're my first channel member ever. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and I hope you're still here, and that I didn't miss you by like a long shot, because it didn't fucking tell me that you were here. Anyway, so okay, right. We can't just call it, or we can. We just gotta go. When we stick this in, we gotta make sure we stick it in the right order. We gotta go, hey, you make the object buffer first, because then we use the object buffer in the other two. So, okay. Which is annoying. We gotta make sure we do everything in the correct order. And it crashed, but somewhere else. So that's a good sign. You made it somewhere else. Now, where did you crash? Command Q has unapproved command dropping. Okay, no, that's didn't happen there. So event reader clear, event failed, no event initialized. Okay, so this is a very silly goose kind of thing. That means I think it's here. Okay, so maybe we just need to have something else that fires. I don't know how I can. We could just make it a resource. That seems like just a smarter thing to do. So because I'm pretty sure the way that works is we could just say instead of it being a clear event, where was that? It was like in here. We like, so clear object data, and then we just say this is actually a resource like that, and then that works like that, and then we say instead of event reader, we just say run if resource exists, and then we just say type is clear object data. So if that resource exists, we do that, and then one of the things we need to do is make sure that this is why this shit all needs to have its own like we need to be making better plugins. I'm doing a terrible job of making plugins. Shader. I'm assuming clear. This is dumb. Clear flag. Okay. So the way that that's going to work, which again, this is all should be its own shader and clear flag, which is going to take in mute commands, and then we say commands dot remove resource. Yeah. Okay. So the way I think that works, I'm not 100%, is that you need to be public. It's just pretty dumb. The way I think this works, if I remember correctly, is that the condition is checked for the group, like here. So we go, hey, these two run this one and that one in a chain when we're in the set resource, and we only run it if the resource exists. So which means that we get here, and then in clear we remove this flag but we still run update because it still happened. We don't have to make sure it happens last. You know, like it's not the last thing to happen is to clear the update. So because it's no longer an event, it's a resource. We can pull some witchcraft and be like, it should be working now. And it should just never print that it's doing it because we're never setting the flag. Okay. Now my texture should be rendering something, but it's not. Why is it not rendering anything? Generated noise map. That's unrelated. That's concerning. Why are you not rendering anything? You're rendering it thousands of FPS, but you're not actually rendering anything to the screen. Now, why are you not actually rendering anything to the screen? It concerns me that you're not rendering it to the screen. You should be returning the clip position. So if I move, does it render anything? No. If I F5, does it? No. If I tell you just to return the color white vec, or what did I break? So, for some reason, you're never getting reached, which concerns me. Okay, so somehow we're not getting into the shade of the issues. It's not actually throwing an error, which I dislike. Why are you never throwing an error? And where the hell are we getting stuck? Is it clear objects, clear flags? Maybe it's because we're never... No, that shouldn't. Okay, so circle. No. So nothing in there. What did I change? That's a better question. So that's in the shader. That shouldn't matter. That's in the shader. That shouldn't matter. That's... I think, again, this is in the shader. It shouldn't matter. The fact that it was crashing is what's confusing me. It's like, okay. So we insert the resource in a different order. We add the set. Okay. So we changed you, which is you're just a configuration. Okay, we added a system to run the update. We added a system to run the clear and clear the flag. And then it both in the set, and then the circle does the circle, and then the shader. Now the shader is the most likely place that I broke something. That's the object buffer. We pass in the new bind group, and we default visibility is visible in the fragment shader. Again, shouldn't storage buffer read only. Object. This objects, mute objects. Let me say if objects is changed, and then object data. Again, none of this stuff should have broken it, so let's stash it and go. If I run this, it works. Right? This works. This renders the screen. It's not like I broke something before I committed it. I mean, it's always possible. What actually happened? Okay, so it's rendering here. So interesting. And then we're gonna like restore these, and we're gonna go run that. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't like this, which is interesting. But what is it not liking about this? Because I'm not seeing anything like... it's not saying it can't render anything. It's failed to repair shader. That's a different shader though. Okay, so what exactly is happening is okay, what did we actually change? So I think the circle stuff, the SDF circle, you don't do anything. You don't do anything. So we bind view and object array and add some shape stuff. That shouldn't do anything. Again, like the... Okay, so prepare resource. It's an inset, so shape clear. So we configure these sets. So these shouldn't, again, this shouldn't do anything. This initializing resource shouldn't do anything. It's set The only thing is that the add systems render set, clear, flag, clear objects, render, render. Okay, so that could do something, but probably not. Again, like they should just be printing stuff if they're doing anything. Circle stuff, add circle buffer, again, shouldn't do anything. Shader. Okay, so it's the stuff in here. This is the stuff that could be changing things, because we changed this and we grab this object's binding and then we bind it to our bind group here. And then we use the default visibility. So this could break it. Create bind group layout. Right. So my assumption is that it's trying to work. So it's in shader here. And we go somewhere. I define the bind group. And if I said like, hey, if I got rid of this out of the bind group and then said run it, it's going to crash because I've got the wrong layout. Right. That's about the layout. So we have to go change the layout as well. Which I don't know where you pull the layout from. Render, create bind group. Custom phase pipeline? Is it you? Where do I define you though? It's you. You're defined here somewhere. God, this stuff just needs to, like, I need to tidy this up so bad. Do I actually use you? I think I pulled the pipeline out of you maybe? Custom phase pipeline. Where do I use the custom phase pipeline? We specialize those, okay. But okay, this type here is then it's used down here, which is in the specialize. We pass in the core and the shape layout. But like, where do I actually define you? From world here. So I'm assuming it's here. If I turn this off, then it shouldn't crash because we don't have the layouts mismatched. Okay, so it's still not getting to it, which is annoying. Is it because it's never getting changed? No. What? That's the only thing. I don't know exactly which one of these is doing anything. So can I stash individual things? I don't think I can stash just one file at a time. So what else have we changed? We said pub struct object data. Then we reserve the buffer, which again isn't doing anything. If I just stop doing the buffer, like if I just make that no longer a thing, just don't use it, don't init it. I can't see why the buffer would be causing any kind of issue, except maybe like display. No, it's you. Your implement from world, which means I think it's up here. We initialize it. I don't think you do anything though. My only thought is that maybe there was a file I tweaked that was like the update buffers file. Oh, I didn't like that. Something was trying to use that. Something relied on that resource. Res mute object. You panicked. Yes, but which function panicked? Semaphores, no. Something relied on a resource. Res mute object. Okay, write buffers. So you're just crashing, but that's fine. Clear object data. Again, clear object data should never get called, so that shouldn't crash. And same with the add circle stuff. Right, is it working now? No. What the hell did I change? Okay, shader. So yeah, this is never getting called. We're not binding this anymore. We're not binding. Okay. Is it this? I mean, this could be what's wrong, because it's a change that may affect that. So this does nothing. Remove, clear. Your objects are clear. So again, now this should be getting called, and if it was, we would be debugging it. This is never called. Then we say, okay, so render object buffer. No. Wait. Object data buffer. Interesting. Render configure render. So it could be that we're configuring this set, but I doubt it. Like I can't see why configuring the set would do anything. Lib, then we say here and we say here. Okay, so you do something. We render this and we render running update. Okay, so if we take this out, they don't do anything though. And same with this. This was modified. Configure set. Okay, so this was modified. Right, now it's just added. Okay, so interesting. Okay, so we removed those sets. They're commented out. Okay, so we bind the storage group read as object array. My thought was maybe it can't get into the shader, but I thought it would have warned us about that it can't find a like I'm just seeing to see if like maybe it is saying something, but it doesn't. It's definitely like it's not saying anything in the fucking log. Okay, so I think it's unlikely to be you, but maybe we need it. Oh wait, we also like never import the circle, so I think maybe it could be getting stuck on that. So when we import 2D here, not the WGSL, yeah, that could be a problem. Somewhere we define that 2D. So this imports internal shader core, which is fine. SDF camera. Where do we do this shader? When okay. So we want to go mod. Okay, so shape. This is shape, yeah. Okay. Mod shape. Right. And then it would be in 2D, so we're going to be in mod 2D, and we go here, and we go, 2D is a plugin, yeah. Okay, so in the 2D plugin, let's load the shape circles, I guess, assets, shaders, SDF circle. Okay, so what we'd want to do is something like, built-in, no, embedded asset. Okay, embedded asset. Right, so we pass in path and then trim the path. What's this point? Re-added it to the current create path. Okay, so we go embedded asset. We go app, and then we go no. Okay, creates a new embedded asset by embedding the bytes of a given path. I think that was, we do this and we go, you are embedding assets / shaders SDF circle, and then no, you don't need a handle. I'm pretty sure that's just how it's done. Cannot read scroll. Okay, so we need to go, it's like // so okay, that's annoying because that means that shapes 2D then gets the SDF circle, it gets its own fucking whole thing about you then just be like, it's just SDF circle gets loaded here, and then I don't remember how it was doing it. Bevy was doing some kind of weird fancy like recursively loading stuff maybe. Animate shader, no. Custom material vertex fragment WGSL. No, I'm searching in ESL. That'll be why. Back. One of these is not like the others. Lib here, I think it is. I assume, yeah. Load shader. Load shader library. This says embed the resource that I gave you the path to, then let handle Bevy preload handle source handle equals load. Okay, and then core mem forget handle. Huh. Cool. Just do that. I don't quite understand how the so we need to put this in like lib. I'm assuming this is exported somewhere by Bevy because I can't get why you would inline shaders as embedded assets and load permanently. This works around a lifetime limitation of shader loader not properly loading dependencies of shaders. Okay. Yeah, they exported it. So why can they not? Why is this not a thing that I can do? It's Bevy render loader. Okay. So why is we're gonna, what was it? It's like shape mod 2D. So why is it load internal asset load shader library? So if we went to Bevy render so the macro doesn't exist apparently, but like they've macro export when we're in Bevy render. So okay, that's weird. I don't quite understand why load shader library. We're going to pass in app and SDF underscore, not core, SDF circle dot WVSL, and then don't give it that. Alright, so then if we run this, it might work now. It doesn't seem to be throwing an error, which is concerning. Anyway, why are you complaining? Because create underscore macro Bevy assets. Okay, so that's because it's not $create, it's Bevy assets, embedded assets. I'm assuming you want to have that correctly, but I don't know. Okay, expected, what do you mean? So, where is this? What is this $sign doing, and why is it? Is it not Bevy? I think I'm assuming $create is required. No rule asset server provider is an expression. Okay, so wait. So Bevy asset embed asset. So why can I not call Bevy asset embed asset? No rule expected expression expected this token in this macro. It's because it's Bevy preload shader, Bevy asset load. Okay, no rule no rule expect this token in macro call. So the issue is coming from here. Yeah, but like, is it because I'm passing in the wrong thing? Like, it kind of makes sense. Cannot find load embedded asset in assets. Okay. So it's apparently it's not Bevy asset load. Okay. Okay, embedded asset. Creates a new embedded asset by embedding the bytes of the given asset. these bytes within asset source. Okay, this accepts the current app as the first parameter and the path. Okay, by default, crate name searches for the first crate name in the path and trims the path past that point. Okay, re-add the current crate to the front of the path. So when we say embed asset, and we want to like load embedded asset, but apparently that's something that like Bevy specifically does. It's weird. So I need to like go back to wherever I was looking. So somewhere up here, this thing. So this calls creates assets load embedded asset. What? No, I'm trying to. Okay. So is that not in here? That's obviously not in here. That's in Bevy assets. Create Bevy assets for lib. Nope. Okay. Now paste it. Oh, don't go to alphabetize. So okay, search and go. Okay, so the macro is here. Bevy asset server. So load. Okay, so get literal expression, that path expression, embedded path. Okay, so does that mean that it's a different thing to? How do I get an embedded asset though? Handle internal asset events, load internal asset, internal binary asset. Do you have more than one way of being used then? Can I do you without giving you a handle? We cannot support parameters without verdict arguments. Include for ident. So yeah, it's a rewrite of last time. To be honest, it degraded much more quickly than I was expecting. I was hoping to just be able to tweak some stuff and then like rewrite it, because what ended up happening is last week I was trying to do triangles and they just all went to shit, and then it was like I discovered this person has the article that actually explains how to do all these shapes. So I was like, what I was actually planning when I made the thing before I actually knew what I was going to do in the stream was I was thinking I'll break it down, so I'll have a circle as a primitive and a line as a primitive, and I'll build everything out of circles and lines. And then I found this one, oh, this will be good because this actually shows you how to do the 2D versions, where instead I was trying to work out how to convert the 3D versions into their 2D implementations. But then I got really stuck trying to do this stuff, and I don't know why I keep trying to learn more shader stuff when I should just stick with what I know. But I want this file not to be like garbage, and admittedly I need to just rewrite the whole thing, but I keep like trying to get it to work somewhat. So load internal assets by embedding the string. See, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, so yeah, it's supposed to be a rewrite of last week's stuff, but I kind of got distracted in doing other things, which I mean is par for the course for any of my streams. So create load embedded asset. Where are you getting this from? Bevy assets skur.io embedded mod. Get path provider. Load embedded asset. But how do I use this? This is getting confusing. So I need to work out this to work. I have to work out how to get to the Bevy embedded asset. So can I go like Bevy? So embedded path, embedded asset. What does embedded path do? Returns the path of the given embedded asset. This is used internally by embedded asset and can be used to get the path, that macro, the asset path used by the asset. What the fuck? Okay. source path, okay, and then skirt path, okay. Embedded asset path. This is very confusing, trying to get this macro to work. So the loaded embedded asset calls this, and then how the fuck are you doing it? Create IO embedded get asset server, get asset server. Okay. Okay. As a rule of thumb, if the asset is used in the same module as it declared using embed asset, use this macro. But how do I get this macro? Is this going to tell me that like this macro is not actually available and this is just, I'm losing my fucking mind? Embedded. Oops. Okay. Asset. Wait. The fuck is embedded watcher? Okay. Embedded asset. So that's the embedded asset macro there. And then load internal asset. And load internal binary asset. Load in. Wait, so it is just a macro that doesn't exist anywhere else. Is that why I can't use it? Okay, fine. What were the shaders using before that then? Because that implies that they must have been doing something else to load. Kind of wish that I didn't keep ending up on the main build. Maybe I should just be on the main build. Bevy, but I can barely keep everything else up to date. So no, Bevy renderer, stir, and then we go renderer, and then we go, nope, I don't think this is where we want to be. Maybe in lib. No, what? I don't think I'm in the right folder. Camera, mesh, primitives, render graph. Maybe I want to be in PBR. I don't remember what I'm doing now. I'm trying to work out when it loaded stuff, isn't it? PBR, I've used PBR. Screw. Okay, so we go lib. Okay. This is probably what it's doing. Load internal asset, load internal. Yeah, okay. So they've added a macro specifically to do what we're trying to do in the newer version, which explains why I can't find the macro. Okay. Pain in the ass. Okay. Load embedded asset. Interesting. So I'm trying to work out, maybe I can get around this. So embed asset, and that works by doing that, which is, I think the error we're getting here is that we're passing something in that it doesn't want us to pass in, which is fine. Because I'm assuming you're in embedded asset like this. Okay. So what the hell does this macro take? This macro takes an identifier, an app ident, and a path. Okay. And then it calls create embed asset with this, and this. Okay. And then that goes app ident source path expression, okay. And then it says let embedded app get resource embedded asset resource. Okay. Create okay. And then we say let path create embedded path. Okay. Source path. Okay. And then watch path. Oh, okay. And then embedded insert asset. Wait, what is this file? Okay. Embedded insert asset. Watch path. Okay. So first off, app needs to be an ident, not a So asset server provider is an ident, right? Because it does some weird shit in the new version is what's happening there. So I reckon this mem forgets what we want to do, but we're going to go embedded asset ident, and then this asset ident. While trying to match ident error from call macro here. Okay, so then we want to go load embedded asset. So we say that the handle equals the asset. Then we say load embedded asset. So we need to go to here and go, if I go to release or main, what the hell did load embedded asset do? Okay, load shared library. Well, yeah, we need to track down where it is, macro rule. Load shared library. Okay, so we do this, okay, so we load embedded asset, which is what we need to replicate. So load embedded asset, search the repository. Okay, so get, okay, load with settings. Okay, asset set load. Okay, so we need to, right, I think it's probably this one. Load embedded asset get with path provider. Okay, from path buffer. Okay, so we need to get embedded path, and then we need to say create asset path from path buffer path with source embedded, and then asset server, and then we somehow get the asset server, which is going to be pretty easy. We'll just get it out of the whatever the yeah, I don't know what this is doing. It's doing some kind of magic. Where are you getting provider? Because the provider is the app that we pass in. We pass in the provider and we pass. Okay. And then path and asset server. Huh. Okay. It does some fancy smancy stuff. Okay. So, I mean, we can just take the load embedded asset and then we can tweak that a little bit, because I think what I want to do, I want to be like, actually, it's my load embedded asset. So then is this going to work? It's in the wrong order. Okay, load embedded asset is not in scope, but it's right there. So I think macros need to be declared in order, maybe? I know, I think I've run into this before. It's like they have to be declared in the order you're going to use them. No? Okay. Can we do like $, right? I don't, am I in the root of the break? Okay, so then we load embedded asset, right? And then we pass this in and asset. So embedded path. So this is actually not crate, but Bevy assets embedded path. Asset. No, am I spelling that wrong? It's asset, not assets. Okay, asset embedded path. Okay, cannot find macro embedded path in scope. What was it called then? Embedded, it's just called embedded path. Okay. That's what we're calling. We're calling that. Right. Why can you not find this in, cannot find in scope? That's what it's called. Like that is exactly the word for word. Whatever. We'll work that in a second. So then we say path is equal to, okay, so this is Bevy asset. No, don't $sign it. Bevy asset source, and then asset server gets, wait, okay, core IO embedded get asset server provider. So does that imply that the embedded asset server is separate? I think that's actually saying that I can just do something like, so we've got provider, and we can say like provider, I'm assuming I can say provider dot resource Bevy asset server. Something like that. And then we go get rid of this. And well, it's also it's $ provider. $ provider. Cut this. And then we're gonna put this here. And do that. Right. Okay, no method named resource found. Oh, because it's the app. Interesting. Okay, so let's come down here and go app. Look, what can we call to try and get access to a resource in the app? App dot resource. Insert resource, allow ambiguous. Dumb. I hate it. Okay. So the issue is we don't have access to the asset server, so we can't make a strong handle. Can I does Rust let you declare const inside of functions? Maybe I should just lazily create UUIDs. I mean, it could work. I'm getting really stuck because I need to do this thing and I'm kind of being lazy about it. I'm spending longer doing it the hard way than it would have taken just to do it in the first place. How does this work? So we can call weak handle. How did the loading of the asset work? I think it's in lib. So load internal asset, which I think is what you were doing at some point. We load embedded asset. Load shared library. Load embedded asset. Okay. So instead we want to say load internal asset, but we just need to somehow make... How do you even work then? That's what I'm not following. App. Oh, look, there it is. World mute. There we go. Okay. Who knew? Okay. So we say here and we say dot world mute. I don't even need world mute. We can just say world dot resource. Yeah, cool. So no function associated in set time. So from type buffer asset path. Okay. So now we're gonna work out how to do the asset path part. So okay, so we were saying it's in Bevy asset path. Asset path. Okay. As static, no. From path. From path. Is there any difference between doing it from path and from... I'm assuming from path buff. From static. I reckon from path buff is just like a way of getting an owned version of an asset path. Because what do you return? You return path after that. So can we... Does this... What does this return? An owned version? No, it returns an asset path of type. Okay. But can we not, like, just from path? Okay. Can't find macro embedded path. Okay, I'm confused about that one, because that one really throws me, because isn't it just asset embedded path? Am I just spelling it wrong? Pretty sure I'm not, because returns a path of the given embedded asset. It's because Bevy asset IO, right? Okay, sorry. At P equal E. Alright. Do you return an actual path though? You don't seem to return anything according to that though. Okay, can't find macro embedded path in scope. I'm not just making it up, right? You just call yourself again. So source path, path-ster. And if you don't have it, then it's this go. And then we say module split next unwrap create by embedded asset path. Source path has reference file, has reference path. Why cannot find macro in this scope? What do you mean you can't find the macro? Okay. The bigger question is, if I comment out these macros, wherever I use them, I'm feeling like I'm hitting a snag where something else is causing this compile error up here, and then it's rendering it as if it's there. So load shared libraries just doesn't exist anymore, and then we go down here and say, hey, can you just like not? Thank you. Okay, so you're complaining because cannot find macro embedded path in scope. Inline macro. Does it actually do something? No. Okay. So how does that happen? Bevy assets. Oh, I bet I know what's happening. Embedded asset path. I reckon what's happening is that this has default turned on, default features. So I reckon one of the features of Bevy is probably embedded. That's probably a thing, feature, embedded watcher. But is there a feature embedded? So IO, and we go to like mod IO and go. So feature file watcher. Its target is not WASM. Embedded. I saw it. Embedded. Oh god. Okay, so there's embedded. That's it. Like, Okay, so then we go down here and we go. Okay, so inside the embedded. Wait, we've lost it. It's IO. So source embedded mod. So in here, so there's an embedded watcher, there's an embedded disturb. So why does that macro not exist then? That one's throwing me. Load embedded asset, embedded part. Is this another one of those? I have to go to 16 to make sure I'm actually gonna. Embedded path. Maybe. There's also just like, it's feature embedded watcher. That's the only feature though. Full path argument embedded watcher is disabled. Okay. Feature embedded watcher again. Okay. So I don't quite understand how embedded path. Create embedded path. Okay, returns the path to the given embedded asset. This is used internally by embedded asset and can be used to get the path that matches the asset. Create the asset path used by that asset. So it's private. Is that what it's saying? Okay. So are you saying that when I call embed asset, I have to make sure I grab the path? Embed asset. Okay. What do you return a type? Test. Okay. So no rule for okay. So you have to pass in an ident and a script, and then it calls embedded asset. And then it says here, and it says a okay, and it says path is create embedded asset path. Source path. Watch path is that, and then embedded insert asset watched path include bytes. So okay, which means again we need to re-implement the embedded asset ourselves because it never exports it. Is that what it's saying? Okay, now I'm gonna find embedded path which is up here. Okay. And the way that embedded path works is just embedded asset path. Which is that it's also private, so why can nothing ever be straightforward? Okay, so if I just take this, oh god. And again, we need to like remove all the stuff that refers to Bevy internal stuff. But anyway, we can go back to here, we can go back to here, we can go, hey, can we like make a third macro? Stick it here and go, okay, so you are doing something, which is apparently importing path, the STD path, and then path is, we'll qualify that one just because I can't be bothered importing more stuff. This is getting very messy and it is very silly. Okay, so this happens and then this happens and then this there. Okay, embedded path does embedded path stuff, and then you do whatever you do. And then somewhere around here we somewhere, well, apparently this is working now, which is not actually true. We're just going to say $sign crate embedded path, right, like that. And then we'll say from path, and then we go, okay, so something uses this. Okay, so we load the library, and then that requires us to bring in our load shader library like so. This is getting very silly. Okay, so embedded path is not working because it is $sign crate embedded path, which then calls okay, and then that just calls underscore crate underscore crate embedded path. Okay, I feel like we're getting to the end of this horrendous. Okay, mismatch type expected reference to a path found a path buffer. Can I give you a reference to a path then? Path does not live long enough. Damn. Okay. Okay, so we need to work out what's inside a Bevy asset path, and can I do it with an asset? This is so dumb. Bevy asset path. One thing to do would just be to turn it into a from path. So how do you, so you say asset server cow borrowed path. So that's it. So asset path is just, it has to patch cow borrowed source. Okay, so can we dot to owned? We say like, oh wait, yeah, that should work, because so we would need to say let path equal Bevy asset path. Oh, actually, just we need it to be a function just so that we don't have to macro it the whole time. Asset path from path. Okay, so we're gonna go Bevy asset path like this. So it's source. I don't know how this is. Oh no, it's private. Damn it! You evil thing. Can I say like as static? Wait, what? That doesn't seem safe. Is this unsafe? No. Okay. So why can't I just call as static? See, we use it almost immediately. So like, can we just like do this, and then so you don't like that because path does not live long enough. But can we just say like dot as static? No. Okay. Path does not live long enough. Why are you saying path doesn't live long enough? Okay, so there's the get, and then this. So like, why return it all then? Like, why not just do this here. All right, and then instead of doing that bit, we can just do that. And then we go, don't bother with this bit. And we go, I'm assuming there's a reason that Bevy's doing it, but like, is that reason relevant? Who knows? This is dumb. Okay. This seems like a horrendous way of doing things, but and it didn't even fix my fucking problem. To be honest, I don't know where the fucking problem lies then. Did it actually load the shader? Load shader library. When you get to here, can you please I think it's like something like did core print line wait, really? Core is it STD? Print line. Ah, okay, so it's STD. Okay, so now it'll at least print, which means like I'll know that it's loaded the handle and dropped something. I don't know. It doesn't seem to like that. Path but does not implement display. Wait, but why am I passing the display? Oh, that's it. Yeah, okay. No, is that just a path which is a literal $sign. Wait, what? No, get rid of this bit, and then comma, but the $sign needs to be back, $sign back, like that. Okay, that should then work, maybe. I don't know. This will at least tell me that it loaded the shader library. I have no idea if this is what it's actually doing, but okay. So node definition scope identifier circle. Wait, what? It's an interesting question because what the hell happened there? Well, that's interesting because we actually mean we got somewhere. Right. Right, that's because it's in U that you have to... Okay. Okay, which means that, weirdly enough, we have to define in here the bind group, the circle. Which kind of means that we like... I need to work out like the order I'd need to define things in, because I'd want to pull circle in from somewhere else so that I can specify the bind group here as being part of, like... Okay, so first off, you're now actually having issues, so that's good, I guess. That's why it's not working, is it's this function get shader mask, which is a const fn, which apparently it's not a thing that you can do. Okay, I feel like these need to be declared somewhere else. Hey, we got back to fucking rendering a white square. That was a lot of work. Now, what I do think is interesting is that working now because we had to do shape first? And why was it not telling me that was an error before? F5. Okay, we are now rendering back to what we were rendering before, which is depressingly a long time to spend on that. Now, I don't think we have access to any object data, so that's fun. We do something like... for that's like u32 for obj u32 obj less than array length reference object. I don't know, is objects a thing that we have? I don't remember. obj plus plus. Is this a thing? Is this a correctly formatted piece of shader? No. I don't remember how to do this. Which is hilarious. SDF old. How did I loop? It's var. Okay. So it's var, and then you equal 0, and then it's a semicolon, and then we control S and we F5. There we go. Okay, what the hell? You don't like that for some reason. How did I determine? So var. Okay, so it must have reloaded because it's not throwing the same error, which means I probably oh no. That's not good. Okay. Does that mean I made an infinite loop? Okay, unknown identifier objects. So do I just not have objects? No, I do. I have objects here. I always have to bring objects in. So we have object and then object. Comma. Okay. So objects. Right. And we have an array of objects. And then we go cool. So can we save this? I don't know if it's going to work now because I've renamed that. We're going to have to restart the whole thing. So I renamed something. There you go. Okay, so this should then do that. And then so what we need to do is we need to go and well, apparently crash. So what are you saying? So fragment pipeline validation error, create a pipeline SDF render pipeline, matching shader fragment, shader requirement again, pipeline binding is not available in the pipeline layout. Share global resource binding. Shader global resource binding is not available in the pipeline layout. Binding is missing from pipeline layout. Oh, okay, so you only have an issue with it if I try to use it, I think. Maybe. Let's add it back. I think that's how that works. I'm somewhere. This is the messiest code base I've ever fucking written. So somewhere, well, first off, let's add all this stuff back. This is our like render update and stuff like that. We worked out where it was broken. It was just never loading the shader, so that stuff all gets to come back and get a shader, and we go down here and go somewhere. We say bind group and entity here, and then we have to go somewhere else. We bring object back in here, and then somewhere there's bind group somewhere. So that's an entry, but we need to go, where did we bind group? There's a bind group layout somewhere there. Storage buffer. Slot 1, okay, and then we go run that. We go, so before it wasn't crashing because we weren't accessing it, which I think makes it okay. I don't know how this works. Shaders confuse me because they're obviously doing some kind of communication, but it's throwing like a monkey wrench in that sometimes it's like, hey, no, that's fine because you didn't initialize it, but then like you tried to read it, now it has to be initialized. Okay, is it gonna work now? Yeah, you gonna fucking work now? You evil bastard. Well, hey, okay, you're rendering, which means now we need to populate our objects, and I think we just treat every object as being a circle. So we say if Okay, so we need to pass in position. So we need to say like let object equals objects object, like that, and then we say sure, and then we're not really do anything, and then we're gonna go what was it? It's we want to call, or we want to go circle, and then there's like a SD underscore circle, right? This feels like a bad way of doing it because now we still need to go or a circle, so draw me a circle, but we can say SD underscore circle, and then we want to pass in vertex output dot clip position dot xy object dot position. No, we just pass in. Oh, you see the object has its I guess it's just minus object dot position dot xy. If is less than 0. Oh, okay. If this is less than 0, then return return object dot color. Okay. So no. What else do we need to pass? We need to pass in. So this is the shape type, which we don't care about, and then we need to go. I guess it's object dot type index ampersand not shape type mask shape type mask. Okay, so in theory when I reroll this, it's going to probably crash because something's going to touch triangles. Nope, doesn't like that. Unknown identifier. I didn't bring it in probably. So for core we have shape type mask, so if we in core shape type mask like that, and then we go F5 for that. Maybe nope, doesn't like that. So C message cannot apply unarray to argument, right? Okay, fine. And 0x ff just for the convenience 0. Okay, so save that and F5 that. It did not like that, but I think that's because we tried to touch bind group, which is not available in the layout. Hey, okay. Group 2 binding zeros are not available in the layout. Okay, that's good. That's good. So we tried to touch something that wasn't there and it crashed, which means that in theory we need to maybe not make it actually check for a circle. I want to fill the objects pool first, but it's getting very complicated. Okay, to fill the objects pool, what do we want to do? Also, apparently you can set more than one color. Seems a bit odd. Like in theory, you had more than one object in the same place. Okay, so somewhere we need to extract. The issue is I want to go like extract all shapes, but extracting all shapes is a bad idea. So how the hell did we update circle data? We said that buffer circles clear, circles iter push. Okay, so when did we call update circles? Extract. Does extract put them in to linear color map? No. Okay. So interestingly, this tells me that I should probably not be extracting data like that. So we have query filter changed self circle query and shape color. Okay. So yeah, I'm extracting shapes really badly. So this is update shape data, but when does that update shape data actually happen? Wait, and this is actually, yeah, this takes the shape. Okay, so, and then that happens, when do we call something binds update shape data? Okay, so we register the extract components, and then we go update circle. So update circle data happens. Okay, so remove component circle data is not empty. Okay, this happens in prepare resource. I think this should happen in set update. Yeah, okay. So instead of this being in run if, this is in set shape set update. Right. So shape set update. And then we're gonna say don't do circles or squares. Okay. So this is update circle data. We should also probably make circle data, and then we're gonna also say so this is not much fun. So we're gonna and then add circles to buffer, which we need to do at the same time. So I mean, technically I think you can just do that, but yeah, that should be fine. Okay, yeah, so we say update circle data, so we can just move this in here because this basically just does the same thing. Right, so we instead of doing that, we do this, and we're going to say, right, so the first thing we do is we say buffers.clear, right, and this is all the circles, right, and then we say for circle in we push the circle data, and then we're going to say object stop push, and then same thing with the object data. But I don't know where I'm storing object data, so that's a bit difficult. All right, so here's the thing with object data, which is interesting. So first off, where are we storing object data, and why can't I find it? It's in lib, isn't it? No, apparently not. Object data buffer, where the fuck are you storing this? It's in shader. Okay. So again, object data should probably be one layer up so that I can access it more easily from other stuff. So I'm gonna put it in lib and go, okay. So we need to qualify Bevy, okay. Right. So now we have our object like this, and then it's never used. Okay. So then in here somewhere you want to complain, and we're going to go, hey, you can complain all you like, but I need this to be using that. Right. So we go back to circle, and we go, okay, so circle has access to this, and we say circle.position. You don't have a radius. You have a color though, which is why we need to sort of, and the shape type is going to be, shape type is assume 0 is type for circle. Yes. So that would be shape super. There's a shape, right? Shape 2D circle as U32. Right, because I think circle should be 0. Yeah. Okay. So object data not found in scope. Yes, but wait, what? Can't find struct variant in object data. Interesting. Because it's first up we need to go to object, and we need to go you are deref and deref mute, like that, right? So now I can push to you, and then we're going, okay, why can't I find object data? So apparently it's like, can we just not say crate like that? Cannot find struct variant object data. Oh, because it's offset. And okay, we're only okay. So first off, that's because we should probably be splitting circle data out and being like, circle data, it's just a radius. Now you just extract circle data, which I think means that we can probably just, when we have a circle, we don't even need to split circle data anymore. We can probably remove all of this and say circle data. I mean, you can, right. We're going to say, you know, you don't have circle data anymore. So this is just circle now. It's just a reference to a circle. Well, so it's a reference to a circle, a global transform, and a reference to a shape color. Shape color. Okay. Okay, so we don't need to do this anymore. So we have our circle. So we need to say that the circle is an extract component, right? Which is saying that because circle doesn't implement clone. Well, okay, circle can have clone and copy, and then and I guess debug if it wants. Now, what I'm thinking is I probably want to say that you have a shape color by default. So shape color, and it's going to be color white. Okay. Nope, cannot initialize tuple struct with contains private field. Okay, first off, color. Probably could have just called new, but making it public just seems more appropriate. Okay, so then we have our circle data is no longer circle data, it's just circle, which then we apparently never use, so that's fine. Okay, so we go here. Okay, so first off, your buffer of circles now contains circles, not circle data, which makes it suddenly make a lot more sense. Circles. It's probably all spelled wrong, but anyway. No, don't change the other stuff. Okay, so you're saying that circle doesn't implement shaded type. So we go to circle and we say, hey, actually you are in fact a shaded type. I don't really know how that works internally. Anyway, so instead of being just a singular circle, we are a circle, a transform, and a color, like so, and then we say your offset is equal to transform translation. No, don't truncate and extend, just translation. And then your color is just color dot to linear dot to vec3. I think that's how that works. So when we say update circle data, we now grab the circle, the global transform, and the shape color, and then we say buffer circle clear. And then we stick each circle in, and then we also stick an object in for each one, and then I think that's it. And then at the end we call buffer. We do something with the buffers. We've imported circle multiple times apparently, which is weird, but okay. I don't know how we're going to do that. Okay, then we have that circle, and then we come down here and we go, okay, so first off, you're just a circle. Right. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. So you're apparently deref, which leaks something. The private type. I think that's you. You can be pub, I guess. Right. So how does this work? So we have our offset color, we have our shape type, we have a color type. We go, is this going to work? We touch binding 0. It should be fine. Now, because we're actually binding it again. Before we weren't binding it. I find Rust fun. I don't see how long ago you wrote the message, but I find Rust quite fun. I don't find shaders fun. but that's partly because I'm not experienced with them. But like the difficulty I'm having today is the interface between Rust and shaders. And according to the AI, there's like some kind of like WGSL bind glue, bind gen or something that makes strong Rust types from, by reading the shader, it knows what the types are and can give you like strong types. But yeah, the issue I'm running into is the interface between the two, not specifically things. Maybe I'm binding it in the wrong spot as well. I don't think I'm binding it in the right spot. But yeah, a lot of the difficulties I'm having is like passing information from Rust to the shader. Like it's the things that people don't like about Rust, I love about Rust. Like it doesn't let me structure data wrong and that kind of thing. And that's what's happening here, is that like I'm structuring data wrong because the shader just lets me do it, and then I have to try and convert everything back and forth, and it's a little bit confusing. Mostly because I haven't done it very well before. So much of this stuff should just be ripped out and rewritten, but I didn't get to be as productive as I was hoping to be. So group 2. Where do we fucking bind these? It's in custom pipeline? No, it's in render. I need to make sure that I'm actually binding them to the right custom item phase here. When we call render. Yeah, item query, view query. Okay, that's interesting. When we set the bind group, it's bind group 2 because we're in 2D. And we go, okay, so they're probably not working because we're binding them to 1 and they're supposed to be bound to 2. It's gonna work now? No. God damn. God fucking damn. Why? Because it's not available in the pipeline. And it's not available. Okay. Why is it not available? Okay. Shader resource binding. Binding is missing from pipeline layout. Group 2. Set bind group 2. And then binding 0. Okay. So I assume I have the feature 2D turned on. Yep, default 2D. Okay. Why did I not bind it? Did I not save before running? It's possible I didn't save before running. No, didn't recompile. So save. Run. Okay, maybe I didn't save before running then. Okay. No, still doesn't like it. Okay, so SDF render pipeline. Okay, so validation error. So you're saying is not available. So bind group 2.0 is not available. Why is 2.0 not available? I'm setting it right there. I'm setting bind group 2.0. Encountered panic in process pipeline queue system. Wait, that's this, isn't it? Bevy render. No, okay. So okay. Set bind group 0. Set bind group 2. What is? When am I setting and what am I setting? My question is maybe what's happening is no, that doesn't seem right. Like I would have to imagine, because I'm setting the group 2 when I'm setting the group 2, that what am I thinking? Explain clearly. Somewhere down here I like specialize, and then I specify my layout. So I say core and shape, and I'm going, maybe what's happening is because it's 0 and 1, it has to be 0 and 1, but I can't see that being the case. That seems oddly specific, that you can't have bind groups that are out of order, but we can fix that by doing this and going, hey, you're 0 and 1, and so no, that's old core circle. So if I set this to 1, does this fix it? That's the question. Is it saying it can't find 2? No. That's actually kind of funny. So what happened there? I actually don't know. I think what might be happening. So let's go, what did we just change? We changed you to bind group 1, which we're just going to leave for now. I reckon what happened there is we're actually binding, no, because it's, maybe it's because we're accessing group 2 and then it's saying that the layout of group 2 is wrong. Okay. Did I not save it again? What happened there? What? Oh no. No. Okay. Oh, well, you know, it's probably because it's not crashing. Okay. So circle, can we bind circle to bind group 2? So it's like, as long as there's a mismatch, it doesn't work? No, that doesn't make any sense, actually. Okay. So what are you saying? You're saying that shader resource against pipeline. So it's saying that shader global resource binding group 2 binding 0 is not available in the pipeline layout. Okay, so can I make like an empty bind group? Because that does feel very much like what's ending up happening is that we're trying to access a bind group that doesn't exist. Okay. So if I set you back to 1, and then, well, I would have to bind it to 1. Okay, so it's saying something, command error encountered. Okay, so it says shape bind group is not set. This is likely a bug. So I set that here. I say shape bind group is not set. So if some bind group custom, so it means it's failing to set here. I'm just gonna fucking put a panic if you get here because I need you to not spew it out into the console so I can't fucking read it. Panic. If you get here, panic. Okay. If I then set this to 1, because what I'm thinking is I could probably put like an empty bind group in or something that just lets me skip it over because I don't need it. Okay. We panicked it. It's going to be hang for a second. Now, what are you actually saying? Do you throw any errors before we get to that? Not really. So explicit panic. So it's just that this is none. It's just that the bind group is none. So what's not setting the bind group then? Like that's an easy fix, but I don't know what I changed that would have unset the bind group. Can I close all of these so that, like, if there's one that I haven't fucking saved, it's... Sure. Okay. So, I'm thinking that at some point I'm not writing the buffer. When do we set this bind group? This is coming from here. This group here, when is this set? Like, when do we actually write that to being some? It says it's in here somewhere, but I don't see it. Right buffers. Okay. I'm not seeing it. Okay. Okay. Right. Shapes buffer is changed. Yeah, buffer, shapes buffer, bypass change detection. If... Okay, so what's happening is it's printing that out multiple times because we never actually do the change. Okay, so... Wait, no, but you should have been changed. Okay. Right, so what needs to happen is when we... Okay, so... The issue is that the command to insert a resource won't happen until after, which means that we need to instead... Okay. We need to change how we're doing this. This needs to be a resource, it needs to be a struct, it needs to be clear object data, and then it needs to be a boolean. Alright. Then, this clears the object data. all your job. You run the update, you clear the flag. So your job is to run mute. You just mute flag, and this is a res mute clear object data, and then your entire job is to say flag dot 0 equals false. Okay. Then in somewhere we want to go clear object running. Okay, so then we're gonna say, so maybe lib, we need to be like, no, so we want to go you run, not if resource exists, run if flag res clear object data, and then flag dot 0. Apparently flag dot 0 is private. Here, up like that. Wait, I guess technically just put in deref. To be honest, I don't know what I'm doing at this point. I'm just trying to get something to work. Okay, so here's dereference flag, and it says the type closure is not is not satisfied. No, the trait bound closure is not satisfied. Okay, but dot 0 would satisfy it. Oh, I don't fucking know. You say it's private, maybe because I'm taking ownership. Okay, that's weird. I don't get that one, but okay. So configure set. Okay, so we're gonna change you. We're just gonna say you're clear flag, but you know. Okay, so we need to run something before we check that set. So to be honest, it needs to be its own set, but it can probably be the same set. We can be like set clear. No, see. I guess it'd be pretty clear. Pretty clear. Right, so this is gonna be its own thing. So pretty clear is gonna be we're gonna add it as its own thing. We're like render app dot add. No, it's I guess technically it would go here, but so we're like render app dot configure set, and then it's going to be render schedule, and then we're going to say it's shape set pre-clear dot before shapes shape set clear, like that, something like that. So running the pre-clear before clear, but not part of this chain, means that even if the flag's not set, pre-clear gets run. Then inside our shape, our circle, and our update circle, we're going to say hub detect need clear. So I don't know if there's a way to update the buffer without just completely rewriting it. So you would be res mute, and you need to be mutable. And then we need to go, I guess it would just be a query for like literally any, like it's just an empty query, and then any Oh, this is or, isn't it? Or. And then it's just like changed. Well, I guess technically you're only checking for changed. Changed circle. I guess it either or. It's I guess and removed. Okay, something like removed, which is in a removed components. Can we import this, please? Okay, then we're gonna say if flag dot 0 or equals query dot not query dot is empty or not removed it is empty. All right, I think that's how that works. That should then set the flag if any if any are not. Annoyingly, they're all going to be called the same thing, just dumb. Anyway, up here somewhere, we're going to go, hey, can you, in render app, don't update square dot, no. We want to say, circle dot detect need clear, and then dot inset shape update shape set pre-clear. Right, I don't know if this is going to work, but this should then be detecting it and setting it. So then we can also go one layer higher. I don't want to say. Oh, wait, SDF. Do you have a plugin at this level? I don't think so. Not really. I'm gonna go like this level. We need to go inside the render app. Can you please add 2 more settings? We're gonna go render app dot add systems, and we want to go detect. Let's render, and then it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be. We need this function. Paste this in. It's gonna be like detect need clear. Like this, except the query is changed. You're on the wrong layer. You need to be like here. You need detect need change. Except instead of so well, first off you need to import this, and then this. ACS, please. Import this and import this. Okay, so you do all this, but except instead of circle, you're going to look for shape color, and I think you're going to be an or. So change shape color or change global transform. Global. Global. Why can I not spell transform? Where is it? It's got to be here somewhere. Global transform. Okay. Yes, please. Okay, and then removed. Okay, and we don't need you to detect removed because in theory one can't find or in the scope. Okay. Import Bevy ECS query or. Okay, and then or equals is empty, not empty. But takes one because you need to be like. Think nope, I'm wrong. Okay. A very complex trait. I don't care. So you need to do the same thing when here we're gonna say okay, nope. Okay. Shape detect inset in underscore set pre-clear. Except are you private? No, you're here. You're just saying that you can't be what? Oh, it's private. Yeah, literally. No, it's definitely public. No, it's shapes. SDF, is that what it's called? SDF. Detect need clear. So it's not going to really make much of a difference because it should. Yeah. Since we're not panicking now, it should just print out once saying that it needed it, and then it should detect. It should then detect that the clearing needs to happen. Well, no, apparently, did it crash or didn't? What the fuck happened here? Thread panicked. ECS error handler encountered an error in the system. Okay, we didn't initialize the resource, so we need to go here and we need to go render app.init render resource need is it clear object data? Then we go here and we just go, hey, you need a default implementation, please. Default. Oh, this is getting way too complicated for what it is. Run. So when I call run, it should then. Hey. Something's not skipping change detection. Cleared object data buffer. Okay, so we're at least getting back to that stage. So this clear flag is not good at that. So can we get you to print line, please? Like it's info. Clearing flag. Clearing clear flag, which is just funny to me. Alright, so is it clearing that or am I just getting stuck there? Right, I need to add the filter because every frame it's pulling the circle out. Okay, interesting. Alright, we need to go circle, we need circle, we need to go, hey, circle, can you detect need clear? Okay, first up, we can be like info. Detected need clear. Circle data. Right. That would tell me that it's the circle that's triggering it, but my suspicion is actually that transform's updating every time. Okay, nope, circle data is getting it. Okay, so extract component. You have like modifications I can do somehow, like, right, we can be like, yeah, extract component filter. So we can be like extract component filter changed circle. Hey, run. Okay, detect need clear. So now it shouldn't be detecting it every frame. Nope, it's still detecting it. Okay, but the circle didn't change. Extract component filter. Changed circle. And your query is or not empty. Okay, but why are they getting updated every frame? So if I go here and I say print line, I don't think that's how that works. I can apparently print the entire query, that's fun. Dot is empty. Yeah, cool. Okay. You're not going to print anything though because you're an empty query, but it's right. So it's saying, okay, detected in circles. So it says query matches 0 entities and it is empty. So that would be false or and then is empty. So print line circle flag except query, so it's not query dot is empty or not remove dot is empty. Shouldn't that be false? Query is empty, yes, and then not, then or. Okay, so here's the thing. Oh. You're running every frame, but you're not actually doing it every frame. So you're setting it to false. Which means it's probably that extracting the color. I don't know how we do it, to be honest. Type color. I think I've got a custom extractor for you. So we do need to detect global transform changed, but we need to do that somehow. Like we need to actually detect that it changed is the issue. The other option is just don't let that be the thing that can cause it to be redrawn. Makes me want to keep all the transforms separately so that like they can just be their own binding and then you can just like not transfer that data every frame. But that would require knowing the order that they are stored in, which is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, so you're not extracted for one thing, so that's fun. So you're an extract component that was it extract component filter change shape color like that. Yep, and then we're going to say, hey, just like don't fuck with the transform because it's a real pain in the ass. Okay, so my assumption is that you're just gonna. Okay, well, one thing is probably also go. The only thing that's printing to the console is that, which makes me go like maybe I just made a mistake there. Let's actually add that back. So let's leave that all back. If it's not printing other stuff, then it doesn't actually mean that it's doing anything. Okay, so cool, you're good. Yep, can we go you then? Okay. So the question is it printing other stuff? I actually was not paying attention to that because I was going, the circles are doing it. It's like, they weren't. Okay. Is it spamming the console? No. Which means that the transform is only extracted when it's changed. Okay. Which in theory also means we have access to said circle. Now, if I F5 this, we have an issue because it never returns. Okay, so I want you to discard. Discard. Okay, with that. Now we F5 you. Okay, so at the moment, no circles are being rendered. Now, why are no circles being rendered? If it's greater than 0. So this function is returning a value greater than 0 every time. So what I should probably do, for testing purposes, is render a circle at 0, 0. Now my suspicion is that there's actually no circles being added, but the fact that you're actually getting anything means that there must be at least one circle. So what we should do is go back to like a u lib spawn screen rectangle, update noise, load noise map. No, this is infinity tile. What am I doing in here? No, you main. Somewhere. Pan camera, orbit camera. There's a thing about spawning circles. Yeah, spawn circles. I also want to be like commands dot spawn. And then we want to just do something like that, I reckon. This method takes one argument. Yep, okay. So you do this, and come here and do this. Okay. Except I don't want you to generate a random range. You can generate a random color, but the transform is transform from translation. But it's just identity. Just give it a transform identity. Identity. Okay. So that should put it at 0, 0, and its radius is going to be like 100, maybe? I don't know. Okay. I also feel like I should turn all the other shapes off, because they're going to break everything. So, can I get you to, like, up here? Duplicate this, comment this one out, and say, just spawn the circles, and I can probably also just cut it back to only spawning that one circle. Okay. Spawn circles. Alright, and then just spawn actually the one circle, which is kind of funny, but... So, this should spawn the singular circle in the center of the screen with a random color. Okay, so now we get to do the fun game of whack-a-mole with the shader to work out where exactly it's actually getting stuck. So, if obj is greater than 0, and obj is less than 2, return vec for 0. Okay, so it's either going to get skipped or it's going to return black. Okay, so if it's, well, that's not good, because there should only be one object. So not good. Else if okay, if it's greater than, okay, if it's okay, okay, if obj is greater than 1, else if obj equals 1, return white. Okay. Well, I guess it's if it's greater than 1, return white. If it equals 0, return black. So this should tell us when we have 5. Okay, so it's black, which means that if obj equals 0, return black. So it's never setting any. Okay, so we never write any objects, because object array length is 0. So why are we not writing any objects? So I need to get to here and we need to go, annoyingly, I don't want to do that. I kind of feel like I should split these just to make it shut up. Okay, so we're going to say if query not empty, I want you to info that's annoying. I don't think I can use that either, because okay, so then no, that's not how that works. Detect changes, shape change, or set flag to clear. Okay, you're the wrong info, and what is complaining about is that I don't have the feature enabled, which is annoying. We need to go like here and be all like, what is it, Bevy features, logging. I think, I don't know. I would assume that's what that feature's called, but you have to wait for things to recompile, don't I? Anything else? Alright, then we have to go to... No, go to circle. We go here, we go detect circle. And we're going to say, let flag equal f it equal... okay. No. Huh. If not bit info setting flag, and then you or equal not bit. Okay. Does it compile? Apparently not. It's logging. Okay, maybe it's just called a log. I don't know what the feature's called. Log. I mean, I probably should leave that on because I want to have tracing stuff. Okay, what is Bevy log feature? What the hell is it called? Logging. What is the feature called? Logging plugin, tracing, default plugins. What is it called though? Bevy log. That's called Bevy log. Okay. Okay, right. Now it works. Okay, well, it's throwing a different error, but that's, yeah. It's because I didn't import this properly. Come on. Bevy log info. Okay. That should fix it. Now it'll tell me. Well, I guess if one triggers, I didn't put the extract system in for color, and because there's nothing as a color. No. Okay. So it says updating all shape. Okay. Clear object data buffer. Clear flag. Clearing clear flag, updating all shape data. Okay, so it says this is not set. Detect change in shape, color, or global set flag. Clearing data change set. Circle data change setting clear flag. Okay, so first off, we don't have you actually like implementing the extraction system. So is that in lib mod shapes 2D? So we need to go here and we need to go. It needs to be like one layer higher because this is the plugin SDF. No, this is the shapes plugin. No, this is inside shapes 2D. Shapes. Oh, that's weird. Oh no, okay. But app dot add underscore plugin extract component plugin shape color default, and then import shape color. This all needs to be written, and I hate it so much. Yeah. Well, now we'll actually extract the shape color, and maybe that's what went wrong, is that we weren't extracting. I don't think so, because circle requires shape color. Yeah. So it's not like we just didn't have the shape color. So we're clearing the shape color. Now we need to go, maybe we're just never adding it back. So we add a system, update circle. This is in update. So I need you to please say info updating circle data. Detect need clear. Because this should put the objects into the buffer. Did it actually get to here? So we said updating circle data, and it said failed to parse. So detected change. So then somewhere we need to like render that we did that, right? Like, so then is it in shader we update buffers or write buffers? Can we say info writing buffers. Okay, no. Writing main buffer, and if shape buffer changed. Oh, here it is. We never write the object buffer. Well, apparently object isn't even here. So objects, which is the object data buffer. You need to be immutable. Right. So we were just never writing the object buffer, which is fun. Okay. Well, it's still black. Writing main buffer. So apparently that's written every frame, which annoys me to no end because it shouldn't be being written every frame. So that means buffer has changed. Okay, right. So writing main buffer, because I'm not moving, it shouldn't be being changed. But anyway, something's probably the way I'm doing something means like it's constantly updating the way it is. It doesn't really matter because in terms of like a shader, moving the camera every frame is like expected, but it's just annoying that it's spamming. So what the hell is changing it all the time? I do not know. I'm just gonna turn that off. My suspicion is that it can't be triggering itself. I don't know. Something must be just touching data in a way it doesn't like. Update camera position. Okay. So we are writing main buffer. Oh, I just wrote main buffer in the same. Updating shape buffer, and obj buffer, object buffer. We should probably put the length in. Same with you. Shape buffer.len. I don't know if that. Technically, I think that should probably go on its own thing. If buffer right buffer. Okay, yeah, no, you can just do like shapes dot. Okay, so we can do shapes 2D shapes buffer, and then we just do like len, which takes in a reference to self, and just returns like all of these. I don't know if that's accurate, but anyway. So this will tell us something. So first off, what this will tell us is that there is exactly one object in the buffer. The shapes buffers are still empty. But I think that might be to do with the fact that I asked it for the shape buffer the way I did. Because that length is only updated. It tells me like if the length changed, not anyway. Writing object buffer. So here's the thing. Writing object buffer 1 means that like, I actually wrote something into the object buffer. Right? Like, that's what's throwing me, is that like there is exactly one object. Now, apparently we wrote nothing into the shapes buffer, which could be what's causing the issue. Why is it black? But each run of the shader should, it's only black if it finds exactly 0. If I said that this is equal to 1 and color it black, and then F5, now it's gone because it's saying, so that means that it is exactly 0. Well, that would make sense. I guess we need to check to see if 1, and like, do we ever actually get to 1? Because of course we're going to get to 0. Oh no, okay, so if obj is equal to 0, not to 1, does it get here? No. So it never gets to 1. I mean, that actually makes sense because yeah, so it's if array length of objects equals 1. Okay, so we are actually in fact getting something. There is some shape data. Now, why are we not getting a circle is the next question. So again, well, my assumption is that when I am writing these buffers and doing our binding and bypassing and our length, when I call len, I think I'm getting the wrong thing. So I think it's just circle.length. No, dot buffer dot something data. Dot data.len. Yep. Okay. So now it should return 1 because there is actually a circle. Whereas I'm pretty sure the way that I was using data meant that it wasn't rebinding it. Okay. So we're still coloring it white. Nope. Okay. Right shape buffer. So it's not it's not extracting the triangle. So updating with the circle. Updating circle. So we need something that has a circle, a global transform, and a shape. Now we've said that a circle needs a transform, which, I mean, then I'm pretty sure a transform requires a global transform. Yep. Okay. Okay. So go back to circle. So in a shape color to white, which means that you, as long as there's a circle, you should always be true. So can we say, because we are updating circle data, updating all shape data, updating, okay. So it doesn't seem to have called updating circle data. So there's updating all shape data, but there's updating circle data. I don't see it. So it means this is never called. So what is our condition on this running? Okay, so we add it here, we add systems to render, and we say circle, update circle, inset, shape set, update. Okay. And then you say info, and so it's okay. Updating. Okay, no, there's updating circle data there. I'm just blind. Okay, so we're going to say info. Okay, let's see if we do that. Then it should print out 1 circle, exactly 1 circle. So I don't know how its len is 0. If it finds a circle and it's still got length 0, because it can't be 0 because this is when we set that. Yeah, so we found a circle with radius and a position run, and we writing shapes buffers 0. Okay. So we're definitely updating it. So can radius shape buffer, and we say, hey, when I say len, I say circle dot data dot len, and these can't be negative, these are unsigned. Yeah, so why when you get to here, buffers, okay, so we're going to say buffer dot, we're going to say info, no, as pushed, and then we say that is now buffers dot circles dot data dot length. Okay. So here's the thing that I'm not following is if that says 1, then at some point I'm clearing the data again. Now, my concern is that the circles.data is unreliable because, okay, circles data pushed 1. Okay, so writing shapes buffer 0. So somewhere between this running, update circle data, and it's actually using the circle data, we've cleared it again. Alright, my question with you is, when I call vec buffer here, when we call len, you say self.data.length divided by the size of t, and then your data is just a vector. Okay, so what that means is, like, I don't think writing to the shader would clear you. Like, it's not like a, so what the hell is clearing it? So writing buffers, and then this calls write buffer 3 times, get layout and bindings. Okay, write buffer, self.data.write buffer, okay, r equals self.length does not equal data.len, then self.length equals data.len, and then r. Oh, this returns whether the size needs to be redone. So you call write buffer and you say if self dot is empty, self dot reserve, and then buffer if some buffer your self dot buffer else return. Interesting. It could be this. Let self buffer else return means that, like, if we call write without first putting something in it. No, surely not. When we say new buffer binding, capacity link is linked push, self dot data extend repeat 0 elements end size. Destination write value dot write into offset. Adds a new value and returns its index. Set label reserve write buffer. So if data is empty, yeah, return. Okay, our self dot reserve means that, okay, so then if it fails to reserve, that sets it. Okay, that's what that's doing. And then we return R, and I use R for something. But what is clearing it? Like, obviously clear. So when you call clear and use self.data clear, where do we use clear? Because something's calling it unnecessarily. Alright, so we have objects, we have self.data clear, buffer.circles.clear. So you specifically call, and you call that and you call that. Okay, and you call circles.clear, and then you call squares clear, you call triangles clear, and then loaded.clear. On image load. This is unrelated. It's unrelated. So that means nothing is calling it, which means that how is it getting there with no length? Okay, so when I say this does something. Mod. What does it actually do? Why am I keeping track of that? Detect need clear lib. Object shape. I mean, for all I know, it's actually writing it, but I don't think it is. Render init resource. What the hell am I doing with the shape data? It's in shader. It's when we say reload shaders. No, it's is changed right. Okay, if write buffers let bind group let group equal create group. Oh right, I need to rebind it every time the buffer changes size. So I only. Okay, yep, that rebinds it. That's okay, fine. That's fine. So I'm still confused about why shape buffers here. Can I say, like, when I call lemon new, I want you to please wait, it's just public, isn't it? I think I can just, I assume I can just call like info shape buffers circle buffer length, and then that's just shape source. Okay, so I have to make it public just so they can print it. Make them all public, I don't care. It's not following exactly why it's not having any circles. Like when it gets there, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, now it's okay. Writing shape data buffer 1, circle buffer length 1, write object buffer length 1. Okay, never mind. Now they've all got fucking data in them. What do you mean? Huh. Okay. Well, apparently the answer is I don't fucking know. It decided it's gonna suddenly start working. Okay, so now we're at least writing data, and then now, so does that mean you're just always returning? Okay, now why are you just always returning if array length? Okay, so if I get rid of you now, there is actually data for you to render. So now if I F5 you, you're not rendering anything though. Okay, so I don't think that matters. If we go to old, what the hell do we do when we're trying to render a circle? We just call it SDF circle, and we go if c is greater than k. Okay, so we say we let the circle equal the circle, and we say length minus center. So p. Okay. Now we did do some fancy stuff to work that all out, but in theory, it should just be. We just do this, and we just said, if I'm gonna say just to try and get something to fucking render, if vertex output dot clip position dot x is less than object circles. So how does this SDF circle work? I think I need to import the actual circles. ID and FF. But actually, I don't even think I need to do that in my main thing, do I? I think I'm doing that in core as well. Yeah, we can just pass in this. Okay. So first things first is go F5 this. Now, what is happening here? So what you do is say if vertex dot clip position dot x is less than 0, return 0. Well, okay. The issue is just no, I was gonna say that. Okay, so apparently clip position is just like never less than 0, less than 10. Oh, I need to reload it. Okay. Okay, so it's a. If I go up here and said, can you bring in from circles the circles array? Circles. Okay. Now, the issue with that is I don't think we're actually setting the object correctly. But probably not. We're probably setting it to, well, there's only one, so setting it to 0 wouldn't make a difference. But we actually don't think we ever set the. Yeah, you just always set to 0. Word width. iter.enumerate and then y wrapping this and then we just say order with I. Oh, we need to shift circle 24. What do you mean? Okay, so let s equal I think I need to do, is it this? All right, so then, and then it's S ordered with I. And this gives me a U size. Okay, so then as U32. Okay, so we have a shape type S. Okay. Anyway, it's still always 0, so it shouldn't really matter because that should just mean that we just always get. Okay, so we need to get circles, which I think is how I spelled it in there. So we get a circle. Okay. Apparently I put a circle, which is hilariously incorrect, but anyway. Cool. Yes. Okay, so we go back to, yeah, U, and we go, hey, bring in circle. And then we go, okay, if X is less than circle OBJD, dot radius. Now, what does this look like? Hey, okay, so there is actually a circle in there, which is fun. Okay. First off, you shouldn't be circle OBJ. You should be object dot type index ampersanded with 0x ff. Okay, and then theoretically this shouldn't change anything. Okay, so if your vertical offset is less than this, okay, so can I say if your vertical offset clip position so that means that 0 isn't a corner. So if we said length of vertical dot clip position dot xy is less than, okay, so we let C equal this, and then we say if X is less than C radius, okay, and then if this is less than C radius, give us a different color though. Can you give us white? Just give us a solid white. I don't know where exactly the length is less than. Interesting. Where is the length greater than the rate? Well, obviously it's going to be everywhere. Right? Yeah. Okay. So what if I said times 10? Is it just that the, okay, so the circle is just really tiny and in that top right corner, so that's 0, 0. Okay, so first off, the circle is really fucking tiny. Now the issue is that a camera at 0, 0 apparently has a okay, so to correct for that, we probably want to offset the camera by the viewport size, which is what we were doing before. So we have to say up the top here, we're going to let position equals this, and then I want to say maybe plus the view. Well, that would be true. View dot translation plus the view dot size times a half, and then we go F5. Okay, so the arrow keys still aren't moving anything around, but that's, I think, because we're not actually checking. Yeah, so it should be position dot x and then position. Oh, redo that one. Why did you suddenly not work? Yes, please tick. We're going to ignore you for now. Okay, F5 you. Okay, so now we can move around, and okay, so we need to get rid of the one that's just clipping off half the fucking screen. That's dumb. So, F5. Now we're rendering a really big fuck off circle. Now we're going to say don't multiply by 10. and then we're going to go F5. Okay, there's our circle. And then we need to invert this, which is if you're less than this. Okay, we need F5 here. Okay, now you're a white fucking circle. Now if I get rid of this, does it just work? Because we've actually like, was it just hiding behind the fucking thing the whole time, which is going to be really annoying if that was the case. Okay. No. Okay. Oh yeah, because we need to pass in, well that's the correct index, we just need to pass in the position. This, we go F5. Nope, not here. So we and F5. Okay, now we have a blue fucking circle. God damn it. Okay. Okay, so circle, shape, mask, object, type. Okay, so shape type. So I need to come up with some kind of way. Is there a way to like do a? We want like an array, don't we? We want like const shape lookup, which I had an idea. An array of vector u32f. Ooh. Okay, wait. Can you actually do function pointers? WGSL function. Is that a thing? However, it doesn't allow pointers to be passed as a parameter to user-defined functions. These pointers can only refer to data in the function or private access. I don't know, like, can I pointer private U8 reset function pointers as function parameter. Pointers can be passed into functions. Okay. As few built-in functions take pointer parameters, such as array length, and atomic built-ins. Okay, pointer aliases are not allowed when there is a potential write through one of them. We'll explain more about the next page. Okay. Okay, without the unrestricted pointer parameter language extension, pointer parameters to the functions have two additional restrictions. Only pointers into functions or private address space are allowed. Only pointers to whole variables can be used. You cannot pass the address of a pointer to it composite value. Okay, so your lookup can actually be an array of fn right. Oh, okay, can I do this, and can I make your array length 1 and then this one, and then go like, hey, you're a circle, and then instead of doing hey if this you say if shape lookup shape type, which annoyingly is u masked with u bit shifted 24, which means I should probably store it in the lower byte. That kind of would make more sense, and then passed in that is less than that. Can I control S and then come here and like F5 this? No. Okay, so would you say expected this expected found open parentheses? Okay, so how do I declare this? So pointer reset counter, first counter, reset counter, second counter. But how do, okay, the bad address, work group, invalid, but how do I make a function pointer? can I like see the definition of array size? Array length? No. Okay. Next page. How do I pointer private I32? But how do I get a function pointer? What does a function pointer look like? Pointer as short names. Function pointer as function parameter. No. Specifying a pointer type. Okay, so pointer function U32. So is that the return type? So pointer function. So pointer as is an address space. Okay, T is a type known as the storage type, and AM is the access mode. Only write this when as is storage. So storage I32 read. Okay, same as read. Read write. Okay, so specifying a pointer. A pointer refers to memory association with all or part of a variable. Okay. In more detail, a pointer set memory location. Do not write access mode in other cases. They are 35 addresses. But we want to do something like pointer. Here's the issue. Pointer PTR, right? That's apparently how you write it. And you say function, and I'm assuming F32 because I want to say that that's pointer to U32 in function. That's what I'm not following here. Is I don't think you work. Yeah. Okay. Wait. So the pointer's fine. How do I use a pointer in a function? Creating and using pointers. So get a pointer to X. Update X through pointer. The X. Now X is 3. Okay. But how do I get a pointer? Update edge. What the fuck? How does that work? You're getting a pointer to something other. Okay. If V is a variable, then V is a reference to all of the memory of V. Okay. Getting a pointer is part of a composite value by writing an expression to access that part, then use if chair is a structure with member legs that is an array of 4 values, and chair leg the pointer to the last leg in the chair. To address memory point refers to use the operator to turn it into a reference. If P points and P references the same memory. As short names. This works. But why can't I like I need some kind of way of looking it up. The pointer function, it's really weirdly like, so inside a function, combine and let declaration to create a short name for something in a larger structure as an example. Yeah, no, pointers as function parameters. So I could pass the pointer in as a function parameter, but that, okay, but that's like basically uses. Okay. Don't set from. So you take in a pointer function on. Okay, so pointers are like inputs. So it's sort of like we would need to look up a shape descriptor and the shape descriptor. No. Again, because what I want is to have like a way of calling a function that then knows what function to call, sort of thing. But the issue with this is it seems like you need to write it so that you can say, like, I'm going to pass you this piece of memory and you're going to update the location of this memory, which is just fine. But it's not exactly clear how I would go about writing a lookup for a function. WGSL dynamic function. Function by pointer. I don't want pointer movement. Okay, but like, is it possible? Like, is it a valid thing for me to say something like, fragment? Can I say like, let f equal what's this? Find distance circle. Is this a valid thing that I can do? Or are you going to yell at me when I get here? Wait, so that's a valid thing to do, right? That's what that says? That this is valid? No. So what are you saying? So expected variable access. But where is that? Where is that? Line 8.5. What do you mean it? 8.5. Okay, no, go away. I think you're causing more problems than you're solving. Oops, I closed the game, so that's not gonna work. That could have been causing other issues. My question is, can I like do this? No. Expected variable access. Okay. How do I... Can I pass a reference to this? No. Expected variable access. So there appears to be no such thing as like a function pointer, which means I would just have to match on this type. Okay, so that's fine. Can we say like I mean, theoretically, I could make each of these take in a function pointer. That would make the signatures a little bit more useful. So first up, we want to take away your ability to have a circle. And then we want to go to circle and we want to say, actually, you take in a, not the ID. Can you take in a PTR to this, I guess? Is that how that works? I don't know. And then back out here, where it's not yelling at me, we go switch No. Yeah, switch on shader type, circle, position. No. No, you just say okay, we're gonna say something like let distance f32, and then it's going to say, hey, can you take in, oh no, yeah, just a reference to position, that's right. Yeah, let me just say distance equals this and say, I don't know why you're trying to call object to offset. Oh yeah, no, that's probably correct actually. And then don't do this, you just pass that in type index, because I'll take care of that on an individual level. Right. Now the question is, if I F5 this, what did you complain about? You said it didn't equal anything. So we can just say like u equals 0 dot. Then we can look at F5 and go, okay, so circle, case or default. Case. Is that how you do them? I don't know. They throw me off because every time I try to do them, they've just like not worked. No, expect. Okay, so is it case like this? Is this how you do them? And then I'm assuming it's default like this. They probably don't have the arrow either, would be my guess. Okay, yep. So then it's just click case and then case. Okay, then we go. We go. Okay, so you found an equal sign. Oh, it's default. Yep. If I. Nope. Here. If I. Okay. Something about offset. What did you say? So offset.xyz. Object.offset. What does an object actually have? It's got a position. Right. So here we go. Okay. Object.position.xy. And then we go F5. Okay, distance cannot assign to this expression. Okay, this is immutable binding. That's fine. That's fine. That's probably actually why it said I had to assign it. Var can't like leave it unassigned if it's not a reassignable. Or maybe it was telling me that I never reassign it. And that's not allowed. Maybe I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, expression is not a reference. P. Yeah. Why did you pass it? P? No. Oh, no, you did, yeah, P. Expression is not a reference. The option is a... Okay. I still don't understand that these pointers fucking work. Anyway, let's get rid of this. Let's like not take you in as a pointer. My thought was so you could do an in and an out, which I might do for the other type of functions. You just take it out. Oh, you know what? It's probably not working because I haven't recompiled this because this is a built-in, or like a thing that I'm not like you know. Okay, so if I F5 this, okay, so the shader is now compiling. I still don't see my circle. It would help if I was actually like going. Okay, and then we say, so first off, distance probably goes like here, and then we go if distance is less than 0, return vertex.output.color. Sure. Okay. Now let's reset our position because by all imaginable metrics, resetting the distance of that. So okay. So my assumption is that you set distance, and we go distance is less than 0. So it should be doing something. If distance does not equal 0, Okay, well, apparently that's just not going to work now either. We probably want to go... Okay. Was it just not reloading it? Okay. So if distance is not equal to 0, if distance is greater, is less than 0? Okay. So, yeah, I really shouldn't be moving. I think I can reset like this, can't I? Camera 2D. Transform. Set you to 0. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna just press 0. That's right. I forgot I had key binding to this. Why are you not working? Okay, so what do? We wanted to say like if len of position dot xy is less than right, we hid circle away and didn't we? Yeah. Okay. So what I want to check is actually here. We want to say if you get to here, if distance is less than 0, can you just return the object color so that I can see it? Okay, so again, it's still not working. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so distance. So my assumption is maybe you're just getting the wrong way here. Okay. If you get to default, can you return void? Return black, please. Okay, so it's not hitting default. It could be hitting rectangle. I don't know. Rectangle's 1, so probably not. Okay, so if we got rid of object's position, maybe that's the problem. Let's get rid of this. Just pass in its position. Okay. What the hell is your problem? So length of P minus circle radius. And circle is going from there and there and there. Okay. What I am not understanding. So let's pull circle back out into our thing because it was definitely working. So I don't know why circle. I also want to just go here. I want to rename this to circles because it just makes so much more fucking sense. Now I think this is gonna cause issues if I call it circles here. But anyway, so circle, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go, okay. So let circle equal circle. Shaded type. Nope, that's the shaded type. We want to go yeah, object this. Okay, then we say if position dot length. I don't know, if the length of position is greater than circle dot radius return black. Okay, color it in, please. F5. Okay, so times 10. Okay, the circle is fucking over here. Hey, look, you're blue. Okay, first off, if I hit 0, why is it over here? Something has gone terribly wrong. That would explain why I cannot find the circle. Why? Okay. So, what have I fucked up? Let's put the circle over there. Are we supposed to be minusing this? Okay, supposed to be minusing that. There we go. Okay, now if I turn this off. Fucking... Okay, now it's fucking work. Okay, good. Okay. Now, go to this. Okay. So next, we probably want to go. Maybe make a new one of these, like a new. Making a new file. SDF underscore dot WGSL. Okay. And then this one is going to do something like this. Something like this, and then this is going to be like ops, and then I think, I don't know if it lets me do wildcards, but hopefully it lets me wildcard stuff in. I can go to main here and I can go import Bevy as ops, and then no, just can we wildcard in all the operations like that? Because then I can, like, I don't know, do all the operations, I guess. So here's the annoying part. I would need to pass in the shader type. Okay. So each of those would need to know. Okay. So I think I want to do my distance stuff outside of the shader. Mostly because doing it inside the shader is probably going to break shit in that sense. It's going to be really fucking hard to work it out. Okay, so rectangle, circle, position. Okay, so object opposite minus object position. I think we want a plus object position. I don't know. If I find you, you're a circle, right? You're the circle. First off, if I change your size, do you get bigger? Yes. Yes. Okay. Now, if I move you, you don't actually see me moving at 5. Oh, 0. 0. I broke it again. Unexpected token. Okay. So can I not bring in everything? Can I just? Is this not a thing that I can do? Okay. No, I can do that, but I can't wildcard at the end, which is interesting. Now, if I move you, you don't seem to be moving. Yeah, you don't seem to be moving. Okay. God damn it. So why is it not moving? Its global transform is obviously changing, right? So, 0 myself, please. Now, why is your global transform? Yeah, the global transform is moving, so you're just not updating correctly, which is fine, I guess. Okay, object. So position is object dot position to xy. Right. So we need to work out like a distance thing and a magnitude thing. I don't know. I don't think you can sum every shape. Okay. Let's work out why it's not letting me move them around, because that's kind of an important part. So one thought would be that that I don't have the global transform actually being extracted, but that doesn't make sense because the camera's doing that as well. Like the camera uses that same logic. So my suspicion is detect, need, clear. I think this isn't actually applying to the render world, maybe? I don't know. If query is empty. If detected change, yeah, so like if I change its color, for example, right, shape color, well, it's not even the right color, so that's fun. See, but you're detecting that I'm changing that. So why? That's interesting, actually. I must be like part of when it's being extracted, maybe. Wait a second. Like when I extract the camera, this is a horrible stuff about update camera position. This extracted view. Bevy's doing that for me, but I'm pretty sure when it's extracting the view, Um, interesting. Player display set. Okay. Makes me think that maybe the global transform is not actually getting extracted. Now, what we could do is instead of saying that each shape needs a transform, we could say that each shape needs a color. Yeah, no, I feel like the color can be optional. Each shape needs a transform. So I think when we pull the transform out, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. Shape, circle, shape, changed, circle. I just want you to pull yourself out though. See, you require a transform to your shape. Okay, so I need you to extract global transform at the same time. That's the question, isn't it? Because maybe that's actually what's causing my issue with the camera as well, is because I'm extracting Bevy's camera, which is upside down relative to what I was doing. Interesting. How do I do that? How do I do that? Why is the color so wrong? That's the other. Why is it like a pale blue when I'm like really obviously quite pink? That's very interesting. Okay, work it out later. I'm trying to just get shit to fucking work, but it's just all getting. It's just so much fucking worse. Okay, so old. How do I combine them? Blend. Oh, smooth. Smooth union. I don't know if this is correct. It seems correct though. Like I'm assuming that the smooth union. I think it just says about ops being all the same. Okay, so this is op smooth union. Now my question is, if I go here and I call smooth union, does it work? I don't know. Interesting. So annoyingly, I need to either add my own thing to extract the position, which I may as well just make my own thing to extract the fucking camera at the same time. Oh no, because it's a completely different component, but anyway. Like what you would do, I can't be bothered. Just keep using the Bevy one. Custom. Okay, so my question is the render extract component? Like, my question is more like, is global transform extract component? You're obviously not an extract component, which is interesting, to be honest. Transform. I feel like global transform's got to be an extract component, and maybe it's just not. No. Okay. Go to transform. Transform requires global transform. Not defined global transform. Okay. Global transform. Are you an extract component? Nope, apparently not. Interesting. So does that mean that, how does the camera do it then? What the hell do I do something with you? Clear objects, update camera position, extract view. Yeah, extract view. How does this actually extract? You're just a component. Retain. Extract component. Camera, sort camera. Create surface. What the hell? Prepare view uniforms. Extract view, which is a query, and down here we get it again, which is prepare view. What? I don't get that. To be honest, I don't know how it's fucking doing it. Witchcraft. So I think we're just not pulling the position out. Now I could make it pull the position out when I take the shape, but well, the interesting note, it has to have a global transform. It literally has to have one, because right there it's got one. So my assumption is if I change the global transform like I have and then change the size, it hasn't moved. Okay, that's interesting, because like that 100% is buffering and stuff. So it's okay. I've said you have to have a transform, which is obviously sticking the global transform onto you when you're in the render world. Okay. Still like the idea of it being able to get away with extract. I mean, the obvious thing is just import extract component for circle, and then just get rid of that and that, and then you go, okay, so you need access to the, I don't exactly know how you do it. So the query is for global transform, shape transform, isn't it? So it's first up, type is out, is circle. Well, technically your out is circle and global transform. I think that's how that. Maybe I should make my own transform position so I don't break shit. Yeah, I could do that. So what we're gonna do is instead we're gonna leave each shape as its own thing. We can leave each shape doing extract component, extract component filter changed. Does that work? That'd be really cool. It doesn't. That's circle. Alright, so then go back up to lib here and go, okay, so we need a hub struct shape position. Let's just say offset, which is just a upback 3. Well, actually, couldn't you extract the shape? No, because the shape data needs to maybe no, it's too much work, that, to be honest. All right, so then we go, you need to derive component. You need to import extract component. Extract component. Your out type for shape offset is out, that is self. Okay, and then type query data, you need access to static global transform, and type filter changed global transform, and then extract component, just yeah, let's do that. All right, then we need to go into the SDF plugin and be like add plugin extract camera plugin, no, extract, and then this is shape offset. like that, and then we need to go to, is it circle data? We need to go, you don't use a global transform, you have a shape offset like that, and then you just say dot 0. Okay, so oh no, we want to go, we need to detect change, or that's in like mod, no, this one, somewhere I have a fucking detect change thing. This is a shape offset. Okay, and then shape offset. Does that mean, right, if we find our shape and then we go, hey, if we move this, move that, are you detecting the change? No, because I don't think I think I compiled it before I made that change there, which is what actually would detect that. The other option is it's just not actually extracting it properly. Okay, now it's detecting it all the fucking time. Wait, why is it detecting it all the fucking time? Update circle data. No, detect needs clear. That's for circles. This one. Shape offset changed. That should be fine though, because right. I bet what's happening here is that the global transform is changing every single frame because of like Bevy touching something in there that like their marks it has changed. Maybe I don't know, and then it's sticking that change into overdrive. I don't get it. Okay, so we extract self, and then it sticks that, and then it says hey, it's being changed. Change detection in offset setting flagged clear, and then it's doing it every single frame. You know what? It's probably like the editor is doing it or something. What's killing it is that the editor is changing something. It cuts about half my frames, but there's also like it's pasting stuff all the time. Is it actually moving? Interestingly, it's also moving in the wrong direction, so maybe we should fix the camera as well. So here's the annoying thing, is that your extract by nature requires, okay, so I'm going to say each shape. Where is it? Okay, so I reckon what we need is we also need to like make these like generic structs. So I'm going to take that away from you. You are a shape. And then we're just going to go up onto our lib level, and we're going to have a component pub struct shape, and then we're going to derive component, and then we're going to go require a shape and a shape offset. Like this, and so both of you will have a shape color and a shape offset. Oh, don't use ChatGPT. Go away. Go away. Right, and you just need to derive default, please. Derive. Oh no, I'm already in a derive default. Default. Thank you. Okay, so we have our extract shape here. So we're going to say when we extract shape, we query for self. Self, like that. Oh yeah, static self. Right. So then what we need to do is when we extract this, something tells me like I could do an extract query instead, where so this like extracts the component, but then we can go like shape offset, and then we go I'm trying to think like how to, because I'm pretty sure we did this before, where it was like if we go to like lib here and we go, and when we're inside the render app, we say, hey, can we like render app.add system systems update render, and then this is like we're just gonna have a function in here called like update offset, right, which is going to happen. We're going to go offset, which is a res no, it's a extract, right? Like this is a thing that we can do, and then we can say like query and then we want like global transform. I want to say with shape, but yeah, with shape. And then we want to go and then mute shape offset. No, it's something like mute shapes, which is going to be a query for mute shape offset. No, it's going to be a query. It's going to be I guess it is, isn't it? Query just a shape offset. Like we don't need actually we need yeah, okay, mute shape offset. And then we're gonna go, oh, we need commands, so need commands like that. Then we're gonna go, we need your we need your entity. No, is it render world, render entity, something like that. We need your render entity and your global transform, and we go shape commands. We go, okay, so for entity we're going to transform, and we say if let okay shape offset shape get mute entity, and then we say if shape offset dot zero equals continue, otherwise shape offset dot zero equals translation, and else entity commands entity insert trend. So that entity. Okay, so so what that should be doing is extract schedule. Extract. Nope. Wrong extract. What was the fucking render thing called? There was like, there's two. There's render and there's extract or something. Extract schedule. So I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, what this is doing is we're in the extract step and we're running update. So what this does is we will check if the global we don't necessarily want with shape. We want well, I guess it's this. and then change global transform like that. Right, so what we do is we go, hey, anything that's global transform is changed that has a shape, can you query for its offset? And we go, if its offset's the same, don't do anything, but if it's not, update its offset. Else commands entity insert offset like that. Right, like that. And then we can go, hey, you're not actually an extract component, so you can shove off. And then we go shape, and we go shape actually doesn't require offset. We insert that ourselves. I kind of do want to be like mark all the shapes, but we could probably just get rid of shape. I actually want to keep it because I want shape to be something that what shape? Like mark all the required components. Shape doesn't have default. Yeah, God, empty. Default. Like this. Okay. So the idea is that like if I need a struct that's on all shapes, I can put it on the shape marker. And then you don't get extracted. I think this should work now. Okay. There also, it's moving in the wrong direction, which makes me think I should probably just extract the camera myself. Yeah, we'll find out if it works. So shape transform. Hey, it's moving. Now, if I move the number in the negative direction, which should be this way, it moves in the positive direction, which is backwards. I think. Yeah, positive, like, because the camera here. If we go to your transform, all right, no, we want to go to your transform somewhere here. There's a fucking word that says transform. There we go. So if I move this number positive, the sphere goes to the left. If I move the sphere to more negative, which, wait, actually, if I move your Y up, you're heading down? Or I'm moving the camera on it. What? I don't know what I'm moving. To be honest, zero. Okay. So if I move you, okay, that's even more concerning. What entity have I moved? And can I please reset? I don't know what I did. That was terrifying. So entity transform. Okay. So if I move positive, do you go up? You do. Okay, and negative, and you go down. But if I move to the X, okay. So we need to. I think technically we just need to flip the X of the camera. Maybe. No, we need to. Kind of. The thing is, the camera X and Y need to be inverted to each other. But I don't think I can just flip the X of the camera because I make the camera move the wrong way. Like it's if I move this way. So we want to like I guess we can flip the X of the camera. When we extract when we do the extract, we want to flip the X, not flip the Y, and then we'll subtract instead of add the camera, I think. Because that should put the camera back the right way, but then it should also make the offset right? I don't think so, actually. The issue is that the X offset of the thing is wrong. Right, well, then we can flip everything. Okay, I think that should be right. So when we update camera position, if translation well, from view, wait, what? I feel like I'm doing this wrong. It's a bit weird. Anyway, so what we want to do is not flip the Y, but do flip the X like so. We need to relaunch that so that it actually updates. So this should invert it entirely, maybe. Well, no, because now we move to the left, we move to the right, we move up, we move down. Right, which means I need to flip the sign of what we do with the camera. So we take clip position, so minus view translation, right? Which means now I press F like that. Now when I press left, I go left. When I press right, I go right. When I press up, I go up. When I press down, I go down. But now, does the object move in the right direction? I don't think it will, because I didn't change that, but entity. There you go, okay. If I move you to the left, you are moving to the right. Okay. And if I move you to the right, you move to the left. Now move you up, you go down. Oh, no. When I move you down, you go down. When I move you up, you up. That's very weird. It's to do with the space things. Okay. So we need to like somehow flip the X and the Y, not size. So clip position, we add the position. We just need to flip the X and the Y on the object stop position. Okay, so that would be done. I guess when we extract the offset, we say see, because we compare them, we can't really do that because that'll break it. It's when we extract the object. I also don't like that I'm extracting the object multiple times, but that's fine. So what we're going to do is instead we're going to say vec3. Well, I guess what we should do instead is we should call transform dot to offset, right? And then we're going to go to U shape offset, and then we can go we're going to import shape offset, and then to offset, except this is going to be multiplied by vec3 new, which is -1 1 1. Probably not a very good way of doing that, because it does more multiplication than it needs. Like, it'd probably be better to go something like new vec3 new xy self dot 0 dot z, and then you flip the x here, because then it's only multiplying 1 by -1 instead of all of them by -1. But for all I know, the compiler actually knows how to do that. So you return a vec3 and then to offset. Do you have to consume self? I mean, you can just be copy. That would work. Clone copy, and then do that. And we go. You know what now? Okay, so we're here. We go. Okay, if I move you to the left, you actually go to the left. Okay, I move you to the right. If I move you up, you go up. I move you down, you go down. Okay, cool. Okay, so I don't quite know how the blending works. So anyway, so we go. So let object. So this is the object, and we extract the shape type, and we then match the shape type. And we say let case p position plus the object's position. Then we work out the distance to the object. Okay. See, what it should be is we should probably pass in something like var. Oh, color would probably be good too, but anyway. Color, which is a vec3, and it should just be equal to nothing for now. And then what we're going to do, and then we're going to say, well, I mean, technically we could make it a vec4, but oh, no. Var mix is it should be equal to 0, because I want to use that to indicate when something's set. Like, so what we can do is we can say shape, let shape type. Then you switch and you go through. So we go through every shape and we go const circle p. Okay. Interesting. I'm curious if we can say like distance, and then we can we say like smooth union. I don't think we can just smooth union everything, but anyway, if we go well, first off, we should probably turn on the rest of the shapes, because you know there's no point trying to test if shapes blend if they don't actually even do that. The issue with this is it's whichever shape you hit first. I don't know, maybe it's just done all black. So so your color, and then if distance is less than 0, you return object.color. Now here's the issue. Error encountered while rendering to object render, failed shape bind group not set. I know we've passed that. There's 501 items loaded. Now why are they all black and why are they all at 0, 0? Are they all at 0, 0? Why are you equal to black? I think somewhere I've got to check. Do I? No. If distance is less, then return vertex color. If distance is less, return object of color. Why are you black? Because you somehow, some way, one of you is getting a value. Can I just shift you index type and then AND it with FF? 0x FF. That probably seems like a smarter way of doing it. Shift it 24 bits and then AND it. Also, am I even setting it right? Possibly not. Circle. I think I want to actually not do that. I want to use this, and I just want to shift I that little bit. So I want to go just circle and it with can I make the enumerator skip so many? Like I don't think there is. It'd be nice if I could. Enumerate new with self. See, like I want to Rust start enumerate actually I don't want to do that because I was thinking like, but then as soon as it ticks up 1, it's going to tick into where I'm using it. So we just need to bit shift it 8 times. So I guess we could, is it step by 256? That would, oh no, because again, same issue occurs. I can't tell the enumerator to step. Where was I? I was in circle. Okay, so we want to say I shifted 8. I bit shifted 8 as a, yeah, like that. So that's my thought, is that circle is in the wrong spot, and then is it this? I don't know. Well, we've got a different circle to start, but anyway. So what's going on here is we're gonna go, don't do that, just this. So to get the type, just AND it with FF. Okay, that should get us. So it should always be circle. That's my thing. I think this is getting triggered because of it's somehow getting a value other than. No, okay, so it's still black. So it's not that it's getting somewhere outside of what it's supposed to. Then we want to go to shape type mask. I think I want to get rid of this. This seems a bit unnecessary. Then we go circle and we go, okay, I want you to get this, but I want you to take ID and instead of ending it, just bit shift it. Right, that's how you get the correct circle. Now we need to rerun this because this code's loaded differently. Okay, so I don't know why each circle is black. It's probably because I'm setting the color somehow. I set the color to 0 here and then object.color. But I never actually return this color. So I don't actually know. I'm assuming it's not you. No. So why are you black all the time? Assumption is that I am not extracting color anymore. There's too many of them. It maybe circle. So circle has shape, and then shape should be putting color. So they're all extracting, right? And then shape buffer and object buffer all got stuff in them. I do want to go like circle and be all like okay, object push create object data. Right, so you are a circle. Color to linear. Okay, can I get you to if I equals 0 print line color dot 0 dot 2 linear. You still won't work. There you go. Equals q. I don't know why I've lost my color all of a sudden. It annoys me. So this still works. My curiosity is, are they all just like at 0, 0? No, they're all at different places. Can I set you to 0, 0? Are there now 2 circles here? Okay, the fact that I'm not seeing a second circle is interesting. Why am I not seeing a second circle? Because no. If at any point the distance is less than 0, return. Okay, can I say, okay, so if you hit a circle, return forward. F5. Okay, so every pixel is at least checking a circle. We're going to say if distance is less than 0, we're going to then say F5. So color equals object.color. No, we want to return color. Can we return white? Okay, so point is position on the screen plus object.position to x, y, z. So if I find you and I said, well, first off, you're not at 0, 0, which is implying that their transforms aren't actually being transferred across. That's interesting. Why are you at 11,000? Okay. Why is your transform? Okay, so you said that it's basically solid red. Okay, that's fine. Here's what I'm not understanding. Why is the okay, update offset shape offset? So can I the extracted thing, right, which is with shape, which these all have shape here. With, yep, they have shape. And then this is shape offset. So can I get a need to like print line updating shape offset or entity? Okay, so first off, you shouldn't be saying anything because nothing's moving. But it should have... Oh no, because they would have all just been added. So if I now go here and say move you. Okay, updating shape offset for entity. Okay. Okay, and then I need you to please like I need you to print some more stuff for me. For example, I need to know the offset and the ID, which is this. Copy that. No, paste it there. And then now this should actually return 0, which means that the more interesting one to look at would probably be when I equals 1, so that you actually return something other than the 0. What did I break this time? I'm a bit of breaking this shit. Okay, so what did it say? It said failed to process shit. Yeah, so you said it's red vector 256. Okay, so vector is this and that. All right, so then why are you not actually in a position? My interesting point is that like they all seem to be the same. So first off, it shouldn't actually be saying anything because, oh no, it is. Okay. So I need to track down. Now the fact that it's always the same entity makes me think it's this one. Okay. So question becomes why can't I? Okay. Like you're clearly loading the correct information into the shader. Am I just being an idiot inside the shader and just like always indexing by the same number? We get object. Okay, so can we say if if equals 0, okay, object dot type index shifted 8 equals 0. If length of okay, let's go. Length of position is less than circles dot radius return vec for 1. Right. So first off, didn't like that, but circles. Right. So I'm going to turn off this one and all actually all the others. Let's just you just like never always discard. I'm trying to work out why the fuck they've disappeared when I've had, because I don't think it changed anything between shapes. Alright, so now you're returning 1, and that means we're going to return. Alright, and this is if type. Okay, so then if it equals 1, Do we get a different shape? That's the question. We don't get any shape. But that has to be this one. Circle, the radius of. Okay. So type index. So object. So first off, why are you never returning anything? Interestingly, so I'm reloading the shader. Okay. So make sure I actually saved it. Reload the shader. Yep. So that implies that type index object dot type index shifted 8 equals 1 is just never true. Right, so equals 0. Am I doing incorrect arithmetic stuff? Where what the fuck am I doing wrong? Okay, so well, that's the thing. I literally set shape type here. So we say objects dot push this, and we say that your shape type. Now, what's possible is that the vec3 u32 could be incorrectly placed on the other thing. So anyway, the transform to offset, color to linear to vec3. Okay, then we say super shader circle. So the fact is, I'm 100% putting 256, and then if we go to our calculator and we say 256, and we go to programming, 256 bit shift 8 equals 1. So if this is actually making it to the GPU, which apparently just isn't, according to this it is, but it actually just isn't. Are we just never reaching that object? I mean, that's definitely a possibility. With my terrible coding, why are we never making it? So object plus plus. So can we check to see? Okay, first off, let's check the obvious one is that the object structure is wrong. So that's here, and we go, okay. So you will laid out position vec3 u32. Okay. vec3 u32. And then so and you are storing data on as vec3. Where is it? God, everything is just so fucking everywhere. I'm so over it. I should just fix it, but my brain is not fucking cooperating. Where is this object data? It's object data. Okay, vec3 u32. Okay. Cool. vec3 u32. Okay, so it's definitely laid out correctly there. So we are actually loading more than one object. So can we say like if array length of object is greater than 10, there should be 502, but actually let's just do that. If it equals 501, then return white. It's not equal to 501. That or it didn't compile. It probably just didn't compile. No, it did compile. Is greater than 500. is greater than 100 is greater than 1. It's not greater than 1. What's the bet we're not fucking reallocating the array? You little bastard. Okay, so shape objects. You know what? Shape objects should probably be in its own. Okay, so I need to remember how this shit works quickly. Refresh brain, come on. So we need the bind group, the core bind group. So this is going to be the objects group, which is just a bind group again. Right, and then somewhere where you declared up here somewhere. Well, first off, we're going to say your bind group 1, then your bind group 2, and then your object group. Okay, then somewhere down here we create the actual fucking thing. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so I create it somewhere around here. So we grab the objects, we grab this out, and we go how. Okay, so we can take your bind group away. And to be honest, the objects bind group should probably be an option as well. It's going to be none. Okay, so basically we need to make it so that it only rebinds it if it needs it. So objects group, you need to be worked out. Where is it? So okay, so I think again we can probably just go back to just doing this. Apparently we just don't use this either. Okay, so you'll need to keep track of the length as well though. Where are you? You need to be in an option. Okay, then you need to be if let some bind group equals shape. No, it's object group as reference. Set bind group to 1. I think technically this should be a skip, and I don't think skip says why. Okay, so we just skip. So basically this is saying like you didn't end up binding anything, so skip. This should probably also be a skip, but I'm gonna leave it as a failure for now. Okay, and then somewhere down here we're gonna say when we write buffers, I'm going to say object and then write dot zero dot buffer. But I'm gonna say you actually have a function called write buffer on you, and we're gonna go to wherever you are, object data, say you're gonna have a u size, and then we're gonna say impl object. Oh my god, what did I do? So you are deref. Deref. That one. Then we're gonna say, well, sure. Dot. Yeah. 0.1. We're gonna say we have write buffers. We're gonna say you need to return a boolean. Cool. And we say let r equal and then self dot 1 equals and then r, right, and then 0, and then down here we're gonna say in the same way that you go if this And we say let buffer bypass change detection. Okay. Can we also like stop writing this every time because it's just filling the console up unnecessarily. We're gonna go if write buffers, then if write buffers, buffer dot binding. I don't know how this is. Okay, so bindings and then vec group. Okay, so I'm gonna say something along the lines of buffer dot shader group. Buffers dot shader group. Okay, so object group equals thumb. And then objects are 0 to binding to unwrap. Binding is now 0. Thank you. So SDF objects create bind group. Okay, so device create bind group. Bind group entry layout. Okay, so then we have to make the layout. So we're gonna go find core.pipeline. It's not core layout, it's object. It's core layout. Like that. So now we have to track down the pipeline wherever that happens to be. Pipeline. Yep. So we have a okay. No, not object group. Object layout. Thank you. Okay. So when we create you down here somewhere, we need to say that it's this, then it's self dot object layout dot clone, and then self. What do you mean? Did I call it something wrong? The SDF is terribly like not working, but this is what we got so far. I'm having lots of issues of trying to keep the fucking data in the right places, and it doesn't help that I keep rewriting everything like underneath myself, and it's just not working. Oh, object layout. Let's rename this to object layout. That's what it is. Okay, then we go down here. We are somewhere. I am doing this, and then we go. Okay, so shape layout. I don't think that's right, but we can probably just implement that. It's copy this, put it here, put that here, and then remove this, set this to 0, and go. Okay, this is the object layout, and then we go here and we say object layout. Okay. And now we see if it crashes. We need to go into the shader and make sure that we go, you're actually binding group 1, 0, and then entity shapes should still be the same. And then we go, okay, is that going to work now? Because it should rebind it every time it creates new objects, which should then actually mean the objects are bound to the right buffer. Nope, didn't like that. Where did it panic? We called resource. Yes, we don't need to do that anymore, I don't think, because we never actually assign it. We only do that on the view because the view needs to be assigned early. But now we've moved the objects out of the view, we should be able to. Oh no, still crashing. Where did it crash this time? Again, we're calling if objects changed. Okay. Now here's the thing: if changed, bypass change detection. If object write buffer, so you have to write the buffer. Okay, so we're gonna say if self.0.isEmpty return false. Okay, then it shouldn't try and assign anything if it's empty, because that's what this does. When we call write buffer, the Bevy automatically doesn't write anything. Okay, so you didn't like this because var storage array circles failed to build a valid final model. Entry point fragment at fragment is invalid. Finding of, okay, yep, so that's fine. I forgot to update the circle. No, SDF circle. This is actually bind group 2, is your 2D shape. Okay. Okay, well, now we're rendering nothing. Failed to, that's a different shit. So now we're back at that same problem. I don't know where in the fucking thing it's broken. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go, I'm probably just not returning the right number. So something, if the array is greater than 0, return 1. Well, that's concerning. Greater than 0. If I've, well, apparently the array's length is in fact 0. Can I just get you to return 0? Well, it's not gonna like that, so we're gonna be like if true. If true. Okay, and then we go F5. Terrifying. It means we're not actually getting here at all. How are we not even getting to the shader? Oh god, I really need to commit shit to get more. What did I do? Okay, so you're binding 0 0, binding 1 0, and then 2 0, right? And then well, at some point we were relying on opt, which is never actually loaded, but apparently that hasn't been a problem so far. So update official. We're probably just skipping every time, aren't we? Because we're never updating the objects, maybe. That's one thing I could think, because we're skipping, and obviously it's not printing to the console if we're skipping. So if we went and said something like in shader, when we update the shader, can we print that we actually updated the objects? Oh, that would be one thing to check, wouldn't it? If we go here and go, can I move one of these? This should trigger an update. Hey, now it's rendering something. Okay, so that means it literally, like, it won't catch it if it doesn't. Interesting. So updating shape offset, fine. Okay, we don't need to do this anymore. So detector change. Why does it not do it the first time? That is my question. I'm fairly sure added triggers changed, so it's not that it's just not finding it. Okay, so I reckon what's happening here is that update offset. Maybe we should default you to on. Can we override your default to being default to clearing on? I don't know. Default. I want you to please default to true. I think it's probably just one frame out or something that it's just not rendering it. What are you doing? Okay, well, it's now working again. Okay, now we need to just tweak this back to actually attempting to render something. So again, it's going to still render, we should render white now, because now we're getting to is greater than this, and then we should, is it greater than 500, which would imply that we are at least loading everything. Yes, okay, so all triangles are being loaded. All shapes are being loaded into the buffers and actually making it to the shader. Annoyingly, still fucking invisible. It would help if we were actually returning a color, maybe. Hey, okay, all the circles are now white blobs. Okay, okay, so now we need to return probably object.color like that. One. Okay, so doing that and then reloading this. Now they're actually colored blobs. Now I'm still unsure about why their color doesn't seem to work as well as I would have liked, but anyway. So because we're returning there, we're returning the very first color it finds. Instead, we're going to say if distance is less than 0, we're going to say color plus equals object.color and mix plus equals 1. And then we go to the bottom here and we say if mix is greater than 0, return what is it? Color divided by mix. And then we go okay, so now we've got blending shapes again. Now weirdly they seem to like blend into the lighter colors, but I guess that's just too expected. Okay. It's weird that the blue feels like it's transparent because they don't blend together as nicely as they feel like they should, but anyway. Okay, I think it's maybe because it's like the way it's mixing colors. I don't know. Okay, first off, I feel like I need to blend the colors back out to nothing. So if the color is, so what we want to do is we want to say, I don't think I want the colors to be maxed out though. That's the problem. So we want it to be like how far into the shape. So in that case, we want to say further into the shape, we want the color to be darker. So we want to say something like closer to 1. So distance. Okay, let var p I don't know. I'm trying to think of like good variable names. So we let depth progress equals well, we know that distance is negative, so distance divided by I feel like I need to invert this because what I want is, instead of returning the distance, I want to return positive number if you're inside and the magnitude of that number representing how far inside. Because otherwise we need to do this, and this requires pulling stuff out of there, and I don't really want to do anything with that. And there's also no point checking it twice. So why not invert our SDF? So I'm going to actually say that the SDF is it radius minus the length? Is that going to invert it? Find out. Oh, I have to relaunch the game because I modified something in the SDF stuff. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be working at all. So first off, don't do anything like this. What the hell is going on? Why are you rendering horrendous crap like that? If it's greater than 0. No, FO here. Okay, so now it's inverted. So if it's greater than 0, which means that we can keep track of the distance, and we can say that the distance is how far inside we are. Now the question is that we actually want to modify it again, because radius minus length, and then we're saying if the number is positive. So basically the length is less than the radius. But then we'd want to like divide by circle dot radius. Something like that. Anyway, again, launch the game again because we're modifying something inside the SDF itself. Okay, so then that should be returning a value between 0 and what? I guess it can be infinite. Like it can be any number, negative any number, and then when it's inside, it's 1. Like if it's right in the center, it's 1. So what that means is we could probably do something like let's do like dithering just, or like banding, just so that we can see it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say distance, bar distance times 10 dot floor divided by 10, and so we're going to say color plus equals. I don't know, that should give it like banding, right? No, apparently not. Apparently I'm an idiot. Okay. Distance times 100 floor domain. No. Oh, I've done some. Oh, yes. It wasn't that the thing was wrong. It was that that's not how you calculate the floor in a shader. It's always forever gonna fucking throw me that shaders do it differently. Anyway, fucking now if we F5 that. Okay, so black on the border, white in the center. So then what we want to do is say that we said add color, and so color is distance times by object.color, and then we, I guess, add distance to the mix. I don't know, add 1 to the mix. That rounds it out and they're shiny in the center. Okay. If I instead add distance to the mix, does that actually make it flat again? Yeah, that flattens it back out. So we do in fact need to add 1 every time we increment it. Now that should mean that the color should blend much nicer. Kind of. Not really, because I think literally the blue being in there it does that. So anyway, we want to say maybe add distance times distance. Ooh, that's backwards. Wow, I want to fucking square root it. How do I make that go up the opposite? I want to go slower. I mean, we could just divide distance by 2. But I want like an exponential. How? Oh, is it? How? Because we don't want square root. How? 0.5. I don't know. Is it faster to take the power of 0.5? Interesting. See, now they blend together better because it's like the blue doesn't plummet the red to 0. It lets the red bleed out into nothing. Okay. Well, this significantly already looks better. Maybe powder 3. The smaller I make that number, the more it should sort of like okay. Wait. The bigger I make this number? Wait, this is working the opposite of what I thought. Right. The closer that number is to 1, the less they bleed out to nothing. Okay. So the slower. Okay. Lovely. Now my average FPS is horrendous. Why is it so bad? I think it's because everything is checking every shape, every pixel's checking every shape. That doesn't seem right. But average FPS like 400 is just pretty bad. What is taking so long? This function, is it this function? We could say mix just plus equals 1. No, that didn't do it. What the hell is chewing through my FPS? I mean, it probably could just be that we're iterating through at least 500 things per. So one thing is we could probably do a bit of custom culling and get rid of anything that's not on screen. That would. Well, the trick with that is you'd probably just not want to render anything not on the screen. Okay, so there was doubling the number of pixels is not a good idea either. So how to profile GPU WGSL. See, the thing is I don't think I can skip entire shapes like I could before. So we switch here, but like because the thing is like it's not like we're doing anything. We're not comparing every shape to every other shape. We're just iterating through every shape once. The obvious thing to do would be to skip any shape that's too far away. But, like, how would you do that? The obvious thing would just be to not have shapes in the queue that are too far away. How do I do this? So don't iterate through every single one. How do I not iterate through every single shape? Because the issue is like I have to get the shape. Now we could probably get away with the not doing the cheap, this expensive thing, but I don't know if that's actually that expensive. So what we could do is we could say like so we got SDF circle, and we can say like distance circle distance, and so you give it point and you give it ID, and then it returns a boolean, and it just says see, but this it's still got to calculate the length, it's still got to calculate the circle radius. So it's still going to be slow, relatively speaking. So one thing to do would be just like don't render shapes that are more than a certain distance away. The issue with that is we'd have to update our. Well, I guess what you could do then is we could have a because we have our objects and we have our shapes separately, so we could keep all the objects on the GPU, and then only when the camera moves, instead of we could work out every shape that's within a range. So let's do that to try and speed everything up, because I want to go back up to 1000 FPS. So what we can do is we can say and then goes, hey, boo, is distance less than or equal to radius, okay? And then when we go to so I kind of feel like we want to keep, for the sake of like not constantly sending data back and forth to the thing, which I mean we still have to technically, we're going to go view here. I'm going to say binding on the view, because we have to update the view every time, is we're going to say something like group 0. Oh god, I'm adding another binding. Binding 1. Visible. Right, which is then going to be an array of U32. Okay. I would like if I could make that not a storage buffer, but I don't think I can. And then we want to go to here. We want to go here. Okay. So no, this is if objects is changed. Okay. So we can actually poke this inside custom phase buffers. So we're going to say, okay, visible, which is a uniform buffer. It's not a raw, it's a raw buffer. Raw buffer vec, visible data. No, it's U32s. All right. So, now I need some kind of way of keeping that there as well. Okay, but we can look at that a bit. So visible, which is our raw buffer vec, which is a U32. Okay, so we need to go, where do we do this core binding? Okay. So we bind you to group 1, which we don't care about. It's down here, this bind group stuff. Okay, so we need to say, we need a let root visible visible is a raw vec, which a raw buffer vec, which is a storage and a copy destination. Okay. Vertex, vertices, index. Okay, I don't think we ever use that stuff. We do the display. So I do need to call write buffer. The issue is I think write buffer, if its length is 0, raw buffer vec. Yeah, see, you have to actually have something in you. So we have to say like visible reserve, visible reserve 1. Otherwise it won't do very much. And then we come down here and we say visible dot write buffers, and then we go on. I think you have the same. Well, we'd have to rebind it every time, wouldn't we? That's annoying. Create a new bind group. Well, I mean, at that point, maybe just remove the core bind group. Do we hold display and we hold visible? So why not just remove that entirely? Core bind group. Oh. I feel like doing it in the shader may not be the best place to build a bind group, but we're gonna get rid of the core bind group. I should really be committing this to Git before I fucking break everything again. Visible. No, I don't think I spelt it right. Alright, save that. Then somewhere we're going to be using that. Okay, cool. So somewhere. Storage buffer. Storage buffer read only false dot default not build 1 default visibility. Thank you for that. And then we're gonna go, you need to be of type U32. Okay. Right. Somewhere we're doing something. Okay, so we're going, hey, core bind group. So I need to say let core equal I guess let bind group work. Now that means I need to pull in the render device, which I don't know if that's a good idea when I'm trying to call the render command. I feel like this isn't a very good idea. Anyway. We want this, and we want to say sres render device. That, and then we go, hey, can we say I don't think we have access to the pipeline, do we? Oh, okay, we don't need the, oh, we do need the pipeline. I mean, why not make another struct to make it even more confusing? Struct core bind group, which is just a bind group like that, and then we're gonna go, hey, you actually bring in should head to bed soon. No point staying up super late and then not being able to function tomorrow. You're a resource, and then we're gonna go core bind group. Okay, and then we're gonna go got that, and we're gonna go, you are then, I'll say like this, and then core bind group, and then this becomes something like that. Let core bind group, like this. Dot 0. Okay, so that should then get that bind group done, and so then we just need to do. See, the issue is so the core bind group needs to exist at all times, I think. I mean, technically it doesn't, because we could just not render it if it doesn't. Anyway, we do need to go and add some kind of system that updates that, which I guess is queuing the custom phase. It's in here that we want to be like pipeline cache, and then we want to go like mute bind group core bind group is not a local, it's a resource. Core bind group, and then we have a render device access here, or render device. No, the render device. God, I can't even spell device. Please, for the love of God. Okay. If I can full view, yep. Set opaque phase. Okay, so now we have an extracted view, which is interesting because this means that this is the perfect opportunity to actually even set up that data. Okay, so we're going to render device, and then we're going to go, hey, I don't actually know when this even runs, so update camera position, no. So we go here, we say, when do you pull out the pipeline? Somewhere we have access to, we have pipeline, cache pipeline ID, custom phase pipeline. Do we actually ever use this? Okay, we do pass in the specialized pipeline there. All right, so we want to go something like core bind group dot 0 equals shape custom phase group dot display dot visible. It's not pipeline, it's alright, maybe you're not the perfect spot to have this then, because I don't really feel like sticking all that extra shit in there. Okay, so we need to do something like update visible objects. I mean, the smart thing would just be not to put the objects. Okay, object data buffer. No, we don't want that. We want render device, render queue. Sure. Which means that we can just like not pass that buffer. Okay, and then object is changed. No. We don't care about the views either. We want this and this so that we can rebind stuff. And then we want to go. We're also going to need. So we need the camera. Which, let's have a look. I think at some point I update camera position, right? Which var display data. We did flip the X and the Y, so it's going to be a bit of an annoying thing, isn't it? If the so we could say display, so we have custom item phase. We can extract the display out of this, so we don't even need it mutably. We just no, we do, because we're gonna update the actual things. We don't. No, this is how we get the camera. Then we need what do we want? We want shapes, which is a query for shape shape position, shape offset, and we probably also want the shape index, like shape index. Right. And the way the shape index is going to work is that when we add them, we'll add the shape index back, and that should be actually enough. And then we're going to go actually we need the shape itself. Damn it. Well, I guess what a shape could do is, like, so we still have to update it. I'm trying to think of like how to do this without forcing it to update. We need like the shapes bounding box. So like we just use AABB. I want to say that we can just use AABB. Like we'll just implement our own. Do you get extracted? I don't know. I'm going to say like if your AABB isn't on screen, then you don't get rendered. So we have our shapes, we have our queries, and we're going to go for in shapes iter, and then let shape display. Yeah, what the fuck? No. Okay. So we're going to say first thing you do is you say render not render device. No, we want to say custom phase item buffer. We're going to say actually I think your capacity is fine, so visibility So instead, so I don't remember where I was. That's not a good sign. This is why I need to go to sleep. It is too late. Okay. So update visible. Okay. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna say let realic rebind equals false. All right. Let's just say display dot display dot, which is weirdly not the correct thing, I don't think. Visible dot, I think I want to say it's capacity, right? Capacity. Okay, so because that's the number of things we can store, and then we go okay, and we go. We want to clear it, so we want to say display dot visible dot clear. Okay, then we want to go so AABB, and I'm pretty sure that AABB is a center and a half extent. So is there stuff I can call in that? So we want to say like AABB and center half max is in half space. So world from location, from local. Okay, what does this function actually do? Check if the AABB is at front side of bisecting planes. What the hell is a half space? And what the hell is world local? Okay. That's too much. Okay. Okay, so so is there another thing that like maybe one that I can actually like understand? Relative radius, no. Okay, so I should probably just make my own. Yeah, okay. Bounding box, let's get that and then go fucking bounding box. So we need to go to lib and be like, please just start sticking all the stuff in the top. Broke. Okay, bounding box, which then just has a vec 3 3. I'm going to assume that all shapes are equal around the center. Then we're going to go struct I don't remember what the other one was. Object index 32, like that, and then both these have to be components. Derive component. Right. Same with you. Derive component. Okay. So I need like an observer that we add for like on-chain shape. Maybe. Okay. So bounding box is going to have basically you're going to go import bounding box. We're going to go fn within. And this is just going to be takes in self and point and returns a boolean, and it says min self. What no, why would it be that? Self dot zero, why would you minus 100? No. What? No. So if point dot x if point dot x is greater than half self dot well, let's just give you deref because it's getting, I don't like all these dot zeros. Yeah. Okay, cool. So if point dot x is greater than negative, well, why don't we just make the bounding box half? We just say, hey, if your point dot x is greater than or equal to x, if it's less than or equal to negative x, if it's greater than y or less than negative y, then you're true. Wait, within. So we need your x to be less than the x, but greater than negative x, less than y, and greater than negative y. Okay, and then we probably just want to be pub. Hey, you can also be pub, thank you. And probably deref mute too. Alright, so what do I need? So first off, I think I changed your name. Object index, yeah, object index. Right, so and bounding box. So we're gonna import you and we're gonna import you. Okay, so shape offset. So we're gonna say let point view equal. Okay, so we need to say that right, that's not really gonna work. We need to overlap, which annoyingly means we need to give 2 points. Okay. Overlap. Okay, so self and center with other, which is just a vec3, and so we're gonna see if we can get the error to check if self with center at point overlaps with other bounding box with center at 0. This is not at all correct. It's if center okay, if center.x minus half size.x is less than other x and okay, we'll just see if that works. I have no idea if it is, but anyway, we're gonna say if self dot or if AABB dot overlaps, so the center is offset dot to offset, and the other is display dot get dot size. I think that's how that works. Continue. And then we're going to do the opposite. We're going to say not overlaps. Continue. All right. Dot. Well, first off, it's AABB bounding box. Apparently, why am I using vec3s? Huh. Okay. Dot extend 0. I don't know. So then the index. Okay, so otherwise we're going to say display dot visible dot push index dot 0. Okay, then we get to here and we say first off display display dot visible dot write buffer. Okay, so we do that. Then we go if dot len does not equal rebind core dot 0 is okay. The length's greater than rebind, then core dot bind dot 0 is rebind, and then core bind 0 dot layout. No, it's we need pipeline. We say pipeline dot core layout rebind, and then we need to rewind the other one of these, which is bind group entry. Excuse me, but can you rewind 0 to the view? What did I call this? What did I call the camera? Display. Alright, so bind 0 and we bind 1, and this argument need to be references. Okay, so we go, hey, update visible objects. So we do that every time when we like do something like prepare view, whatever it's called. It's pretty clean up. There's like we update camera position. Prepare resource flash. Okay, so dot chain dots inset. Okay, so we update the camera's position, then we update the visible objects in the scene, and so that should work to write the buffer correctly, and then in our shader itself, which we flush separately, which is a bit weird, but you know, render. So we set this, we set that. Okay, so we update our camera position. We update this, and then okay, so the object index and bounding box. Interestingly, we need to make sure that we clear this. Actually, maybe not. Maybe we don't. Let me just make it public. I don't care. So what that means is when we detect need clear. Nope, it's when we update circle data. If I want to grab the entity view, like so. Here's where it gets a bit weird. Is that we're only going to render them, which means it is possible that you could add more than one shape and cause it to be a bit fucky because of what data it sticks on there. But we then want mute commands. So we're going to go here. We're going to say, hey, push this. So I think we can do this and be like let ID equal. Ew, why are we putting these on F0? So let's gonna get rid of this. Wait, I equals 0. Where do you stop? Why are we doing this? Wait, what? Let ID. Okay, first off, please tell me that I haven't had this broken. Okay, let's just undo it. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so this whole thing can go. Okay, if let ID equal this, And then we're going to say no, I don't want to. We're just going to say commands dot insert dot entity insert create object ID. Okay. As you could do. Cool. Now let's hope we did that right and that everything just works as expected. I know we did find it. I don't think we found the actual array, but so the idea is that nothing should change because we didn't actually do anything. We didn't, but like we're only printing out, we're only like sending additional data. We're not acting. Oh, well, apparently the answer is it crashes. Why did it crash? What did I do wrong? Come on, if I can just get this done. I want to flick back up to 1000 FPS. Come on. Texture handle not loaded. That's unrelated. Yeah. Okay. Handle panic register. Core bind group. Okay, so we need to init core bind group. Now, how do we init core bind group? Good question. How do I make you not crash? Right, so I think we want to go to you. We want to go, you need into import from world for core bind group. Render device custom render place button. Now here's the thing, I kind of just want to go like not pipeline layout, but then we want to grab the equals world dot resources custom phase item buffers data display, and then data visible. And then to be honest, I kind of just want to go here and be like no, you, when do I make you, and like please let me like initialize you with just like random fucking data pipeline. Ah, we do. Okay, cool. We call reserve. That's good. Apparently I never used pipeline, which is a bit odd to me, but okay, so then we do that. We go, okay, so now it should actually be instantiated with data, I think. Maybe. We never actually called init, so let's not do that. We need to go to lib and be like, hey, when we initialize like the rest of our resources, can you like somewhere in one of these horrendous places, I make some kind of plugin maybe. No, it must be up here. Init resource clear object data. No, it would have been finalized, wouldn't it? Finish. There you go. So we do that. We do this. We do this. We go render app dot init resource. It'd be like core bind group, and then do that. Now the bind group should actually exist for it to bind to. Okay, so it's all the same. The FPS is basically exactly the same. So theoretically, but I kind of just want to print out, maybe update. Let's not update circle data. We should probably get it to like print it out so that we can see how many things it thinks it should be rendering. Update offset. No, I don't even remember where I put it. It's in shader, isn't it? Like down here, it's this yellow one that's yelling at me. Can we print line update visible count length? I want to just see how many you think you can render. Okay, so apparently you think you can visibly render 0, which is hilarious. Okay, so Oh yeah, because we're not even giving any of them bounding boxes. I don't think any of them have bounding boxes. Great. So circle. When we update circle data, this is actually sticking the circle data. I guess this is when you'd want to update the bounding box, maybe? No, it's probably when we extract it we want to update the bounding box, isn't it? Maybe? Sure. So we're gonna go like impl extract component for circle. Okay. So we're gonna remove your extract component, we have to remove your involved, and we have to go, okay. So we extract you when changed circle. We re-extract your circle. The query data we need access to is just your circle. Just static reference to self, and you output a circle and a bounding box. Bounding box. Right. And then the bounding box, okay. So you just return item, circle equals item, circle, yes. God damn it. Everything needs to be public. That's what I don't like what Bevy is. Like, well, not Bevy specifically, but it's like it's a bit annoying that it's like leaks everything up into the public because all the interfaces are public. So it's like, oh, it's going to be public because you're using it in a way that nobody else can ever access. I guess technically Bevy's accessing it, and that's the point. Okay. So first up, why is nothing getting given a bounding box? Okay. I'm assuming things are getting given bounding boxes. Let's go find wherever we're doing this. We're going to go write buffers, update visible objects. Okay. So what we want to do is we're going to go, hey, can we go testing? Can we go print line? Checking visibility of the object. Yes, like so. Fuck you. Don't print the back box. Okay. The reason to check this bounding box is to go. I have a feeling it's not going to get any of these because none of them have the bounding box. No, okay, so it's checking now. Okay, so checking for object. Okay, and then with ABB. So surely one of these bounding boxes. Yeah. So why is offset 0, 0, 0, which I know 100% would be inside the bounding box, is within shape display? So that means that the fucking not overlaps continues. Okay, so well, fucking maybe it's overlaps then. Okay, so half self, half other. Okay, if center.x minus half self minus half self is less than other.x, so that's outside, and so your x is your x is less than their x. No, that's inside, isn't it? Your x if you're, well, that's your right side. No, minus x, so that's your left side. If your left side is less than their rightmost side, then you're visible. And your okay, and your, this is your right side. If your right side is greater than their leftmost side, and your negative y bottom, your bottom
is your negative y, yeah, is greater than their top, or is less than their top. And so I'm confused. Why object first of all, it's interesting that by what object 500. Interesting. So I want to know why the fuck object 500 isn't working, because object 500 is at 0, 0, 0, so 500 fucking should just be working. So object offset AAB. Okay, so fucking let's find AABB and find out, like, maybe I'm just not giving them the correct AABB. Right, where am I doing? So here, first off, let's just put AABB back in. So debug AABB, debug AABB, bounding box, and then we go, hello, please derive debug. My suspicion is that it's probably to do with the fact that we should probably just make it a 2D bounding box as well. That's a bit of a... Let's just make this bounding box fucking 2D. We could take it at 3-dimensional fucking center if you like, but no. Go away. 2D, 2D. Can we get rid of all the Z checks? Because I suspect that the Z checks are what's fucking me, because it's checking like less than and greater than, and it's like, well, you're not, because it's 0. Okay, then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go methods are incomplete. Yes, don't extend that. And offset.truncate. Okay. And then your circle logic is just give it a bounding box like that. It might need to be double that, but anyway. This takes 3 arguments apparently. Oh, because it's supposed to be a vector 2. Okay. So my question becomes, why the hell? So let's make this not spam shit out of us all the time. So we're gonna say, hey, if index dot 0 equals 500, because in theory the last one I add will always be the one that gets put at 0, 0, because I specifically add the last one to add is always at 0, 0. So we should be able to check to see if index equals 500. Okay, so you get a bounding box of 100 by 100. Why are you not inside? Okay, well apparently, first off, removing Z gave us 11 objects that are visible. Now, the interesting thing is it's always 11 objects that are visible. Right, because we need to say that you're not at your offset, which is 2 offset. We need to subtract display dot let's just let we probably do this at the beginning, because I think this is quite expensive. Display equals display dot get, and then we say display dot offset translation. Okay, dot truncate, and then display dot get display dot size. Now display, okay, display dot size. Right, so minus vec3. Wait, what? Trunk. Apparently that's something else. Trunk 8. Okay, so display dot visible. That's okay. So it's different. Okay, so we need to do that. Okay, let's go add display underscore data, so that doesn't do that, and then we're going to go all these ones still display. Okay. Something like that. Okay, so this may not be the right way around, so let's to double check that. How do we actually pass that into in the shader? How do we calculate the offset? because that would in theory be the best way to do it. So it's the current position on the screen minus the view's translation. So subtract the view translation, and then we subtract half of the view size. So I think that should work. Okay. Run that and go, how many objects are visible? That's why it's always 11, is because there just happen to be 11 that can be seen at a time. Okay. Okay. Well, apparently we've got two errors. Oh, wait, 2 errors. I probably didn't rename 2 of these things. Yeah, I forgot to rename 2 of these. Go away and go away. And there we go. Okay, run that. And then don't be an idiot and remove it. Okay, visible display, can't row display as mutable. Okay, can you like just dereference it then? Thank you. It should work because it's just like 2 vectors. Okay. If this works, I'm gonna commit this to Git because I don't want to fucking break this again. Okay, so it's working. Again, it's just sort of spraying it out. So it's 15. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17. So that's incorrect. But anyway, if we move up here, there's 22. I need to move to somewhere where there's less on screen. Okay, 0. Then there's 5. There's 1. And then there's 4. Yep. There should be 6. Yep. There should be 1. And then there's 4 apparently. There's probably 1 under there. Cool. So then next we need to like stop rendering. You're always rendering that. Okay, so in theory, if we so let's commit this. Okay, so I don't know. It works. These are terrible commits. God, I wish I could do things fucking properly. Okay, so next is to go instead of iterating through every shape every time, the question becomes, can we get away with going we need to bring in objects and visit. Okay, we need to bring in visible like this. Right. Then your goal is to say, instead of iterating through every object in an array, we're going to object visible. Right. Right, like this. Then we're going to go, yep, and visible object. Object. Okay. Correct. And then we go, okay, so this shouldn't be rendering 12 when I hit F5. Okay, view disappeared. We're back up to 1000 FPS, which is exactly what we want. Now, a few disappeared. Like I saw one up there disappear. So what that means, which is fun, is if I FO this, nope, that didn't work at all. Because it's split. Object. Again, so there's like an orange one here that's sort of just visible, and there's a green one here that's sort of just visible. So we can probably just multiply visible, and then objects visible. Okay, like that, and then we go F5. So that one and a few over there disappeared. So then now there's exactly 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that means that my bounding box is working properly because it's doing that. Now I'm a bit worried there's going to be 1 frame of lag. Like, how obvious is it that they're popping in and out? Probably not that obvious, because I think the reason we can see them disappearing is because they're actually disappearing before they're supposed to. Like, it's still on the screen and then it disappears and then... But why is it disappearing like that? That's interesting. Why are you disappearing? Like, I don't get it, because it's about because it's supposed to be probably radius times 2. That's an issue with the circle code, not with this. So we actually want radius times 2, because again, I'm doing like the half bounds, which means that technically it can stick out by a radius in both directions. Now, technically, it'd be a bit busted because you could theoretically put a circle and a square on the same shape, and one or the other would get precedent. Okay, so now here's the hard part. We have to try and work out if it's actually rendering them incorrectly. Because like the only way to know would be to turn between the two modes. Oh, okay. Anyway, I might just call that good. But now, actually, I kind of want to put the blending back in. How did I do the blending? I don't even remember. We can also, like, please stop displaying updated visible. Please stop spamming the chat. Oh, nah, the fucking console chat's actually dead, but you know. Where is it? Print line. New. Well, first off, I should make you a info. Mostly because okay. And then that's unrelated. That's different plugin. Okay, so I was going to add the blending back. So we have that. I don't know how the blending actually sort of blends back in, because surely you have to check multiple shapes. See, because each distance is between two things. So I think the idea is, do you like, so first off, we'd probably want to go stop mixing the colors. Maybe you don't stop mixing the colors. Maybe you do something like we go like let C for current equal, right? So C equals this, and then then distance. We can say something like, before we boot it back up, let's find the actual fucking ops here. I think we want to say something like D2, D1. So we're going to be like DTR. Is that not pointer? And then it was like I'll say function, and then F32. Maybe, is that how that worked? No. Then you don't return anything. I think that's how we want to do it. We want to say like that you don't return anything, and then you mix well, no, what you do is you say that D1 equals, and you dereference D1. You get D1 equals this, and you go, okay. I don't know if that'll actually work. I don't even actually know if this is even loaded. Probably not, to be honest. We're going to go back to here, and we're going to go, we'll grab our ops out first. Ops smooth union. Yep. Okay. So we're going to go here, we're going to go, can we go smooth union distance C 0.1? Okay. We're supposed to be checking if C is greater than 1. I also feel like you need to be the other way around. Okay, you don't do anything. Oh, we have to we have to like F5 here. Okay, let's try rerunning that then. Okay, not sure why nothing's rendering now. What did I change exactly? I thought I committed this stuff. I made you a pointer, I made you new. We used 2 times the radius, which is either making everything not render or nothing. Okay, let's go back to. Oh, I know we're using distance plus, so no, it's C. There we go, like F5. There we go. Get back. Okay, so now if I do that, I go F5. Okay, see, unknown identifier. So we have to pull in the identifier from here. And I think you're still going to not work, but we'll find out. Maybe. Well, it rendered. It's just not actually rendering anything. It's a very interesting choice. Okay, so that works, but this doesn't, which I'm assuming is that it compiles, but it's just not finding the code, which means we need to go to load internal assets. No, somewhere. Is it inside of shader that we do something? There's something called like load shader library somewhere. Yeah, but where do I use load shader library? There. So can you load the shader library? SDF ops. I kind of want to leave you where you are though, which is annoying because there was a thing. I don't know if I implemented the like because I stole it all from Bevy. There's like a you path and a literal and settings, and then you call like load embedded asset. At some point it called something that was like load embedded asset, and then load embedded asset took a path and a literal, and then it took this and it did that. No, don't do that. So yeah, embedded path. An embedded path takes in skr if you don't give one. And when do we call embedded path? When do we call embedded path? So we call embedded path from load embedded assets. Okay, I want to put you here. And then I want to go, not skr, but instead, assets slash shader. Okay, can we do that? Apparently not. Why do you not like that? So it says can't read file create create Bevy SDF skr SDF shader 2D SDF give it, but why? Okay, first off, the path you want to load is crates. How are you creating this path? So I'm passing that in, and somehow you're working that out. And I don't want to like dot, but how are you reparsing that? So load with source embedded from path, embedded asset path. So crate name, skr prefix, file path, asset path. Find, okay, asset script. So parent, maybe parent, else panic, failed to find. The parent ends with, let's see our prefix. Oh, okay, so it's trying to go up the chain until it finds the prefix that we pass in. Okay. Okay, but then once you find that, can we wait, no, I'm confused. You go up the path until you find skr, and then SDF, and then you like travel back down it somehow. So how do you do that? Already asset file path. So asset path, and we already know the asset path apparently at this point. What I'm not following here, maybe it's because I need to go find it and save it. Where exactly is it? Here. So both of these are complaining, and they're complaining because they're saying can't read path, creates Bevy shaped 2D SDF circle dot GSL. Yeah, but like that's assets. Now what's it saying? I'm trying to work out where the fuck it's sticking it and what it's doing with it. Alright, just okay, go back to doing that. That should fix that. The annoying thing that this is doing right now is it's pasting it in the wrong spot. That's not where that would be. Anyway, so first off, this isn't actually where you would load this. You'd want to load this from lib, maybe? And then you'd put this in here. Because then you could use it from all of them instead of just 2D. I have no idea if this is actually going to work. I hope that that's how that works. Like a function pointer takes in a function pointer. So it says, oh, well, what the fuck is this? No, we have to go change that back. I broke the whole thing by saying that. It's SRC, it's worse. Skrr. Okay. Couldn't find path project path first. Path not found. Project shaders. Oh, it's right there. So I don't know what you're on about. Really? Projects. That's because it's not actually there. It's in create space. Okay. Well, this is why we commit things to Git. I actually remember to do it once. Right. What's the difference? Can I discard changes? What the fuck? Okay, can we remake that symlink then? Can't do it with a file that already exists. Oh. So apparently that just like absolutely broke the symlink. Okay. Okay. Can we try that again? Hey, syntax error. So it says failed to build function is invalid. Invalid type. Operation subtract can't work with 0, scalar, float, and type pointer. Base 7 space function. Okay, so I can't pass in a function pointer. Okay. Can I say something about it was like a local? I don't remember how it went. It was like a you could do like a thing with pointers. Pointer function. Huh? Alright, cannot pass 2 pointer parameters with the same root identifier. Okay. I have to error the time. This time the conflict is in F1 called by F2. The algorithm looks through the whole call stack. B. Wait, this is a case sensitive. Okay, so no. Oh no, I say var private. So I don't actually know if this is what this does, but by just a process of elimination, I'm assuming var private would imply that this is the F30 distance. This is like the distance that it's actually traveled. So we can var private distance, and then we can go you actually point in your pointer private F32. So I'm assuming that that's private to each thread that's running. So we're gonna say private F32, and then we can say like instead of this distance, we're gonna pass in this distance. We go can you do that? Probably not, because again it's the wrong type, because I have to recompile this because it's built in. We could probably maybe get the built-in thing watcher, yeah. Embedded watcher. So what is your problem? You're telling me that failed to build module is invalid because I have to like actually write it correctly. Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? Can we dereference you and then dereference you and then something like that? Is that, yeah, dereference p, yeah. So again, because it's in here, I have to rebuild. Oh, we got something. Okay, so it means it's actually like loading to that point, and that means that we actually have this, and which means that we can probably use the distance. Like I think we want to use the distance. So I'm just curious what happens if we just use the distance. So I guess technically we want to do all this, but we just want to say like if distance is greater than 0, you return 1. Okay, so first off, let's not return any other color then. Let's turn this return off and go F5. Okay, so distance is never greater than 1. If distance is less than 0. Okay, so apparently it's less than 0 absolutely everywhere. Okay. Well, it's also on an individual function level. So like basically at some point distance will be greater than. Okay. So now distance is never greater than 0. And then we say if it's less than 0, it's always less than 0. Okay. So here's the thing. We go, hey, if C is less than 0, can we do something like distance? Well, I guess it would be OP smooth distance. Like we only want to do this if you're actually going to smooth. The other thing is that it might just be smoothing the wrong way, and then we want to go. Can we just if distance greater than 1? We'll greater than 0. Return. Is that black? Okay, well apparently that's just nowhere and less than 0. Hey. Okay, so if it's less than 0, we're gonna ring at the boundary, but they don't actually blend, which is probably got more to do with the fact that we want to maybe mix negative. See, the values aren't actually negative, which means it's not really doing any blending. Oh, the k value is also really small. I want like a k value of like, I think it's 15 work pretty well. Yeah, okay. It doesn't seem to actually be blending them. Yep, maybe that works. Nope. What do we do is pass in normalcy. Doesn't really seem to be doing anything. The issue is also passing in a value between 0 and 1. So what do we do with the, kind of wish I could work out how to fucking store these properly. So what we probably want to do is go like, can you return me 2 numbers? Is that a thing that this is allowed to do? And can it then return like that? Can I get it to return like that? I'm assuming that this is going to complain because it's not going to have a number that it can just use. That's because is this a thing that you can do? No, it's a shader. You return a vec2. You're a vec2. Vec2. Right. So you're a vec2 of F32s, and you return a vec2 like this. Okay. Yes, that's how you do tuples. Thank you. When we run this, there we go. Okay. So C equals this. Okay, if C dot X, right, first value is greater than 0, then we want to less than 0. Then we want to say we want to pass in C dot X. Right, and then we want to say U are actually C dot X divided by C dot Y. I'm assuming there's some kind of way you can get that. C dot X divided by C dot Y. We probably don't want to calculate that multiple times. C dot Y. Now, what is your problem? The cell list. Okay, so first off, turn this off, and then F5. Okay, now I can't render anything. Okay, that's interesting. So then do that should be fine. Okay, why is nothing working? Okay, now it's working. Okay, did I not do this properly? Radius minus length. Oh no, it's oh yeah, no, because it still means it's positive. It's just okay. So apparently the blending just doesn't work, I guess, if it's positive. I don't know. How does the blend actually work? Like, what's the code look like? We take the clamped value of the. I think we probably want 1 minus 2 then, because this is for doing negatives. But anyway, so I think maybe if we said like d1 minus d2, and then we want to say mix. It probably shouldn't. It probably wouldn't really matter. No. Mix d2, like I think that one maybe not, because I think I've literally reversed it, but anyway. So that's not returning fucking anything, because at some point apparently I was dereferencing d2. I don't dereference d2. Fucking AI put that back in there, didn't it? Why? Okay. So all right. Okay. So if you're less than 0, then render that. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Right, of course. We're not actually using that at all, so we need to do something like if distance is less than 0, render black. Okay, so that's doing something, but it's not really doing much. It's not like smoothing like I was expecting. Give everything a nice outline though. What if we get like a really high K value, like a 25? as if that's pretty high. I think that the thick line only goes further in. Oh, because I'm only doing it if okay. So if I did it always, I think it gets like it. Oh no, there we go. That's what I want. Okay, then we just want to say, I guess if distance. Oh, now they're all grey. Oh, except that one. Except that one very specific shape is less than 0. Oh, interesting. We maybe don't want to be. What if we just add object of color instead of multiplying it by some value? No. Okay. Distance is less than 0. If distance is greater than 0. No. Oh well. Apparently you fucking get done. Well, here's the thing: is like the fact that if distance is less than 0, it renders black. Like the fact that it's anywhere it overlaps. Okay, so we want to say like if c dot x is greater than 0, put the color in. That gives them all the color, and then we need to. That's too much color. Let mult equal is that gonna work? Nope. What if we just added mult? Nope. It definitely needs to be it's c dot x divided by c dot y. C dot x. No. C dot x. No. Just mult. How are you using something squared? Okay. They're kind of blending. All right, it was our PAL mult 0.7. I don't remember what I did with some of them. Okay. They seem to be blending. Okay. So this black, which is indicative of distance being less than 0. Okay. If distance less than 0. Actually, you're not even dereferencing, you're just saying distance less than 0. Oh, because we're passing it by pointer there, so we just say distance less than 0. Can I turn black? And then you return white. So if it's the outside one, it's white, and if it's the inside one, it's black. And then we can say like F5. Okay, so nothing. You just added extra stuff there. So if it's black, the outside one, right? So we need to add maybe a. The issue is we don't know what other colors there are, so we probably want to do something like So if it's positive, it's down here. So we want to say something like that means it's negative, which means that, and so if distance is negative, we want to say something like color times cx. So in this particular situation, we know that cx plus distance. We know that cx is well, no, we actually don't know. We know that this is negative. And then so it's like let Oh, there you go. God, I gotta stop staying up so late. Fuck me. This is stupid. We want to do something like that, that. And then multiply that mult. And then this one, I'm thinking we're just going to add mult. Okay, now it's just fucking bright white. Probably because malt's just too high. Oh, still very, very white. I don't know how to do this. So if distance, so it's probably because it's a negative number plus a negative number. We're subtracting a negative number. The mult becomes a negative number. No, if x is too high. So if x is positive, then we're inside the shape, which means we want to like subtract this. Yeah. Like it's obviously the fuzz that we want. Like it's the blend, the union, smooth union. It's just I can't work out when you want to do it. Well, maybe we just don't want to do so much. What if we like did like cow 0.2? It's still just returning a really fucking high number. Oh, it's probably because this is like just extremely common. So like 0.5. Okay, and what if we just did fucking distance? Well, actually, it's more like if you're in the union space, you want to be like multiplied by cx, that's divided by cy. I am saving it, yes. Not just like that, not making you do it. Okay. I think it's just because just so many pixels hit that requirement. So what if we just did like 0.00001? Like, is it? It's still because it's still just the only thing that it does is no, but it still just isn't white. We add the object color and then we mix and we mult. And we return. Oh, it's because fucking I'm an idiot. I was returning white. Okay, well, I hate that. What if we said, what was it? Like an absolute of distance to CY? Nope. Which said distance. I don't remember what I was doing. Well, it was like, it's not CY. Maybe I'm gonna CY divided by distance. Nope. That's probably giving you a negative number. What did I have here that I thought was gonna work? It was something multiplied by 1 divided by c dot x plus distance. I don't know. That's horribly not working there. This is very, very weird. We just kind of want to go CY. I think the issue is that we're not doing the power at the bottom, which means that it's just getting ridiculously overpowered by the fact that the colors of blending is more than the colors of not. No? Okay. if distance is less than 0 and CX is less than 0. Okay, so wait, we need to work out exactly where this is. So we need to be like return vec 1. Okay. Where exactly is this? That's all this place. Why is it not working? It must be really easy to get here. Obviously it's not, because I think this is setting this value way too high. Power 3? No, I like how it just like clears it out. If distance is less than 0. Well, one thing to do is make that 15 maybe. What if we flipped it around? Ah, no, we have to because it's a pointer, so we can't flip it around. Distance is less than 0 and CX is greater than 0. This is gonna like be like nowhere, I believe. Ooh, no, like a weird like line, but it's not actually blending anymore. Okay, so it's like where distance is less than 0. That's the blend. The issue is I think it's U blending onto U. Yeah, I don't know. I have to call it. See, that's like what I don't get is what if we got rid of this part? Okay, apparently that's there's only like a few places on the entire fucking thing that meet that condition, which is that distance is less than. So it must be that it's like it's got to go through so many shapes to get there. And then CX divided by CY. What if we let's do that way. First off, where's this true? See, that's what I'm not getting. Why are they all... Oh, it's because I'm getting like a negative number for mix, aren't I? Absolute. It's probably getting a number that's negative. Hey, look. We go back to white. And then we can add these colors back because... Not quite. I think they're just getting a value that's like a little too high. Which also implies that something over there is adding to that value, but you know. So this one, we know that CX is always positive. Why don't we just add the absolute of this? Okay. We need to like make it not so big, times by like 0.5. I just need to make it like way smaller. Like I need to go to fucking doing this. How do I blend these fucking colors together? My theory is that it's adding like way too much stuff. Like every other shapes. I could make the bubbles move. Fucking take 2 seconds. I'm just trying to get them to blend because it look nice. But anyway, I would go FN FN move shapes. I don't know how I'm gonna make them move in some kind of like. I guess they just pick a random point. So we're gonna go shape. I guess FN find target. Or pick target. Pick target. So we'll go component struct target, which is just going to be a no, it's not a, it's a position. It's like 3 actually, but you know, and a speed, and we're going to pick target, so we're going to go for mute. Sure. I'm going to see if that's correct. I'll calculate that. So move shape, which is going to take target time and res time. And okay, we're going to say that times deltas. Okay, so delta x. Okay, so move shape. You don't need access to commands. You're just going to do this, and then well, you probably do actually need access to commands. You need to go if you need entity as well. Entity like this. So entity. If distance is less than, let's say 20, don't despawn. Remove target, and then we're gonna so that's move shape, and then pick target, and then so pick target is going to not do that. It's going to iterate through entity with entity with shape. I was about to say like without target, which I'm going to do, but like with shape, which I don't think I export, but we'll do that. Shape without target. Shape. Right. I don't think I export import shape from. Oh, yeah, right. So then target dot position. Okay, so then so we're gonna say for target it's an entity. So we're gonna go commands dot entity target remove. No, not remove. Insert. That apparently AI decided it was going to jump in and do that. Anyway, so that should work, and then we don't. Why? Yeah, you don't need that to be mutable. You need that. Quick. Yeah, you don't need to be mutable. So then we need to go to our thing here. We're going to go app dot insert resource time fixed from hertz. I'm going to say 0.1. So every 10 seconds, we're going to go app.add system fixed update. That's going to be our pick target. Every 10 seconds, we'll pick a target. App.add update, which is going to then be move target. What did I call it? Move something. Pick target, move shape, move shape. That's not his supposed to move shapes. Okay. Let's find out if that works. I don't know if it will, but it should. Well, if it compiles, access denied, forest tile. What do you mean? Oh, because I've already got the game running. That's why. Go run. Okay. So, quick little squiz back. Get here while I wait. So, it doesn't seem to actually be giving them the move target. So they've all got shaped. They just don't have targets on them. Why? What have I done? Oh no, I just have to wait. Now I feel like they're moving too quickly because in a second they're about to all move. Oh, yep. Oh, they'll just jump. Okay. So target speed. So. Oh wait, no. What? No. If transform, it just removes it. Transform dot translation dot distance. If we do distance squared, it could be slightly faster. Squared. Between target or position is less than, let's say it's like 10. Remove that, and then, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna wait for 10 seconds for it to actually like detect it, or to run the first time. Oh, and then they're all gone. Where the fuck did they go? We'll never know. Where did you go? Away, apparently. I feel like I shouldn't let the AI write that. No, we'll just we'll just overflow. It's dead. So translation plus equals no. It's transform translation it equals transform dot translation dot lerp right hand side, which is target dot position. No, I don't think that's right. Is it dot move towards move? No, translation dot move towards okay, like that, I think is how you actually are supposed to do it. Don't let the AI write your code. It doesn't know what it's doing. Okay, so I'll give it 10 seconds to boot up. I should probably just put this in the like post startup as well, just so that it runs once when it starts up, instead of having to wait 10 seconds for everything to start moving. Where is it? Up at the top. Okay. We're gonna go app.add systems to post startup. Post startup and move shapes. I know, pick targets. Pick targets, move shapes. Yeah. Hey! They're picking shape positions that are way too close together. So, we need to like greatly increase the range that they pick from. Pick targets. So, right. And I think we need it to be like ×3. Thank you. Please pick shape, pick positions much further away. Maybe pick also a bigger range of speed, maybe from 10 to like 500. Interesting. Yeah, it did actually look pretty cool when there were like lots and lots of them stacked on top of each other because of the way that the colors blend together. They end up like quite translucent. I still just cannot for the life of me work out what is going on with the blending. Like it, I wonder if it's because I've inverted it. Like that something do. I don't know where they're all going. Away apparently. I did it again. Where are they all going? Are they coming back? Where am I? Okay. I don't know why they all decided that they wanted to go somewhere else. Am I using the player's camera in some way? I probably resized the screen because they're all like when the screen's bigger they can spawn further away. And therefore like because they're all trying to move to a specific location. That's, you know, when I move the screen smaller, they will suddenly like start running towards a spot faster. Okay. Yeah, I think it's because I've inverted the direction that this works in, that this function doesn't work anymore, this one. I think this is designed so the clamp, and it clamps between d1 minus d2 divided by k, 0 and 1. And then you mix this, and you subtract that, and then 1 minus that. I think this is only supposed to work in negative numbers. So actually maybe we could just do that. So first off, I should probably like revert you back to the So I think I've got it in here old. If I take this, this is the original. So we're going to take this, and we just need to modify it to take a pointer instead of a normal thing. So ptr local private, and then f32. Right. So if I just do that, and then d1 dereference d1, and we're just going to say dereference d1 equals d1 equals, and then again dereference d1. So that's our pointer, and then we don't return it. Cool. So if I now rerun the code, I should really stop it from spamming the console like it does. That really slows down the frame rate. Then in here, if I, instead of passing in a cx, which we know is positive, we pass in negative cx, and then we go 5. Interesting. Interesting. Again, I think the issue is it's checking like every shape. So I only want to save it maybe if it's less than a certain distance. I don't know. So, well, one thing we could do is make this number. Well, why wouldn't you just okay, because apparently that just makes them all invisible. Distance times 0. We'll read that 0.005. Is that making them more or less visible? Okay. Distance is probably negative at this point. Yeah, so we take the absolute of distance. Absolute of distance, like that. And then we go, bring them back. Okay. It's still not blending. The issue is that like it's I don't know how to pick the right color from there, and I think I'm blending just far too many colors. So I reckon that we need to say something like if distance is less than 0. What if we said that if distance is greater than 0? Oh, it just never turns up. Okay. So if distance is less than 0 and c dot x is less than, I guess, greater than negative 15, because I think that's how it works. Like the rounding is like if it's greater than half the rounding. Okay, so it's still not merging them. They're just not blending. Why are you not blending? Why? Okay, wait. We probably only want to smooth it if, okay, wait, if c dot x is less than 15, is you're greater than negative 15, which means that we are within 15 units of the current shape. Then run the smoothing. Then okay, and then if distance is less than 0, mix in the color. I don't know why it decided to do that bit, but yeah, maybe is that gonna work? See, I think the issue is that you'd have to go through every shape, work out what the dx is, and then okay, maybe we could do that. We could do that. It's going to really slow down the shape. Like we're going to literally loop through everything twice. But what we can do is say smooth, and then we go something like that. So if shape, if you're greater than negative 15. Interesting. No, so and ampersand and you're less than cx dot x is less than 0. So if you're outside of the shape but not the shape, maybe that's actually all we needed. Maybe. Still not blending. Okay, so then what we'd want to do is say for each shape go through keep distance. I feel like I also just want to like have distance be local. Like distances equals 0. Yes. Right. Then we're going to go, can you use that distance to this distance? I don't know. We'll find out. But we're going to loop through once, calculating everything and updating our distance. Please don't mix the color in while we're doing this. Okay. Mix it all together. And then we're going to go, hey, can you loop through again? And go, in this loop, we're just going to say, calculate the distance, and then we go, if the distance, if you're like, no, it's just if you're less than 15 and greater than 15, ampersand distance, distance is greater than 0, greater than less than 0, less than 0. Please like mix the color in, and then do that and go. Okay, so apparently that like just is never the case. Is this because this is just well? Okay, so if I remove this and okay, so that should be like not doing anything then, and then we go F5. Okay, I guess it's not actually fucking working anymore. Which is probably like, can you stop spamming the fucking thing so I can read? Nope. Okay. So, either something's broken here, which doesn't actually make any sense because I don't think anything here is doing anything. Right. If cx is greater than 0, and then you want to calculate the distance if cx is less than 0, which outside of it potentially just not compiling because. Let's go back to using the private distance then, because that could just be it. Well, actually, that would make sense. It would never have compiled because it didn't say var. And then we'll turn this just back off and try again. The issue is it is changing too quickly, so I just like literally couldn't read it. Okay, no, so same issue of like it doesn't seem to be compiling. So if we get rid of this bit and we turn this bit back on, so I'm assuming it's just an issue with like it's there we go. Okay, so. Distance. Okay, then we're gonna do this. This is what makes it render the. Okay, again, it's just really obvious. Is mix too powerful? I don't get it. Nope, that just makes it darker, which is even more bizarre considering you're increasing the. To be honest, I don't know how I was even doing it in the first place. We'll look at old and see if there's any inspiration in here. How the hell was I blending the colors before? So distance. Okay, so we need to know C and C2. And how do we get C2? C2 is the same thing. C2 is the sign distance field of the current shape and the previous shape unioned together. See, but that means we need to compare every shape to every other shape to union them, which is O of n squared complexity, which I guess we aren't doing the whole thing anymore, so we could probably just do that now. So for that, we want to go for each shape. We want to go I guess we go something like var d equals var c. And then we go and we say c equals this. And then if c is less than that, do that. And then I guess we loop through every other shape, but at this time we're going to say O2 equals obj plus 1, obj2 plus obj2. Okay, so this is like the next object, so we check ourself and then everything else. Okay, and then we go I don't know what the AI is trying to do, so go away. So this is C, this is equal to our object, which no, this is object 2. No, go away. Object 2. And then you do this and you see, so this is C2, and then P is equal to object 2 dot position, and then object 2 dot type, and then object, C2, 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 C2. Except you don't want to do that. You don't want to actually like mix the color. It's you want to say that we actually want, for each object we want to say let C2 equal something something, whatever our union mix function's called, this op smooth. We want to like op smooth somewhere, op smooth, and then we want to smooth u. Wow, I guess it's we might want to modify the smooth function just to go back to doing what it was. So we just want to go F32 and then just get rid of all the pointery stuff, and then just return. Okay, so got rid of all that weird stuff. Right, so then we want to go back here. So we want to iterate through every color, setting the color, and then we iterate through every other color. Then we need to pass in C, and then this, and we go if C2.x is greater than 1. Dot 1. So you divide. Okay, so you depressingly you need to actually equal, this is like let's see 1, and then we go C equals C equals C1 dot x, like that, because then I need to, yeah, and then say like if C is less than 0 or greater than 0, and C1. Okay, so then we go here, we go C2, and we say hey, C2x is greater than 0, then you're inside another shape, and then you say well, we smooth union C2, which should return a float, and we say if you're greater than 0, then the multiplier is it's C2 divided by C1 C plus C2, and then the color mix is object 2 dot color multiply, and then our well, see, the issue with this is the more colors you add, the greater the power becomes. So I think we just add mult. This we don't, we want the color to be linear. Okay. I have no idea what this is going to do, so we're going to just restart this and see what it does. So P position, well, apparently it does nothing. So if I said don't mix the color in, it should then do something. I need to track this down and stop this from fucking info. Please. No, go away. Updating all shape data. So I don't care about this one. I don't think I care about that one. Move to 2, don't care about that one. One of these is just clearing. Okay, well that definitely doesn't need to be, that can be a trace. Actually, it doesn't actually be anything. Nobody needs to know that's happening. This just needs to like not exist anymore, because I was only doing that for when I wasn't actually running any functions. reloaded shader that can stay, cleared object buffer. That can be a trace, because I think that might be necessary if you're trying to like work out specifically what's happening. But yeah, run. Okay, there's one error somewhere. Yes, I removed this because it was annoying me. Go away. Forever. Okay. And then okay. So now it's not spamming me. I can track down the fucking issue that's something that's not render, which is that I'm calling something .0. What am I calling .1? Which is SDO circle with P object 2. So why are you not letting me do this? Found expected. Okay, let C. Okay, so C2 equals that. And then C3 equals this, which is, oh, it's because it's not .1. I don't have to change this. It's just me being an idiot. It's .x. Oh, .1 with .y. No, yeah, .x. .x. Okay, let me go F5. Nope, it doesn't like that. var C. Need type specifically is a F32. Thank you. And F5. Okay, so you don't like that function does not return any value. Okay, so we have to go back to our smooth opting, and this is going to require a restart. So F32. Yep, save. Restart that. And then we go. Come on. F5. Nope. Yeah, don't like it. What's going on? So something's a 2 plus. What? Wait. What the fuck? No. OBJ2 plus. God, I've got so many fucking mistakes in this thing. F5. Okay. So you're saying that this is invalid function call because entry point fragment at fragment is invalid. Invalid. Call to 1 is invalid. Requires 3 argument. 2 were provided, and a K of 15, please. And then we go, hey, the objects are back. Okay, so what we want to do is go, please mix in the color, and this is the case. So if C2 is greater than 0, F5. Okay, you don't seem to be doing anything. Can we get you to return? I think it's never greater than 0. Return. Just return white when this is the case, so I can find it. And go F5. Okay, so when they basically completely overlap, so it's like the opposite of what we want. Okay, well that's actually good to know because it is like the opposite. It's like sort of folding inward, which is probably why I couldn't find it before. Right. So instead, we want to say that actually we want negative C, and we want to say that the negative of the X, and we're going to go F5. Okay, so now it's always true. I'm going to go, hey, when you're less than 0, which is anywhere where they blend. Okay, and then instead of returning 1, we just want to mix the color a little bit better. Okay. Well, now we're only seeing the blend, which tells me that whatever we're adding to the mix is too much. So this, which is that these numbers are negative, we're adding negative multiplier. So we take the absolute, and we know that C is positive at this point, and we're like, ooh, that doesn't look very nice. Okay, so what's happening? So we're taking the absolute of this and then multiplying it by that, and then adding this. Interesting. So my assumption is that maybe it's just, again, it's too powerful, like because it's more than, like if we go like pow, like that, that's gonna somewhat bring the colors more in line. But it's kind of cool. But I think we just need to multiply by a really small number. Like by like 0.5. Maybe. Nope. Again, we end up with a negative number again, but that's probably more to do with this being the case. No? Okay. How am I getting this number that abs of this? How am I getting a number that's too small? Okay. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. I feel like I want to get rid of this bit. I'm going to say mix plus equals mult. No. Okay. So you're skipping yourself. Alright. When you end up in here. Okay. Wait. So we only want this to be the case. Like and C is greater than 0. No, less than 0. So only when you're not inside of the current shape. Well, that one shape, which is obviously a really high number up, is just getting very special treatment. Don't return a number. It's not really what I want. Like it's kind of cool, really like really cool looking, but I'm not sure what I'm going for. Okay, so I should probably stop taking the absolutes, just stop multiplying these values together. Okay. So again, we're getting like the absolute of C2. So we know that C2 is negative, and we know that C1 is. Well, actually, we know that both of them are negatives. So we should take the absolute of U as well. Do they blend now? Like they kind of blend. I think we could probably get rid of this bit now, because that might have just been what was going on, is that we were taking like the absolute of the negative value, and that was like fucking it up. Okay, so they're quite pale. I think that's because I removed this, which is the POW. The POW is what like kept the colors vibrant, is that it meant that like exponentially more color in the centers than on the edges. Okay, so now we're just oversaturating the colors, so we need to probably multiply by like 0.5. Okay, now it's just very green. Why is it very green? Okay. Wait. You are going to be less than 1, aren't you? And that's why making that number smaller makes that higher. Right. So if I make you like POW 3. Well, actually, this is going to make the colors closer to white. I need to make this number just way smaller, because you're just oversaturating it. Okay, so I know that the maximum number that C can be is 1. Well, max it can be as radius, and then divided by radius is the maximum is it can be 1. So we can say, hey, we add 1 lot of color, and then the power of a number smaller than 1. Wait, that's interesting. We need to do power, but I just realized that we want like you to be like 1 minus mult, maybe? Well, that's not right at all. Alright, let's remove this bit for a second so that we can see what we're actually doing with this other bit. Yeah. And then we can pick a number like square root. 2.5. I don't seem to be doing much to the color at all, really. 0.1. It very quickly drops to 0. Okay, well, that seems to be fine. And then if we can do this, which is a number less than 1. Okay, so it blows up to infinity is what's happening there, by the looks of it. So we probably want to go like, maybe just don't power at all. What, just mix dot add mult. There we go. Okay, so now it just makes everything quite green. It also ends up the same color. Why are you? What? Okay. The absolute to. What do we do with the absolute of C? I feel like I don't want to be multiplying by 5 anymore. I don't know what I'm actually trying to do. It's more the problem here. What if I just added? What do we did? Do we just? We'll just like make the small number so I can like 0.1. Right, and then we just say color plus equals object to dot color. Okay, let mult. Okay, so color plus equals object of 2 dot color times mult, and then you add mult. Okay, I think the issue is we're just like adding too much of the other color. How 1 minus mult. Nope. What am I doing wrong? I think the thing I'm missing here is I'm supposed to have C. We need to have that that C is less than 0. So then we can't be inside the current shape because otherwise you end up overriding the color of the shape with the other color. Okay, so we should probably keep track of let C1 equal the other object, and then we say C1 dot. That's okay. That's really obvious now. We have to keep track of the other color because when we do it, we want to add this. So if C2 is greater than, if C2 is greater than, is less than 0, means we want to mix the colors, and then we want to mix the other color in, which is in this case C1 dot X divided by C1 dot Y, and then color 2 times mult, and then 1 power mult, and then do that. Okay, now it's all black. Except you're green now. Interesting. What is causing this? Position plus object. Okay. What is causing this number to explode like it is? Type.index object 2. So C1.x and C is equal to C1.x. Okay. So we're smoothing this, and we're doing this. So we're adding mult. This number is too big. Well, first off, that's probably the problem, is that this number is also way too big. So we want like power 0.5. Okay. Don't do this, and go. Okay. Interesting. wait, making that number bigger. So we probably want like 1 plus. Interesting. The multiplier will always be a number smaller than 1. So multiplying by the number twice. Okay. So negative 1 minus mult. Okay, plus 0.5 times object dot color. So this should just increase the base saturation. So we add like 50% of the color, and then do the mults, and then this, and then we can power this to like a higher level. No, I think it's the other way. We want to go like 7, which makes that more powerful. Doesn't seem to be doing much at all, really. All right, let's turn off the baseline. Cool, okay, so if we turn off that little bit of baseline, we do this. We go, okay, so if I make this number like 0.1, okay, that just makes the whole thing duller. Okay, so it's 1. Right, dividing. Okay, so with 1.5. Nope. 0.5. I had it before. It was pretty vibrant. I don't know what I did to it. Is it just this? I mean, so we say that CX pow. So that's equal to fucking square root. Okay, and I think we like add a half color to it. So it makes them more saturated, but we can't make them too saturated because then they end up just being saturated. To be honest, I don't know why some of them get a shiny spot and some don't. 1.1. No. So the issue is that whatever number this comes out to, so this is mult plus a half, is what we kind of need to add. Otherwise we end up like constantly making the color more and more one-sided. I don't know. But technically we could make it whatever we want. We could do like 0.5 plus. So you add the color divide by the color, all it does is make this color more dominant than the other color. And then we're going to go, so we skip ourselves, which maybe that's the problem, is we're skipping ourselves. Anyway, if C2 is less than 0, ampersand, C is greater than 0, no, is less than 0. So you're inside the shape. We're going to do this, and then we're going to go mix the color with the multiplier and mix the power. So don't add it when you're inside the current shape, which is actually kind of interesting looking as well. So when do you not add it? You're not adding the colors. I think the issue is that maybe because we're ignoring certain colors, then ordering matters again. So we need to like make sure the object checks every object. And then we can continue. So if object equals object continues, so skip ourself, but everything else is fair game. Okay. So you're only smoothing in c1.x is less than 0. So only do it if none of the shapes overlap. This is actually just, no, it's just getting worse. I had it really good. I just keep making it worse. I don't understand what I'm actually supposed to be doing. So one of these numbers is not like the others in that it is literally giving me 0. So I know that this, ooh. Wait, we know that Cx is negative. Okay, so wait a second. So we smooth this operation. We say, hey, if Cx is, so can we take the absolute? I think something keeps putting the keeps putting negative numbers in. Okay, that's better. So something was leaking a negative number in there. Now, for some reason, it's preferring a specific ball. So I think that could possibly be. I mean, we know that C is positive. Now, the fact that we're actually stating that these all need to be negative, can we just instead just state that C2 has to exist? Okay, well that just results in a lot of white. C1.x divided by C1.2. Is that what you do? You C when C is greater than... okay, when... We don't want just when C2 is greater than 0 because it implies when you're inside C2. So, we add color 2 times mult. It's okay, the power function here is just way too aggressive. It's 1 minus mult. Okay, nope. Too far in the other direction. What did we do? We ended up doing this. Oh, actually, I always know that C is always positive. C1 is always positive. So there's no need to do that. And then we go the absolute color mult plus half the this is okay. Rick 2's color. 2 color multiply power. Okay, again, we have really nice border colors now, so we just kind of need to not be doing whatever we're doing, which is, I'm assuming, somehow getting a negative number in there. If mix is greater than 0. Okay. Okay. So if I said C ampersand C is less than 0, would mean that we should avoid adding negative numbers in colors that are blended well. See, because at the moment the blending looks fucking amazing, but I can't get the blending to stay and everything else to go away. Okay, so what's happening here, which is like what I don't get, is one color, like one sphere quite clearly gets dominant decision making on the color, which I'm assuming is because C and so we need to be like, and the other color is also negative, which should then, no, so one color like really obviously gets to choose. One side really obviously gets to choose the color. But what is the difference between them? So C is just that. We do exactly the same thing for C. And then we go, it's the same thing. It's the absolute of the X, because you just CX. The absolute of the X divided by the Y. And then we add color times mult plus that plus mix. So we skip our self. Maybe that's the issue, is that because self, if you're skipping self, then you end up with a blend that's too much in one direction. Maybe. Now I just feel like the colors are even like less obvious. Like the blend just doesn't feel like it's as far. Which is weird. Oh, you know what? I bet because we're not, no, it was saying you have to be less than 0 and you have to be less than 0. So you only blend. What I need to do is actually blend multiple passes. No, because each pixel's only run once. Why does the order of the shapes fucking matter? 8 shapes should contribute the exact same fucking amount. Oh, because we don't start from 0 again. Nope. Don't do that. You don't need to restart the shader. Alright, then what were we doing? This is the annoying thing. I've worked out why one color was getting preferential treatment. Now I need to work out how to stop. Is it this? When u equals this? I think this really made the shape pop. That seems better. It's still, maybe it's just because of how colors work, but it just feels like one color really gets to dominate. I just feel like I need a much bigger K value. Let's go over here, like const K, which is an F32, and it equals 0.5. I'm curious if a smaller K, and yeah, you just replace it with K. Thank you. Okay, so a smaller K is just less smoothing. Okay, cool. And C is less than K. Okay. I wonder what this does. Well, nothing, because the smoothing is so fucking tiny. K of 25. Egg. I mean, it's kind of cool. I think this is going to result in a 0 because it's never not greater than 25. Yeah, this just means no smoothing. Okay, so we just go greater than 0. Greater than 0. Well, this means it only smooths when the shapes overlap, which is the opposite of what we want. Like less than 0. Okay. So they're not really blending together like they're supposed to anymore, but so how did I fix that before? I keep reintroducing issues that I've fixed. Okay. Okay, so out of curiosity, if you just allow you to add yourself, it just makes all the balls bigger, which is not that fun, to be honest. So what we're getting first off is a horrendous frame rate. Should probably stop using functions that are really expensive. So let mul c divided by c1 y color plus equals object. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's this that's causing them to not blend off as nicely, is that there's just such a constant. So what if we got rid of the constant amount of color? First off, what does this look like? And then we get rid of the like small amount of fractions, and then we go, okay, and then we need, was it? It's small. Right. I think this is what I had originally. Well, I wasn't actually submitting it, but anyway. So that blends them together better. It fucks with the K value, but okay. Wait. So then we was like 1 minus alt, and then okay, what does that look like? So that just makes them shinier in the center. Right. So now they're too dark at the edges, which is that you just say like they need to add a little bit of color, so like 0.2 times object of color. Which, I mean, at that point, why not just add 0.2 to the mole? Well, because we would then see, adding the color does it. What if we just said this this plus is 0.2, and then we were like, oh, now they have a spot in the center that's just perpetual darkness. All right. If we want to clamp that, between 0 and 1. Oh, okay. Nah, between 1 and 0. Nope. Okay. Oh wait, it's that clamp's not a expression. What do you mean? Is it because they're not floats? Okay. I think I'm clamping you between the wrong values. Clamp between 1 and 0. I certainly want to like stop adding this extra bit of color. And then I don't quite understand how clamping you between 0 and 1 is causing this to just like not work. I just take the power of the mold. Well, interesting. I think they're doing that whenever shape's completely like inside them or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm super fucking tired. It's like 1 AM. I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you for tuning in. I might stream again tomorrow. I might work on a video. I am unsure. But it's good fun. I need to just destroy this entire code base. I despise it with all my being.